So first I want to thank everybody for showing up. It's been a huge journey just trying to get this running. If you don't know who we are, we're PlebLab. We're a group of misfits that started in a park, technically, in 2021. And then from there, we did some crazy things to get a lot of attention, pissed a lot of people off, learned a lot of lessons, and then finally corporatized and made this thing real. So we have a hackerspace that's down over here, 2 blocks away from the Commons. This is our event space here in Austin. So this is where you're at. And today's really about the builders. I think everybody, we were just having a conversation right now about how Bitcoin's become very valuable. Well, the reason it's valuable is because of the builders and the people that are building on it. And quite frankly, I don't think they get enough credit or support or actual like money to do the things they do. The plebs have had to step up and help these people because the people that we would like to see help don't do nearly as much. Thank God we have people like Andre and what he does and some other great companies that help support the builders and support the founders in the ecosystem, because we think this is a really important time in history. And yeah, so today's literally about the builders. If you have any questions about how to do these things, talk to the founders that you see speaking today, talk to all of them. There's a lot of VCs around. Ryan Gentry's right there. Raise your hand, Ryan. He's from Lightning. Oh, I didn't know that. He's from Lightning Labs. And then pretty much everybody in the room will be like a VC or a builder, so just network. Just want to shout out to all the projects in the lab, as you can see here. We have some amazing projects at PlebLab. You should definitely check them out. All of them doing amazing things in the space. These are all the builders that we have in the lab. Super Testnet is MIA. Hopefully he'll show up next month. We'll see. And these are all the people that make PlebLab happen. We have startup days, workshops, hackathons, community events. Nifty does Bitcoin education out of there, so does Austin. And we used to do this thing where anybody could apply or anybody could get a pass. We realized that's the wrong way to do it. So now we have an application process. So if you want to participate, if you're watching this online and you're somewhere around the world and you want to participate, $200 a month, make it happen. And you have one-on-one mentorship, and you can become like all these other projects inside the lab. And then if you're in Austin, get a Hackerspace membership. I think it's worth it. And we also want to thank all the partners who have helped make PlebLab possible. Andre, Zebedee, Oshi, ZapRight, Voltage, Clover, CoinKite, Wolf, Lightning Ventures, Folger, TabConf, and Open Agents. So I'm going to jump into real quick top builder. So Wolf came to us last year and they were like, we like what you do. Can you do the same thing that you did at TabConf, but like bigger, right? Not that TabConf wasn't big, it was great, but they wanted something different. And I was like, yeah, I want to do Top Chef. I want to do Top Chef for Bitcoin. I don't think there's a Top Chef for Bitcoin. I want to do a Top Chef. I'm a big fan of Top Chef. And I was like, we'll just do Top Builder. And so what this was a crazy idea, but they wanted to sponsor it. I think Kelly Good understood it. These are all the judges. So at 3 o'clock today, there's going to be 6 teams in Bitcoin that have been working tirelessly for 3 months. Some of them are in the audience right now. These are going to be the judges. And this is kind of this is how crazy it was. So the application period started on December 18th through January 13th. We had over 3,000 application views. There was over 71 teams that completed their submissions. We onboarded 31 projects. So there was 31 teams that we onboarded on January 13th. I interviewed over like 40 plus people just to kind of vet them. And then from there, we started the Top Builder Development Program. And then so that went on from technically December 18th, because some people started early, all the way till today. So today is actually the finals. And we had 10 mentors, all from around the community. Moritz from Albi, Doreena's in the audience. She also gave some time. Yeah, there was just a ton of people. We had one-on-one mentorship with people like myself or Teresa or Keon or anybody else inside the lab. We had 16 workshops in a span of 2 months. So it was like 2x workshops every week. We were focused on Bitcoin technical and business fundamentals. We also had community calls every week. So we had weekly stand-ups, and we had hacker streams, AMAs, and then we also introed them to investors, to founders, to community members, whoever they needed. And I think we made a lot of noise. We were on Bitcoin Magazine, we were on Stacker News, we were on RHR, Thriller, we were trending on Twitter, Noster, and then even Peter helped us out with some What Bitcoin Did coverage. So that was really cool. These are the teams here. So John from Coracle, you wanna raise your hand, John? We got Jim from Cascader. See here in the audience? You got Jesus and Bernie from BitScript. We got John and Aaron from Clams. We got Christian, Thomas, and Eric from Shopster. And we got Francisco, Carlos, Darren, and Gustavo from Yopaki. So all of these teams that you saw were from around the world, like literally around the world. Some teams, there's literally like 11, 16 really good teams. We had to cut them down. And I felt so bad, but I'm not gonna feel nearly as bad as Marty later because he's gonna have to cut them down to 1. And it's just gonna be really tough. Like seriously, I don't know how they're gonna do it. But these are all the sponsors. Thank you again to Wolf, to Folger, to Open Agents, PlebLab, and then all the Startup Day sponsors, Voltage, DLA Piper, Breeze, 1031, Unchained, and really Canva? And Lightning Ventures, and then all of our other sponsors. Thanks. Next up, okay, so next up we have Andre. Literally, Andre flew out here from LA to give this presentation. Listen up, he's literally gonna be the guy that tells you why you shouldn't be a founder or why you should be a founder. He's given me great advice, and I expect him to give you a lot of great advice. So here you go.
Should I move? Can I walk or no? I should stay here. I should stay here. Okay, thanks. On top. Cool. Hello. So first off, thanks, Car and everyone for putting this together. I love Bitcoin events. You know, we go to too many of these every year. Last TabConf, I was having a conversation with Car that was supposed to take 5 minutes, and then it was like maybe an hour long. And then he called me a couple months ago, and said, hey, I want you to give that exact same conversation at PlebLab at the Top Builder event. And I said, okay, how does that work? What exactly do you want me to talk about? And he said, just inspire, you know, these are a bunch of founders, inspire, tell them like it is. And so as I was thinking about it, really what I was telling Car at the time was being a founder sucks. And I'll walk through why it sucks. And trust me, there's more to this. I'm not just shitting on founders. So a little bit about myself, Andre Neves. You can find me on Noster. This is pretty cool. Noster, Lightning address, and email on the same one. So Andre at ZBD. I'm the co-founder and CTO of ZBD. We have both the B2B arm of our business, which is APIs, SDKs, if you want to process, transactions in Bitcoin and Lightning, and you can put that into games, applications, services, platforms. And then also we have the ZBD app, right, which is the entry point for gamers, for anyone trying to interact with Bitcoin and Lightning, as well as Noster. Lesser known, I'm also the co-founder of 21. 21 is a R&D studio in Brazil. So we've raised some funds, and we support and foster the Bitcoin community and development space in Brazil. We actually just opened our Casa 21 in São Paulo. So if you find yourself in São Paulo and you want a similar environment and similar hacker space, hit us up. And if you're looking to support LATAM activities, yeah. So that's me. And Zebedee is almost 5 years old. I think that's probably why I'm allowed to be on stage here talking about something. We've been through some of the things. So let's get started. Why does being a founder suck? Founders, like myself included, you represent something that folks don't usually want, right? Let's think about in any industry right now, most industries are pre-Bitcoin, right? Let's call it that. Very few people and very few businesses are post-Bitcoin. So all of the pre-Bitcoin folks and businesses and industries, to them, you are change, you are disruption. Change equals unknown. Incumbents don't like unknowns. They like to know what's gonna happen next month, next week, and next 6 years. So you represent something that incumbents are afraid of. You represent disruption. it really is you against everyone, okay? You just have to put that in your head that people are against you. And they're so against you that you're going about your business on a random Tuesday and you're trying to write code for these 7 new APIs that your customers have needs for, or you're releasing a new version of the app, and lo and behold, you open your email and fucking MailChimp deplatformed you, right? What does that have to do with anything? I'm just trying to run my email marketing. For those who don't know, MailChimp is basic email marketing. Why can't I just run email marketing? And then, okay, so I can no longer ship these things that I was gonna ship today or this week, and actually my A/B test that's been running for 2.5 weeks just broke because now data's all flawed. Shit, now I have to redo all of that again. Okay, so you spend 2 weeks moving your entire email marketing, your customer journeys, and everything over to another email provider just to discover that, yeah, fuck you again, you're gone, you know? So SaaS providers are not your friends, okay? You depend on them. These are vendors. They will drop you, right? It's just the reality. And the world is so against you, and in this case in Bitcoin, it's so against you that let's say you raise some money, you have a product, you're trying to go for, product market fit, let's go for that release and market the hell out of this. Great, okay, let's throw some ads. And so you say, cool, Twitter, can I do ads for my product because it touches Bitcoin and so on? And they say, actually, kinda, not really. You need to be a fully licensed payment service provider. And if you don't show us licenses, then you can't. Okay, so we can't do that. I'm a team of 3 and I just raised some money. Then you go to Reddit, you can kind of do it, not really. Facebook, well, my Instagram account 3 months ago was shadow banned because I wrote the word Bitcoin. So then actually my Meta account is connected to my Instagram account, so I can't do ads on Facebook. Right? This is reality. These are things that people have told me, we've run into. Like, you cannot run ads. App stores will allow you to run ads, but you can't use any of these 10,000 keywords. So you can't use Bitcoin, you can't use money, you can't use rewards, you can't get, so, okay, here's my product, just, how do you advertise? You don't. It's incredibly hard to advertise. And it's funny because a lot of founders call me and they're like, hey, any advice, things that I should worry about, things that I should do. And we're in an industry that prides itself, and we even used this term a lot, right? Bank the unbanked and so on and so on. I guess now we don't say that very often, but a lot of startup founders in Bitcoin right now are literally begging for bank accounts. At the end of the day, you still need an operating banking account to run your business, and a lot of people have trouble doing this. So it's tough. It's tough being a founder. Your product's great, but you can't even get bank accounts. And so it could be a SaaS provider, it could be your bank account provider, whatever it is, you will do your due diligence on your vendors and you will still get them wrong, okay? You will find that you will put faith in the wrong partners and the wrong vendors, and whether you are a tiny customer for them, whether they're doing cost cutting, whether they're going through budget constraints, whether they just don't care and are getting acquired next month. They will drop you, and whether it's your KYC provider will say, screw you, we're out. Similar to MailChimp, right? You will depend on these vendors and they will let you just die. And then on top of all that, the world is against you. Every provider is tough on you. You can't really depend on them. I'll say this, I hope everyone here knows this, but no one actually gives a crap about Bitcoin out there, okay? They don't. They don't care about hard money. You talk about hard money, the first question is like, what is hard? Like, why is money hard? I don't understand that. Is that a thing? And then you have to explain to them a soft money, and you lost them, right? And you can talk about censorship resistant, but I'm a 22-year-old in Caltech. Like, how does that make sense to me? I don't understand censorship resistant. So I use the term a lot, like meet the customer where they are. You can't just expect that everyone's going to get the value of Bitcoin. No one really cares about Bitcoin, so you have to care. And most people are just plugged into the matrix. That's how I like to frame it. They don't care. No one cares, okay? It's just reality. Out there, they don't. You do. You care. I care. We all care. But because you care so freaking much, you're going to be caught in politics. Yeah, okay, Bitcoin, Twitter, politics, and all that, but like, you're going to be called into GitHub and IRC channels and mailing list devs and all that kind of stuff, and you'll have to have opinions because you live and breathe Bitcoin, that's your company, and so on and so on. And when you have opinions, you have to defend them, right? And so how do you defend opinions? You support them. You build upon that capability. You build upon that feature. If there's any founder out there that's running enterprise-level businesses that tell you Bitcoin development is slow, they're wrong. how do you prioritize things? Let's say you have customers that need these 2 new APIs, but also you want to implement simple taproot channels. Or full RBF is now the name of the game. So you could do that for 2 weeks, or you can improve latency for a customer, which can earn you more money, right? Like, how do you balance your business needs versus Bitcoin? So, and it's not just Bitcoin, it's Lightning too. These things are very, very fast, and you can't just always be at the, we tend to be at least 2 versions behind on basic things like LND. Not full versions behind, but we can't always update. We can't always have the latest. Right? It moves really, really fast. Prioritizing this type of stuff is super hard. And you are a lover of Bitcoin, so you want to push Bitcoin forward, and you want to do the simple taproot. You want to do all the things, but there's simply not enough time. You'll have no life. Period. There's no life. But like, for a founder, you are life, like, sorry, you are work, your life is work, work is, so, do you see what I mean? It's the notion that you as a founder have a work-life balance is just a paradox. It's not really a concept, because if it's 2 a.m. and your production servers go down, it's you online trying to solve it. If something happens to your, God forbid, your keys, it's on you. This notion of work-life balance is very flawed. I would very much say that as a founder, you're basically throwing that card out, and you're saying, I will, you know, I was just talking to Ryan, and people go to weddings and you have to work during weddings because something happens, right? If you have a 9 to 5, you can talk about work-life balance. If you're a founder, you have no life. And because you have no life, you also won't sleep. It's a sad reality that most days I wake up 4 minutes before my alarm rings. 5:57, or 3 minutes. You're so stressed, man. Every decision can be a life or death decision in the company. Any decision could mean that you don't hit metrics, product market fit. You have to go to a board and defend that you're still going, right? You will be at the heights of the heights on Monday morning, and then you're gonna be at the lowest of the lowest on Monday noon, okay? Like, it's literally a roller coaster, and if you find time to nap, please nap, because you don't sleep. You never sleep. It's just how it works. And from experience, you will lose hair. Whether you pull it out from your own head because you can't get through this problem, or you're just, you know, like myself, losing your hair. But yeah, you will go bald and you will age like crazy. Every year, it feels like a decade, and it's too much. And most of my friends are like 75 years old now. You know, like, that's how it usually goes. No, yeah, it takes a toll on you, right? You will go bald, or then you'll start dyeing your hair like this so you don't show it so much. So I recently listened to an interview from I think it was Elon. Fuck Elon. I listened to an interview from him, and basically one of the questions that the interviewer had was around, so what's it like, you know, being the CEO of Tesla and doing all these amazing things and so on? Like, what's it actually like? And he said it's the worst job ever. And I really related to that. Of course, you know, ZBD, Tesla, we're exactly the same, right? Clearly. But, you know, it is the worst job. So let me explain. At the IC level, whether if you're a designer, engineer, manager, whatever it is, a product manager, you have your problems, you solve them at that level. And then you talk to your peers, your other ICs, and you solve them at that level. Great. If it goes up, you got to escalate, it goes to a manager, and then it got escalated again, it goes to a VP, and then it goes to the SVP. So if a problem reaches you at that point, it is the worst problem to have. It's a problem that no one wants to solve, or no one can solve. No one wants to point the direction because it could be a life and death decision. It's literally the worst job. I can't explain it. It's the toughest decisions always bubble up to the top. And it's all on your shoulders. There's no one else that's gonna make that call, right? You're the founder, you're gonna make that call, but no pressure. And somehow you're gonna have like 100 hours of meetings per day. So I don't know how, but that occurs. Then on team, right? A company is not just you. I think if I think the first 5-ish, 10-ish, maybe people, you tend to find them within your wider network, right? Or friends of friends network, colleagues of colleagues, et cetera. And those people you can really, connect and understand and so on. But what happens if you're a developer founder and you have to hire your first compliance analyst, right? Like how do you gauge that? Or I don't know, copywriter, maybe let's say that's none of your thing. And like, okay, so hiring talented people outside of your expertise is really hard. I'll say that. It's like incredibly hard because it's very hard to discern what is true or false, what is good and bad, really, what is just hearsay and good speaking capabilities versus can they actually walk the walk, right? So it's incredibly hard, and it's important to note that these are the people that are going to go to war with you, alongside you. So you need to pick them right, and it's really hard. And in the same vein, you're going to have to fire people, whether it's because you have budget constraints or things aren't going your way or performance issues. You're going to have some of the most, let's call it, hardest calls and meetings you'll have to have are if you ever have to let go of someone who has been growing this business with you, right? So let's say you get a partner developer or a founding engineer or someone, and after a year and a half of battling every week and so on, maybe things aren't working, or maybe, they are no longer working with you and you have to let them go. This is someone who's maybe even more than a friend. It's a brother, it's a sister. It's literally that person that's been there for you through and through, and you have to fire them. Like it's hard. Like you just have to do it. And because of that, it's your job solely. It's solely your job to maintain culture. Culture is very intangible. It's hard to maintain. It's not something you can point at. Maintaining culture is incredibly hard. You can't send a manager or let's build a little culture committee to fix the culture. That's some cringe shit. Like, no, that doesn't work. You're the founder. You need to instill the values. You instill the culture. You tell them what things need to be valued. It's very hard. And so you're the only one that can fix it. So on top of having the world against you, you don't sleep, all of these problems, you have the worst job, you also have to tell everyone how they should act, right? They need to perceive the company in a certain way. It's so hard. And you will think that you are amazing. You're gonna think that you're amazing and that you can solve this problem and that other thing, and you can self-host this and you can self-host that other thing, and you can run everything yourself, and then you're gonna fail left and right. It's just reality, okay? You're going to fail. Get used to it, get back up, but you're gonna fail. You're gonna aim for perfection on too many fronts, and you're gonna get, it's too much to hold for one person or one team. And then hopefully your company, starts going big, or your expertise takes you places, and you get to travel the world, and you get invited to dinners, you get invited to conferences and events, and you get to meet some of the folks that you hold highly in your mind in the industry, right? You get to meet some of your heroes. They all suck. They all suck, okay? Just let them die. They all suck. It's fine. Just like you suck too, but your heroes suck. They're just normal people. Get used to it. Nothing magical about them. Meet them, but then remove the mask because it's not that big. And then this is just a general advice. Find something to punch. Not a person or a wall. If you're a developer, it really hurts here, okay? Go to Rage Ground in your city, go do some boxing or something. Just find something to punch, because things are not gonna go your way. You're gonna wanna hit your head. That's also bad, don't do that. Just punch pillow, or just punch something. You're gonna want to relieve some stress. All right, so why are we here, man? This thing sucks. The world is against you. Every vendor wants you dead, and no one wants to give you money. It's hard to have a bank account. It's hard to hire. You can't even keep the people. You have to let them go. Why are we here? Why am I here after 5 years? Why are you all here? That's because you're all a bunch of psychos. I'm a psycho too. We're insane. We're literally insane. Think about it. You create this thing in your head, and then you say, I'm gonna do this. What crazy person does that? I'm gonna quit everything and I'm gonna pursue this idea I have in my head. That's insane. You're obsessed with this problem. You're obsessed with it. You're relentless. You don't stop until you solve it, right? And you know, the way I like to frame it, it's like Bitcoin founders are even a different kind of, it's a different breed of founders. The world is against you as a founder. The world is much more against you as a Bitcoin founder, right? And so, you know, I jokingly say that Bitcoin founders are those that like lived in the colloquial Arrakis, like coming out of, you know, the sand and the spice, like, you know, literally braving the storm and coming out and saying like, we are the ones, because there's no other way. It's unstoppable, right? And this is the very famous Steve Jobs quote, like, you're psycho, you're insane, you're crazy. That's why it works. You have to be crazy. I don't think it's like founder crazy or like synonyms. It's just how it is. You have to be. So let me amend the title of the talk, okay? Being a founder sucks is not really it. It's one of the toughest things you do, but it's the most rewarding thing you'll ever do in your life. Period. Like, I stand by that wholeheartedly. And it's because you'll discover yourself in ways you have never thought about. Like, you'll reach limits, whether it's stress limits, whether it's physical limits, whether it's, you know, crying in the bathroom at 4 a.m. after all your servers have crashed and you have no idea what to do. Like, you will discover yourself. You will also discover that you have different values than you thought you had, because you're gonna be put to test on an interpersonal basis and a professional basis. Everything that you do is putting you to the test. So you'll discover parts of yourself you didn't know. And then you're gonna grow, like, college was 4 years, sure, whatever. If you did college, whatever. I think I've done like 10 colleges in the 4.5 years of Zebedee. Like, you grow so much. One day you turn around and you're suddenly an expert in 17 different disciplines and you had no idea what, how, when did that happen? And the perks of founders, you know, you can lean on your network, you have support, you can lean on advisors, investors, all your board, the whole thing, yes. But at the end of the day, it's you. You have to learn it. You have to learn by doing. And, you know, any self-taught person will tell you that is the best way to learn. Throw yourself in the fire and solve it. So you'll grow like crazy. The last 4.5 years have been insane. So when you're having the worst day, like when you're having the worst day, think back to that one customer that you got into Bitcoin. And that's net positive, and then try to sleep with that. Because if your business is a wallet or an enterprise or an API provider, if you're getting people into Bitcoin, teaching them about Bitcoin, processing payments in Bitcoin, whatever, right? If you're getting them into the new money of the world of the future, you're already having an impact. So try to hold on to these little wins when shit hits the fan, because it helps you get back up. So anyone that you get into Bitcoin is net positive. But your products and services will literally change lives because of the impact they'll have. I come back to this story. In 2021, we released Infused CSGO. So Counter-Strike, the CSGO part? Yeah, so in 2021, we released the Infused CSGO. So CSGO is the Counter-Strike, right, 1.6 before the new version came out. And you can mod it, right? So we modded it to add real Bitcoin into the game. So not only did we have physical 3D Bitcoins that you walked and you picked it up, but if I shoot you and your life goes down, you drop physical Bitcoin and I pick it up, and then like sats or slingshot back and forth. So super cool, super exciting. But the thing is, these are microtransactions of sats. The problem is not the problem, but a lot of the gamers were not in the US. And so 100 sats is worth quite a bit of money. And so what happened is a lot of our user base in 2021 was in Brazil. And they love Counter-Strike. And so over the span of like 6 months, when Bitcoin was, well, I forget the price now, a lot of people earned a lot of Satoshis. And that was microtransactions and Lightning making macro impact in people's lives, right? Like, that is the difference. So your creations will change life. A little integration in Counter-Strike allowed Brazilians to post on Twitter. They said they paid bills, they bought medicine, they bought groceries. Yes, they bought the swag and the clothes and all of that, but this is purchasing power that your game, your integration is providing them. Like, it changes lives. So remember that. It's a weird one, but think of it this way. Your entrepreneurship, your relentless go-getter mentality, your ability to, whether it's raise money, build products that people pay for, whatever it is, you create the floor for your people to build foundations on. And when I say that, I build families. Like, there are a lot of little ZBDs walking around on the earth right now. It's insane to think about that, you know, the impetus of starting the company has enabled the floor for these people to build their own foundations on top, right? There are people that have 3 kids, and that's because of you. You need to remember that you instill and enable this for people to live, to thrive. So your team will produce babies. Such a weird way to say this. And then this one is a big one, I think, for all of us here, right? Sorry. Every company, every software company is open source. Well, your end products may not be open source, but your Linux box is open source, your Docker containers are open source, your whatever package you're using is likely open source, Bitcoin's open source, Lightning's open source, everything is open. So whether you raise money, whether you make a little bit of money, whether you can, if you are a founder of a company in the space, just give back, okay? Take 1%, 5, whatever it is, $10. Give back in whatever way you can, whether it's funding a developer, whether it's supporting an initiative, supporting events like this. Like, you have to give back because that's the only way that we progress. And to quote, like, you know, one of the greatest 21st century philosophers, Shia LaBeouf, just fucking do it, okay? Just do it. Just go out and give back. Just give money, okay? There's no, it's okay. Remember I told you that hiring talented people is really important and so on, you know, and super hard. There's the colloquial, what's the saying? Like, you are the representation of the closest 5 people to you, or something along those lines. Pick your generals wisely. These are the people you're gonna talk to every day. You're gonna strategize with them. They're gonna help you and nudge you in the right direction. Like, you have to pick the right first team. The first team is people that you talk to every day that go to war alongside you, okay? Pick the right generals, because you will need them to support you when you're falling, because you will fall. At ZBD, we have this notion of like the Everest. So the Everest is, you know, the peak, the top, like, we win, okay, great. But to get to the top of Everest, there's a lot of, you know, stops on the way. You probably know base camp, right? Getting to base camp, you know, you could do it, but it's, you know, it's hard, okay? It's not easy. And so let's say you start a company, you're at the very bottom of the mountain, the very, very bottom, and you're gonna put these metrics and KPIs, which are gonna sound incredibly ambitious, and you're gonna say, I'm gonna have 10 million users by the end of the month, you know? And you're gonna put it there, and that's great. And you're gonna work relentlessly, and you're just gonna go, and then you're gonna get to the top, and you can say, great. Did it. You beat that metric, you beat that KPI, you're winning, and then you look up and the mountain's still there, nothing's changed. And so you will beat every single metric, and then you're gonna move the goalpost every time. Take time to celebrate beating the metrics, because the goalpost never stops moving. You'll always move it. So if you beat the 10, you're gonna set it to 100. You beat the 100, you're gonna set it to 1,000. And so your team cannot be demotivated when you say, yes, now move it to 100. Like, no, celebrate the wins. You will beat every metric, but then remember that the mountain is forever up. You will never reach Everest. And if you do, something went wrong. Yeah, I'm preaching to the choir here. Yeah, pick open networks wherever possible, the same way you should support open source and open networks and stuff. Just, you know, pick open networks. I think we all in the room know that if you attach yourself, what does Michael Saylor say? You attach yourself to the Bitcoin rocket ship, you know, and then your company and your business gets the network effects of it. Sure, like, pick open networks. There's lots of benefits, right? Why does Bitcoin grow so much? Why organically? There's no Bitcoin company being like, use Bitcoin. We're all doing that, right? So pick the open networks. If you're building on it, pick Bitcoin, pick Lightning. Don't pick some closed proprietary whatever coin you want to create, or like, opt for open networks. Interoperability is really key for the future. And then similarly to the bank account question, the other question I have is like, oh my God, how do you do this every day? Because it's so scary. Every day there's like a new massive problem and something could happen and you could end your company. You have to fire this person, so on and so on. And my answer to that is the scariest part is actually the first part. Quitting your job and being crazy enough to say, I am going to follow this idea that's in my head. Like, you're insane and you're going to do it. That's the hardest part. You're basically proving to yourself that you're not crazy, but you kind of are. And it's willing to pursue, and you're willing to pursue it. The scariest part is doing that first leap. After the leap, yes, it's scary, but it's nothing like it. So if you already started your company, you're already past that. And in the end, you'll win, okay? I say this as someone who is winning, and I know lots of people in the industry are winning, and we're going to win fucking hard this year, okay? So in the end, you'll win because you are relentless, right? You are unstoppable. You won't sleep until you win. You will obsess until it's perfect. You will learn so many different verticals and disciplines and things that you will perfect every part of your craft, and you will hit the biggest product market fit, and you will make a lot of money. Like, you will learn how to execute on your vision perfectly. You will win because you're crazy enough to win, right? And it goes back to the point, like, you're not just betting on yourself, you're betting on your team, but you're betting on Bitcoin, right? The open network of Bitcoin. And when you bet on Bitcoin, you're betting on the future. So all of us here in Bitcoin, we're betting on the future, a much brighter future. But instead of just betting on it, we don't just sit around and fuck around. We go out and we build that future. We literally bring that future forward and we say, let's fucking build this now. And that's how you win, right? So that's why being a Bitcoin founder is the best thing you could ever do to your life. Thank you. Thank you.
Where are the notes?
Yeah, sure thing. There's good. Right, I'll choose a second. Okay.
How do you put up the notes?
Maybe I can have your phone right here, slides on Slack, because I can do it without notes.
Okay, let's.
Yeah.
I guess we're gonna do it without notes.
Yeah,
Let's
no,
go.
So on Slack, go on the link, put your phone right here to the laptop, have your notes open, alongside the presentation. Okay. Hey, everybody, how's it going? Y'all still waking up? For those of you who don't know me, my name is Tristan Beach, and I'm the founder and CEO of Escrow. And this is a company that has been in the works for the past 2.5 years. So for those of you who don't know, Escrow is the next industry standard for escrow, for not only just Bitcoin, but for fiat as well. And the way we're doing that is we are completely revolutionizing Bitcoin smart contracts. So we're building 3 things. The first one is an application for grandma to use so she can escrow her Bitcoin safely when she's buying a house. The second thing we're building is an API for developers. And the third one being is an agent marketplace for people to find agents to invite to their transaction. And today, I'd like to fully announce that we have a full beta API launch with full documentation. All right, y'all clap, but why is this a big deal, right? Why should everybody care about this, right? Well, there's 3 big main reasons. And the first one being is that this is, again, like I said earlier, going to completely revolutionize Bitcoin smart contracts, because what we're doing is we're bringing Bitcoin native, non-custodial smart contracts to Bitcoin. And what this is going to do for developers is create a marketplace renaissance. So in the future, you will see thousands upon thousands of marketplaces being built on top of this. And the reason for that is because as of right now, there are 0 dedicated escrow APIs for not only cryptocurrency, for Bitcoin alone. Because right now, they all aren't that great. But the real reason why this is a big deal, for the first time in Bitcoin's history, you'll be able to reverse a Bitcoin transaction, which is a huge deal. So some of the features of this I like to talk about are 6 main ones. The first one being is that this is integratable with almost anything. So, ChatGPT to Zapier, this API is going to be the Zapier of Bitcoin. The second one being is it's bridgeable between not between only other blockchains, but with banks as well. So like ACH payments, if X happens, Y. Third is that it's very scalable. So whether you're a startup or an enterprise, our API can handle any amount of traffic. The fourth one being is that it's super, super simple to use. I mean, dead simple. Simplifying the sophisticated is really hard, and we've narrowed it down to SDKs and libraries for developers to use. And the developer experience has been everything with our company. And it's very secure. And I mean, people say that all the time with what they make, but this is on the bleeding edge of cryptography standards. So much, in fact, that we've made new ones. And the last one being is that it's pretty damn sweet, meaning that we have a full SDK, test suite, APIs, and libraries for developers to build whatever they want using our API. So with that all said, I'd like to introduce my co-founder and CTO, who's been nothing but great in the past year, Christopher Scott.
Hello. All right, how are we gonna do this? My notes are right here. Okay, hi, so I'm Topher Scott, I'm CTO of Escrow. And today I'll be giving you a brief run through of the protocol that we use for building smarter contracts on top of Bitcoin and with non-custodial escrow of the funds, which I think is pretty cool. So yeah, I'm gonna be fumbling through my notes here on my phone. That's just the way I guess this set up. But yeah, so each contract has 3 distinct parties involved. So you have the members of the contract. They're the ones that set up the terms, and they're the ones that also are going to be negotiating the settlement. You have the funders of the contract. They're the ones that deposit the Bitcoin, of course. And then you have the contract service provider, which is us. So members can also be funders in a contract, of course. But from our perspective as the contract provider, we can't tell if they're the same. So we're actually blinded from knowing if there's any link there. Okay, so there are 3 phases in the life of a contract. You have the negotiation phase. This is where we negotiate the terms of the contract. We have the funding phase. This is where we deposit the Bitcoin and create the signatures. And then we have the settlement phase. This is where we negotiate the settlement of the contract. Yeah, and so this is the spookiest slide of the deck. So it only gets better from here. But this is what a basic contract looks like on our platform. So this is an example of a basic buyer-seller agreement with a third-party dispute resolution, i.e. arbitration. It's meant to be readable for humans and machines alike, but mostly humans, hopefully. So let's walk through each field here. So basically, title, short description of the contract. Content is a custom field that you can use for your own things. Duration sets the max duration of a contract before it expires. The network is self-explanatory. Paths and payments. So paths and payments are used to create a set of transactions that the contract can spend from. Each line item in paths and payments, you can recognize there's a output value and then there's a wallet address. So these are used to create a set of transactions that can be spent under certain conditions. So for example, a payout transaction or a return transaction. Value is the total amount that will be in escrow. Each transaction must equal this amount essentially. So you can see payout plus payment equals like 90 plus 10 equals 100, 90 plus 10 equals 100. So this is valid. Programs are used to select or modify any of these transactions in the set. So you can define a program by listing which actions can be used, which transactions you can interact with, and which members are able to call up that program. And you reference a member by their pub key. The actions you can take are very basic right now. It's just like lock a transaction, release it so it can be used, dispute a transaction from being spent, resolve that dispute, and finally close the contract. Schedule is, last but not least, it allows you to specify actions that run automatically at a specific time. And so this is useful for certain things like time gating certain transactions, like if you have a futures contract or something and you want to change which transactions can be spent over time, or if you want to guarantee that a contract will close before it expires. So how do you negotiate this contract? Well, there's 3 approaches you can take. So the coolest approach is peer-to-peer. So you can negotiate the contract peer-to-peer without our involvement. We don't need to be involved at all. And we built a tool for doing this over Noster using encrypted rooms, which is really cool. So that's an option you can take. You can also choose to use us for negotiation. This is the least secure way to do it, but we do offer it as an option. But the coolest way to do it is through a third party. We pretty much designed this to work with third parties that want to offer their own contract services. So a third party like Zaprite, John, are you in here? Zaprite could be a third party. And they can help negotiate a contract, and they can also insert their own services into that contract, such as arbitration, dispute resolution, whatever. They could be an Oracle maybe. So anyways, once you negotiate this contract, you publish it on our platform. Then we get to the funding stage. This is the cool part. So we start by creating a 2 of 2 deposit address. I think everybody here pretty much knows what that is. So we create a 2 of 2 deposit address. We also include a refund path that's time locked. Worst case scenario, me and my CEO get hit by a bus and your money gets stuck. Well, you just wait out the time lock and you take it back. But anyways, so you create this address, and everything's on the funder's side. So all the funder has to do is verify the contract terms and the refund path are correct. Once they do that, they can deposit the Bitcoin into the address safely. Then they sign those transactions that came from the contract. And they also tweak each signature with the terms of the contract. And this is something that we do to set up a fraud proof later on. But anyways, once you do all this stuff, you can just deliver it back to us, and then we hold on to these signatures. Okay, and so this is what it looks like to actually negotiate with the contract once it's fully funded. So we have a little VM that runs and basically represents like the logic of the contract. So the VM is initiated by the terms of the contract, like the duration, all that stuff. It's plugged into the VM. And if you want to interact with the contract, all you do is you send us these signed messages, signed with your pub key, and we put them into the contract and we run it, and then we see what we get out the other side. So for example here, this is a message that's signed by Alice and Bob. Let's say Alice and Bob are in a contract. They agree that they want to settle the contract, so they want to close it out, and they want to close on the payout transaction. So they're happy with that. So they create this message, they both sign it, they give it to us, we put it into the VM, it runs, and there's this program that we specified in the contract, that's what we saw earlier, and it basically checks everything to make sure it's valid, that the signatures are good, Alice and Bob are there, they both co-signed, and they're allowed to close the contract on this path. So once that's done, updates the VM, and if it looks like the contract is settled, it spits out an output. And along with that output, it spits out a hash. And so another cool thing that we do here is something that we use in JIT, in version control, is that every time we update the VM, we actually we create a hash commitment, and then we chain them together. So each time we update the VM, it spits out a hash. That hash is a proof of execution that we use, that you can use to validate that we executed the contract fairly. Okay, so what is our security model? So let's run through this real quick. So yeah, so members and third parties can blind us, the contract service provider, to negotiation. Members can use an independent party for arbitration, so we don't handle arbitration. Third parties handle arbitration. Members and funders can verify all terms before they deposit the Bitcoin. Funders decide what transactions to include in the covenant. So we can't coerce funders to sign transactions. They decide what transactions to sign. All parties have consensus on contract execution. That's why we don't do arbitration. Cheating is virtually impossible to get away with. Contracts with single outcomes are essentially trustless. So if you don't want to use multiple transactions in your contract, you just want to do something simple like a vault or a coin join or a fundraiser, there's only one output, then you have the strongest security model there is. We're essentially just a coin join coordination service at that point, which is also really cool. So what are the current risks? So there's two outstanding risks that I want to address. The contract service provider can censor you by ignoring your messages and refusing to provide a receipt. So that's one risk that we have to cover. Another risk is that the contract service provider can also be hacked, threatened, or coerced to broadcast the wrong transaction. So this is only a risk for certain contracts, like we just talked about earlier. If you're just doing coin joins and stuff, it's not really an issue. But having one provider is a central source of failure. So how are we going to address this? So this is our roadmap, and I want to go over a couple of things on here. So first, we are looking into doing proof of delivery over Noster. So the cool thing about Noster is that it sort of gives you this distributed network of consensus on a message being delivered. The relays hold on to these messages, and you can check the relays to see if a message exists, and multiple parties can essentially use the same relays and have a consensus on what messages have been broadcast. So that's only half of the equation. Like currently relays are just too dumb to really do anything useful with that information. But we would like to set up some relays that actually offer some sort of signed receipt that messages actually have been delivered to their recipients. So that's one way we can prove delivery so that a contract service provider can't censor you. Another thing that we can do is instead of having one contract server, we can actually have a federation of contract servers. So the 2 of 2 addresses that we use are actually using MUSIC2, and MUSIC2 is the protocol that's used for Frost. So we're really just one step away of implementing Frost and doing the contract service provider as a federation. So that's another way of dealing with situations where one server can be vulnerable, but a federation of servers could not. And then last but not least, we are looking into doing this over Lightning. So something like essentially where we're a Lightning service provider in a sense. Everybody's connected to us. So one of the things with doing escrow on Lightning is that it doesn't make any sense after going one hop, because every additional hop that your payment goes in the network, you're locking up excess liquidity that you don't need to. So it really only makes sense to kind of have like an LSP model where everybody just connects to you and you're the mediator. So we're looking into doing that, but with smart contracts. And then finally, it works today. So this is the why should you, thank you. This is the why you should use us slide. Because it works today. The integrations are actually really simple, so that the way this is set up is that it's really easy to hook other APIs into our smart contracts so that they can control the contract. It's also cheap and private. So this is thankful to Musig. So Musig, essentially, when a contract settles, you can't tell anything at all. It just looks like a simple coin join on the blockchain. There's no information, no scripts, no nothing, which is great. Bring your own VM. So the way the protocol's set up, we have a VM that we created just for basic functionality, but you could really insert any VM that you want, provided that the VM you can prove the execution. And Frost, like I mentioned, so this is all compatible with Frost, so that's going to be on our roadmap to implement, and Lightning as well. So we're going to be compatible with Lightning, and we're excited to work on that in the future. And yeah, so this is our developer website, and come build something awesome. Thank you.
Well, this might work anyway. If it works. Would you like a handheld mic or honestly, that's it. And maybe HDMI, because this isn't doing anything. And if this doesn't work, I can use it on yours. Hey, everybody. I'm Christopher David, founder of Open Agents. Happy Craig Wright is not Satoshi Day. Judgment just came down like an hour or two ago, and yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that on openagents.com, if you ask, is Craig Wright Satoshi? And let's just do it live. Let's just do it live, everybody. Is Craig Wright Satoshi? We are all Satoshi, except for Craig Wright. Okay, good. All right, so I need your help to do something reckless. I just pushed the deploy button on this like 10 minutes ago. So let's see, reckless. Yeah, I set up my first Lightning node in January of 2018. It was one of the first 400 on the network. And back then the hashtag was #reckless. Like, be real careful. Whatever you put in, you'll probably lose. Well, you know, I'm gonna kind of steal that hashtag here. I want to help me do something reckless. So we just launched openagents.com. I invite you to try this out. There's no account needed. It's all free. You just go there. You can do it on your phone. It should work. Caveat, all conversations are public, read and write. This probably won't last too long, but I could use some help stress testing this. So this is just a chatbot agent connected to Mistral Large with some interesting semantic routing to do certain things. And you're welcome to play with that while I do a dramatic reading of some of our launch announcement here. So we're launching openagents.com today. Going to do a big blast with documentation and stuff later today. Oh, thank you. One agent to rule them all. Today we launch Open Agents, the world's first AI agent swarm capable of recursive daily improvement through crowdsourcing and Bitcoin incentives. And because you get to hear me talk, I'm going to skip down and give you a bit more of the backstory here. Let's see. So I would say the seeds for this began years ago. We're really fortunate here in Austin to have amazing Bitcoin programming all the time. And there was an event a few blocks from here 3 years ago at the old Unchained headquarters, PlebFi Austin. And there were a couple of the talks there from folks from Lightning Labs. Ryan gave a talk. Laulu gave a talk. A big theme there was we can use these Lightning fee markets to establish dynamic pricing for all sorts of different things. And I was like trying to dig up some slides, and I found your slide deck that's still online. And one of the things there was like Uber for GPUs. I was like, oh, cool. Like that's kind of what came to mind for me as 6 months ago, I was trying to add this uncensored AI chat to this Noster app that I was building at the time. And I was trying to spin up a GPU cluster to run one of these models off of Hugging Face. And I tried Hugging Face, I tried Amazon, and like I could not spin up a GPU cluster. Oh, we're out of hardware capacity. We're out of hardware capacity. And I was like, where is the liquid market where I can just pay Lightning Sats and give me some compute? I'll pay 3, 5, 10x above spot. I don't care. Just let me do it. That didn't exist. So that was kind of version 1 of our pivot to AI. We built this basic swarm compute network. We had about 250 devices of consumer hardware, people running our software on their computer, connecting their GPU power to this open network, paired with an OpenAI compatible API endpoint that would let people do fine-tuning, inferencing, eventually image gen and embeddings, all through this kind of open network using open models. And that was really cool. And we had a whole bunch of sellers and like former crypto miners run at us because, oh, hey, I can monetize my old devices. And the problem that we ran into there was we had so many sellers and not enough people like wanting to use this. We didn't really want to lean into that uncensored chat, or image gen use case. And, I'm sure we could make a bunch of money, generating AI porn, but that's not really what I'm trying to do. And it was funny, like looking at Ryan's slide, where you listed like the product market fit of all these different things. And you had Uber for GPUs as like a 1. Like I was like, oh shit, should have like taken that to heart. Anyway, so I paid really close attention when Sam Altman launched their dev day 4 months ago, and they kind of, they launched GPT-4 or 4.5 or whatever the stuff that they launched, who cares? But at the end of the presentation, when they kind of did their one more thing, like the coolest thing they were super excited about was this idea of a GPT store. GPT is their version of like a little AI assistant that you can kind of create. You can equip it with your documents. You can list it in this store, and developers are going to be able to get revenue sharing proportional to how many people use it. Like, wow, really cool. And they said, yeah, this is coming, and we're working on this, and we're going to announce the monetization details later. And I thought, they're probably going to half-ass that. It's probably going to be a half-baked or maybe even non-existent. 4 months later, they haven't launched, or that what they've launched is not actually a store. There's no monetization. So my thought at the beginning of November was like, let's do our own version of this, because if they do launch monetization, I'm going to guess that they're going to do something like X does now, where they're going to have some very geographically limited, we'll pay you once per week via Stripe Connect if you meet our criteria, and if you're good enough for us. Like, fuck that. Anybody who contributes anything, whether it's data, algorithm, code, anything to AI agents deserves to be paid fractional rev share permissionlessly instantly. And like, well, that's probably worth building a product. So, did this pivot kind of in full view, did like what ended up becoming an 80 video series of me just like building this and thinking out loud, 100% open source ideas to have open models and data, open compute, open money, and an open agent marketplace with revenue share. We kind of learned 3 things, key insights over the last 4 months. Number 1 is we learned how to build agents from reusable building blocks that can be contributed by developers in any of 8 different programming languages, compiling to these WebAssembly modules that we can now pull into these agentic workflows. They can be monetized with long-term Bitcoin revenue streams. So if someone uses a building block that you did, or even a data set or anything like that, your Lightning address is there. We can pay you fractionally for anyone who pays for that agentic workflow, assuming someone's willing to pay for it, as well as composed into larger agents, even by non-developers. You should be able to, in our point and click interface, click to fork someone else's agent if you have some better data set that you can put in, list that on the open market, and have that available to anybody. Separately, we equip these agents with the ability to hold their own Bitcoin balances. Still super simple implementation, just basically shared wallet using Alby, but basic proof of concept, it works, as well as paying for services using the Lightning Network and the L402 protocol, which has been awesome. And doubly awesome is that there's like 5+ companies all kind of trying to work on that together. Most recently, we've discovered what we think is going to be a better user experience than like the current GPT store, where you go and you're confronted with a search box and there's like 600 different assistants or agents or GPTs, and they all kind of suck. None of them are really good. It's like, well, that's a lot of kind of cognitive overload of what is all this junk. But maybe the interface shouldn't be, a whole bunch of things. Maybe it's just like one thing, and maybe that can be customized in different ways. But this is kind of the idea behind what we're launching right now. We want to demonstrate like a couple of concepts here. One is you can go here and you can say, what is this? And this is just the like basic prompt. It's kind of system prompt where we're saying, give the user some introductory information about open agents. But then we program this also with an API. We connected it to a stock API. And this is just kind of me scratching my own itch of like, a few days ago, I was like, how do I find what the like open price of MSTR was the last 5 trading days or whatever? This is going to go out and it's going to hit an API and it's going to call that. And I asked it same thing, like what is the Bitcoin price? And this stock API like gave me the wrong answer, whatever. So I like found a better API and connected that. And this is all free for right now. But you can imagine that this could have the same way that we're integrating sort of like free ones now, integrate paid APIs with whoever connects the paid API to this, earning stats of whatever is being paid. So let's do one more thing. Someone kind of joked, it would be cool if you could give a little lecture, ChatGPT style lecture, if someone asked for the price of some other token. I was like, okay, yeah, like cool, let's do that. That took me about half an hour yesterday. Like, what is Ethereum? Shitcoins are not supported, study Bitcoin. Now, there's another project who we're starting to do some work with called Spirit of Satoshi that's kind of trying to do this thing at the level of the LLM itself, which is cool, but you don't actually need to complicate it that amount. You can come up with this idea called semantic router, and we'll be launching some developer documentation on our website later today about this. But there's just the idea that you can create these different routes, and the routes are kind of associated with different vector embeddings of strings. So I have routes here for finance, stock, price, market. Anything that's kind of close to that, it's going to send them down a particular route where we're calling this financial API that we're integrated with. And we've only done like 2 of the integrations with that, like checking the price or checking the basic company financial data. But just as an example, the level of information that we have just from a single kind of regular industry leading stock API allows for extremely detailed analysis where, it'd take me, if I wanted to take half a day and like add support for more functions, where I could then ask, what is the open price of MSTR for the last 5 days, compare that against the Bitcoin price, calculate these moving averages. It should be as simple as you asking a question to an agent and getting back a really complex answer. There are people like trying to do that kind of things for these sort of individual use cases here and there. They're trying to build companies doing one thing, but that just reminds me of the old sort of Uber for X model. Like that model has died. There's not going to be a bunch of different things. My bet is that there's going to be one sort of swarm of these agents that if we can properly incentivize people with Bitcoin to contribute to that, it is going to be, as we say, one agent to rule them all. More information on this will be out later today in terms of the documentation, how this all works. But what I want to invite you all to do is please try this. We are right now just kind of launching the basic chat interface. What we need to do now is we need to build the market. We need to connect people that can say, hey, if I could take that stock trading analysis thing and connect it to my LN Markets account, or if I could do due diligence in a more automated fashion on these different portfolio companies I'm evaluating, is there a use case that if you were thinking, I would love to be able to do this, like it probably can be done, we want you to tell us that, tell me that, I'll be around all day, tweet that at us, or come into this interface and be like, I want an agent that does fill in the blank. Note again, all of this is going to be public, but we separately have 8 or so developers who we've already paid bounties to. We've got a bunch of developers who are wanting specifically to build agent and these kind of agentic building blocks for people who want that. So we've figured out the architecture. Now we need to build the market. I hope that you all can kind of test this out, openagents.com, and I'll see you soon. Thanks.
All right, we are good. All right, thanks for patience there for a minute. All right, my name is John McGill, founder and CEO of Zaprite. This is just a really quick announcement. I don't have too many slides or anything here to flesh this out a little bit, but Zaprite is basically a Bitcoin payments platform, and our whole goal is to provide tools that allow individuals and businesses to accept Bitcoin payments in the absolute easiest way possible. It started off as an invoicing platform, which basically came from a need that I personally had when I was freelancing and earning Bitcoin to get paid in Bitcoin. So we built out an invoicing tool, and then the second iteration of that was to actually build out a payment links, which were basically invoices one-to-one, payment links one-to-many. And so we started expanding the features available to users to give them more options to really get that Bitcoin in onto their balance sheet. And one of the ways we do this is we just allow users, obviously, to create checkouts, connect any wallets, and create checkouts. So we've got a whole bunch of connections here, if the internet will play nice. So yeah, the idea is we're non-custodial, so you got to come to us with a Bitcoin wallet. That's really just an XPub, or it could be a Lightning node over LND. We'll have Core Lightning in there soon as well. And then we got a lot of third-party stuff like Strike, Zebedee, Ibex, like different things like that you can connect in. And the idea is you basically head to your checkout, and you configure your checkout by basically just toggling on and off all of these different options that you want to add in. And now you get your hosted branded checkout that you can accept the Bitcoin any way that you want. As I mentioned, the two ways that you could do that up until now, well, a couple of different ways, was one, the invoices, two, the payment links. We had a WooCommerce, we have a WooCommerce integration as well, which we just released recently. So we were starting to expand the ways and the places that you could actually use this Zaprite hosted checkout that you've configured. So now what I'd like to announce is that we are actually launching an API, which basically allows, thank you, which basically allows anybody to use their Zaprite hosted checkout on any platform at all. Any developer can now plug into this, so they don't have to be using WooCommerce, they don't have to be using our web app to build their payment links or their invoicing. They can actually take this API and create orders on the fly from their own website. They can give us some information like callback URLs and different things. We've got a webhook service we'll be releasing alongside this as well, which will give notifications. So you can now basically create these orders, query these orders, know when they're paid, and your users will get redirected from our hosted checkout back to your website. So now any custom built website any developer is working on, they can have full access to their hosted checkout, to their self-custody wallets, any service they want to connect up to Zapride. At the moment, these are just a couple of screenshots, or one screenshot of what it will eventually look like in the app when you go in. You'll be able to create one or many API keys. You can revoke them, switch them at any time you want. And then create associated webhooks as well alongside that, where you'll get your notifications. The beauty of this, obviously, as I said, is it just opens it up to so many more developers and platforms to be able to like hook into this and use it to get their self-custody payments, which we think is pretty cool, because really we want to promote self-custody as much as we possibly can, but offer this one unified hosted checkout where you can plug in Stripe, Square, different fiat payment methods as well, and have this unified checkout where you're getting your fiat payments alongside your Bitcoin payments. So you can just get Bitcoin in front of your customers, even though they may not want to pay or might not know about Bitcoin. You're obviously just putting it in front of them and giving those options. So now you can use that hosted checkout in a lot more places by building your own custom payment flow. Right now, it's pretty basic. You can see here, we've basically just got a create order and query order. With the webhook service alongside that, it kind of gives you enough to build a basic service where you can build a complete customized end-to-end flow. And then we'll flesh this out over time, start adding more features in the API and give you more access to your data and features and functionality within Zapride itself. But yeah, that's it. Really quick announcement. That's the API. If you guys have any questions, would like to test it out, we are doing just some closed beta testing right now. So feel free to come up to any one of us here today, or shoot us an email and we can generate some API keys for you so you can actually start testing it. But it will be released very soon, once we just dial in the webhook system and the information we need to get out there. We'll be launching this probably in the next week or two at the most. I'd say it'll be out there. But if you want quick early access, hit us up. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Up next is Teresa with a few announcements.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. I'm Teresa, and I help out a little bit with PlebLab. So we are very grateful for you to be here, grateful for our keynote speakers, additional speakers in the audience, judges, et cetera, all of you who are guests, and a big, healthy thank you to all of our sponsors. And I want to make sure that we don't leave anybody out. So I actually wrote it down, and I'm also old, so I kind of need to see it like right here. Lightning Ventures. Mez is here. Thank you so much. They have been a longtime friend of PlebLabs, and we are very grateful for that friendship. Fulgur Ventures. They are a big part of what you're going to be seeing this afternoon, leading into our competition and the finalist. 1031 couldn't do it without their support. DLA Piper, that is a law firm. So you'll be hearing more from one of their attorneys later today in a fireside chat, but we're grateful to have their support. They are a global law firm, so while they are large, that means they also have global reach and can help U.S. companies connect with people overseas and vice versa. So there's a lot of opportunity there. You'll learn more about that a little bit later. Thriller Bitcoin, helping spread the word and get information out, essential information out since day one. So that's really important. Open Agents, who you just heard from a few minutes ago, thank you to them. Unchained Capital, right down the hall. Coming up soon, next month, Bitcoin++. And Nifty's in the house. And if Nifty's in the house, that means we want to thank Base 58. Your breakfast is courtesy of Breeze, and please let Umi know she's going to be up here shortly. If you picked up a t-shirt, and if you didn't, you still can, it was designed by Scoresby over here, and it was supported by Voltage. Brandon is here with Green Candle. He's also another messenger getting the word out. We also want to thank WBD. What Bitcoin did. Last but not least, and I don't want to make you hungry, but I do want to make your mouth water, because our good friends at K&C Cattle, where the cows enjoy the grass and then we enjoy the cows, they will be supplying the beef, and that will be lovingly prepared by Texan Johnny Ochoa, who, for all you foreigners who ain't from Texas, you gonna get a slice of it, because he serves it up with a little bit of heritage. It isn't just meat on a plate that he seasoned. He's actually preparing something that he studied and thought about that harkens back to the heritage and how some of our ancestors prepared their meals. So you'll get a taste of history, which is important because we are now sitting between the Declaration of Texas Independence on March 2nd and when we win our independence in April. So important dates. So thank you for that. Last but not least, there's one other entity on the list I didn't include, and that is the Bitcoin Commons. We are very pleased to be able to be here, and I want to invite Parker up here. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. Just want to say a few words about the Commons. I recognize a lot of you, but not all of you. For those of you who are here for the first time, welcome. In this space, we host events like this. We're hosting the takeover tomorrow, but really what this space is designed to be is a community space to support the local community, but also a lot of people who travel through Austin and are here for periods of time. We have 4 local meetups each month that are free. Austin BitDevs, which will be tonight. It is sacrilegious, but we do it every 3rd Thursday. But given the occasion of South by, we're doing it on the 2nd Thursday. Don't tell people outside this room, although we'll notify everybody so they don't show up. We've got Austin Bitcoin Design Club, Lightning Developers Meetup, and then also Austin Bitcoin Club. Really what we're trying to do here is foster community, putting good people in the same room. Good things happen when you have high degrees of randomness with good people. So thank you all for being here. One of the other partners for this week in the Commons is HRF. I think a lot of you are familiar with the Human Rights Foundation. They usually have a much larger presence at South by Southwest. They weren't able to this year, and they've been a great partner to us in the past. The last several years, we've hosted events with them here, and they wanted to lean in a bit more. And so a couple of things that I just want to mention are we've got flyers kind of around, but then they're also here that you can pick one up. They've got the Financial Freedom Report. The Oslo Freedom Forum is coming up June 3rd through 5th. So if you're interested in that, that's in Oslo, Norway. I haven't yet been, but I hear phenomenal things. And then they also have a Bitcoin Development Fund. So if you check out, you can donate or you can apply. And then last but not least, we've got the CBDC tracker. We hate CBDCs here at the Bitcoin Commons. We won't allow them to proliferate because we will develop faster and harder and better than them. But you can still check out HRF's CBDC tracker. So with that, hope you guys have a great time. If you have any feedback in the space, if you want to contribute, please let me know. This is here for the Bitcoin community, not just local to Austin, but to everybody. So thank you again.
All right, most of you know the bathrooms are in the hallway. We've got coffee and waters in the back. It's a little early for beer, but whatever floats your boat. You may be in a different time zone this morning. You can use that excuse. We do have plenty of tacos still left. And before we head into our panels, which will be the next portion of what we'll do today, then we'll have lunch, and then we'll get to Top Builder. And we at PlebLab have really enjoyed what we've been able to do these last 3 or 4 months and the intense 8 weeks that the builders spent, but we could not have done it without the support of Wolf. So please, at the very back of the room, you can see Wolf has generously sent us some swag, so please feel free to pick that up. We are grateful to their support, sponsorship, guidance. We really partnered hand in hand as we designed this inaugural Top Builder Year, as well as the support from HRF was essential for what we're doing there and how we're helping developers around the globe connect with each other, get the education and help that they need. So Wolf and HRF are key partners for us, especially for Top Builder. So we hope you'll stick around this afternoon for the competition of the finalists. And I will turn it back over to Donna. Thank you.
Thanks for everybody that's making this possible. I really do appreciate it. Up next, we have Ryan Gentry with the next generation of building on Bitcoin.
Not my tool.
Can you make this go?
Good morning, everybody. Very excited to be here, and shout out and thank you to Car and to the whole PlebLab team for putting this event on. And yeah, please. And most importantly, maintaining Austin's dominant position as the Bitcoin capital of the world. Very excited to be talking with you all today about the next generation of building on Bitcoin. And I would also be remiss, I don't know, for those of you that don't have a crippling Twitter addiction like I do, you may have missed that a judge in the UK ruled today that Craig Wright is officially not Satoshi. Very exciting milestone for Bitcoin, and I think is a nice little segue into this, which with that going on, with the ETFs going on, I don't know if you've noticed, but it's become very cool to be saying that you're building on Bitcoin now, and that has not always been the case. So I think it's really exciting time to be building on Bitcoin. And for those that don't know me or don't know my history, I'm the head of business development at Lightning Labs. And I got into kind of crypto broadly in 2017. And my first job was working at a crypto hedge fund, investing in, non-Bitcoin projects. And it just infuriated me, the number of really talented, smart, earnest developers who chose to launch their own token or build on some other blockchain other than Bitcoin, because either the thing that they wanted to build, either wasn't possible or they couldn't figure out how to build it on Bitcoin, or there were misaligned, incentives driving them towards other projects. So, I'm very excited personally to see that, some 6 years later, now there's a whole bunch of energy, in building on Bitcoin. And, I do think a large part of that is, you look at Lightning success over the last 3 years, and, while it's, still, there's still work to be done, I think it's, undoubtable that thanks to all the hundreds of companies, in the space and, hundreds of developers in the space that have collectively grown the Lightning Network, there are now developers looking at this and saying, okay, there's potential to build more things on Bitcoin. There's potential to extend the capabilities and leverage the properties that Bitcoin has, to build either my own kind of off-chain protocol or my own type of application or project. So one thing about this that I think is interesting, and if you haven't heard about all of these yet, I promise you will hear an enormous amount about them the rest of this year, is all of the new kind of Bitcoin layer 2s that are coming. So this slide is most definitely not an endorsement, but I do want to say that I had the privilege last year of attending Lisa's talk at Consensus here in Austin, where she talked about, I have the headline here in the middle. She talked about how the next big thing that was coming to Bitcoin was this Cambrian explosion of Bitcoin layer 2 protocols. And I'll be honest, at the time watching the presentation, I was kind of like, really? Do you think so? I don't know. Well, what kind of layer 2s would you build? And I've, she was 100% right, and I was definitely wrong. And so just kind of, I made a nice little circular diagram here of a bunch of them, but we have Fedimints, we have Cashew, we have things called spider chains, Arc, the BitVM stuff, ZK rollups, Marathon, the public, miner is launching their own Bitcoin layer 2. And then there's some other here's that I just kind of looked on Twitter for Bitcoin layer 2 and found some logos. Again, this is most definitely not an endorsement, but there's a whole bunch of new stuff coming. And I think that that is really exciting. And you will hear a lot about that, but kind of what I want to talk about today is, a lot of these things are kind of in development, requiring more research. Some of them are, speculative in their concerns. And what I want to talk about today is a couple of new capabilities that are coming out that are available now that, developers can mess with today. And so first I want to talk about, kind of Bitcoin native swaps with taproot assets. So this is something, and, these slides are something that I stole from our great developer, George, who just put this out, this demo. We demoed it in our community call last Thursday. I think this is just a really new capability for Bitcoin developers that I want to highlight. So, atomic swaps have been a theory, something people have theorized about for many, many years, and now we have a really easy way to do so with taproot assets. So what does this Bitcoin native swap look like? If I have Alice, who has 1,000 sats and 100K USD as a taproot asset, and Bob, who has a Bitcoin, and they want to do a swap, and for those that are unfamiliar with taproot assets, this is, a protocol being developed by Lightning Labs for native asset issuance on Bitcoin. And the way that you can think about the USD here is taproot assets are kind of UTXOs within a UTXO. So Alice will have a 1K sat UTXO on chain that includes within it 100K USD, right? So Alice says, hey, you want to swap my 100K USD for your Bitcoin? And I chose this price because at 100K USD, I can finally take the laser eyes off of my Twitter profile pic. Please buy my bags. Bob says, yes, I would like to do that swap. So what Alice does is she constructs a PSBT, partially signed Bitcoin transaction, where she puts in, on the input side, I have this, UTXO that's 1K sats and contains 100K USD. And in order to complete this transaction, you need to pay me a 1 Bitcoin output, right? So I'm putting 100K USD in, and I'm getting 1 BTC out. She signs on the Bitcoin side, Bitcoin level, with SIG hash single, and anyone can pay. And I'll talk a little bit about this on the next slide. And on the taproot output side, taproot asset side, she signs with SIG hash none. So if folks are unfamiliar with SIG hashes, there's links and things like that in the documentation about what all those means. But for the, on the Bitcoin side, you can see, of course, she commits to her reward this 1 Bitcoin output, meaning that in order to claim the taproot assets transfer, you need to bring your own Bitcoin to satisfy consensus. And so what does satisfy consensus in here mean? Obviously, you can't just have 1K sats on the input and 1 Bitcoin on the output. That's not balanced. You're creating new Bitcoin. Consensus would fail the transaction. You need to bring a Bitcoin on the input side of your own to help balance that out. And on the SIG hash none side, this allows anybody to claim the USD here on the taproot assets level. And so that, I think, is really cool, because this makes this PSBT that she's created, this is a permissionless offer. Anybody can take this string of characters. You could publish it on Noster. You could publish it on a website. You could directly give it to somebody off in iMessage or something, and they could complete this offer and complete the swap. So what happens? She sends the PSBT to Bob. Bob then inputs his 1 Bitcoin input. He puts on the output side, I would like to be paid the 1,000K sat UTXO that contains 100K USD. Submits that to the Bitcoin network, submits kind of the taproot asset level proof to a universe server optionally, and boom, permissionless swap, completely atomic, trustless, completed. So this is, I think, like a brand new capability for developers that, we're really excited about, that, being able to go in between, fiat and Bitcoin has always been a pain generally. And now being able to go between stable coins and Bitcoin natively with kind of no intermediary, just using Bitcoin tech and partially signed Bitcoin transactions, I think is super exciting. So be on the lookout for that. And if you want to check out the code, have a QR code here. And of course, we'll be making a lot more noise about this going forwards once we have kind of the next big release. The second really exciting capability that I think people are starting to leverage, and you heard a lot about this from Chris at Open Agents earlier, is the L402 protocol for API monetization. So if folks aren't familiar with L402, this is a reference to the HTTP 402 payment required error code, which has been in the spec for since the early 90s, but there just wasn't a digitally native internet money to make use of this error code. So, the Lightning Labs team has put together, this L402 specification, which is an open spec. I think also, at Hackathon last year, I believe, Lisa implemented this in C Lightning or something else. There's a couple, this is expanded, far beyond Lightning Labs at this point, which is really exciting. And just kind of to show you, what exactly that looks like. You have a client that wants to get a resource from a server, whether it's, Bitcoin price information, like Chris showed earlier, weather data, or, large data sets. It could be any sort of resource from a server. The client says, I want something from a server. The server says, okay, maybe, but you need to pay me first. And here's an invoice to do so. The client pays the invoice with a Lightning payment and receives kind of this proof of payment, this L402 token, this access token that says, I have paid and now I can access this resource. And once that's been done, the client then can use that L402 to access the resource going forwards. So it's a very simple, protocol, but, with profound implications. And so, who's using this today? And, why would you use it? You can charge for access to any digital resource sold on the internet. And I think this is becoming more and more important as you see companies like Reddit, companies like Twitter lock down their APIs because, all of these AI companies are just scraping up as much data as they can and monetizing it without paying. So I think this is a trend you're going to see more and more of needing to monetize and paywall your data. on the internet. And so, of course, we have open agents equipping agents that can consume any L402 endpoint. I'm super excited about their big launch today. We have a company, Sulu Solutions, who is kind of on the other side, providing an easy way to protect your APIs with the L402 error code, and also has kind of some open source contributions there. First and Go, and I think they're planning to provide clients in multiple languages. We have FewSats, who's working on kind of monetizing code recipes via L402. So if you just want to upload like a little function to their marketplace, desire for being able to get paid per any developer globally using your function, which is pretty cool, and kind of has an open source Python library. The Cashew folks have kind of their own flavor of the L402 protocol with an eCache twist, which I think is very exciting. And then what I'm really excited about, I don't know if Jim is in the room right now, but Cascader, a project that's competing in the Top Builder project from PlebLab, has a really cool kind of Zapier for paid API services like AI vision, text image generation, and more using L402 that I am like a consistent user of. I think my favorite tool is being able to pay like 1,000 sats for a summary of a YouTube video or a podcast. That's just, I would do that all the time. I do it all the time. And so super excited about kind of these new capabilities that are coming to bear. So again, if you want to check out L402, we have, there's an awesome L402 repo here with kind of all the various resources. And of course, we'll be posting this stuff online, or ask me later. But yeah, super excited about, the future of building on Bitcoin. These are kind of two new protocols that, we're super excited about and see a lot of developer interest in, and, excited to hear for the rest of the day about what the PlebLab folks have been up to and what the rest of you are building. So thank you so much.
Guys, yet another announcement of everything that is brand new and everything that is bright and beautiful and amazing, and making this easier for anyone to go interact in any way they so choose. What a beautiful time to be alive. Next, we have a panel discussion about the future of Bitcoin. Yeah. our panel. All right, we've got a great panel here about the future of Bitcoin. So I'm Brandon of Green Candle. I'll have everybody kind of go down and introduce themselves and the company that they're working for. A couple of you guys have already been on stage, but we'll go down the line. Andre, start with you.
Cool. I'm Andre, CTO, co-founder of ZBD. You heard all about me, so I'll skip. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Dave Danino, founder of Satlantis. We're a Bitcoin-based video game.
Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris. Hey, guys. I'm Chris, founder of Open Agents, AI agent platform with Bitcoin. We just launched today, openagents.com. Thanks. Yeah. Have a mic, please.
Oh, there we go. Very PlebLab, huh? But we have obviously Bitcoin's a rapidly developing space, right? There's a lot of growing things going on. There's Lightning obviously being developed. AI and gaming are also two very developing industries. So obviously you two right here work on the gaming side of things. You're seeing how it's kind of developing with micropayments, but where do you see the future kind of continuing to grow? Do you think that every single game is going to start to implement something around like micropayments? I know some games have their own token and things like that kind of in the games, but how do you see that kind of developing in the Bitcoin space, sort of merging in the gaming space?
First off, no doubt every game's going to have to eventually accept Bitcoin as a form of payment. I think that's the most standard thing. And then, I think we'll see a lot of interesting new use cases. Speaking for us, because of the instant finality of Bitcoin, we're able to do kind of like an instant cashback prize pool system where we do a revenue share with our players. As soon as someone comes on and buys a cosmetic for, 100,000 sats, we put 50,000 sats into a prize pool immediately, because they can't charge back and because we have instant settlement, which we can then give back out to players. So new use cases opening up because of Bitcoin and gaming.
Yeah, I think from our side, I agree. Like Bitcoin, in a world where Bitcoin thrives and people use Bitcoin left and right, it is the simplest, cheapest, best form of digital money. And so it will just eat everything. So whether it's a game or an app or a system, like Bitcoin will be part of it. It may not be that every game has Bitcoin money inside of it. Like it may not be that every game has sats, that if I shoot you, I get your sats. It is still a monetizing money, right? So like the fluctuations still affect game developers and so on. But I think the notion of interoperability will always be the case. Like in the future, you'll be able to take your value, your worth, your monetary piece from one game to another experience So whether I make money in Satlantis and I take it over to Roblox because they're going to implement Bitcoin eventually, right? And then I think in terms of what's next, like it or not, fortunately or unfortunately, in gaming, there is a notion of assets, right? People want to own their stuff. I have a sword from 10 years ago in World of Warcraft. Like I want to have that and show it off and maybe even trade that. So, NFTs happened in 2021, came and went. Now we have this thing called ordinals, and like it or not, people are asking about this, right? So I think there is a lot of stuff that will be put into Bitcoin, whether we like it or not. It's an open network. We don't control it. And we have to adapt. And games are driving crazy. Like, for those who don't know, some games have 300 million daily active users. Like, this is a whole different world, right? We had some games that implements in the platform, and then 2 weeks later they go live, and they don't tell us that they go live because it's a self-serve sort of business. And all of a sudden we get like 30,000 new daily active users that just pop up. And imagine in Bitcoin receiving 30,000 daily active users in your app. That's massive, but in gaming, that's minuscule. It's tiny, non-existent. So merging the two, in my opinion, is going to bring a lot of users into Bitcoin. So that's why we're doing what we're doing.
Yeah, that's great stuff. So obviously another developing industry is AI. So Chris, I mean, with OpenSats, like what you guys are bringing to the table, I think, being able to monetize APIs is an absolute game changer. And like the revenue sharing, I think there's so many other applications as well. So, in an industry where not a lot of people, I guess, outside of the Bitcoin space are kind of seeing how it merges together. How are you kind of seeing that, I guess, in all-in-one, like developing the overall AI like industry and bringing that to the Bitcoin space, whether it's, micropayments or making it more open source, that kind of aspect of things?
Yeah, I'd say step one, just to emphasize, it's almost a meme at this point, but it's pretty clear that Bitcoin is the logical payment mechanism, the logical money for AI agents. Like, what are agents going to be paying each other? Are they going to be opening LLCs and bank accounts and like, hell no, they're going to be paying like permissionless internet money. They're not going to be like setting up Solana wallets and negotiating 1,000 different shitcoins. Like it's going to be Bitcoin. That's pretty solved. What I'm excited about is that Bitcoin can enable signal to emerge. What you have now are a whole bunch of, VC-backed startups trying to build these, what they think are going to be the picks and shovels of the AI economy. Infra. I saw a tweet from a prominent New York VC, not an AI, not a Bitcoin guy, but saying how like they've made so many like investments in sort of AI tooling startups that they're now like looking at companies that can help provide tools and services for the AI infrastructure companies. And it's like they're doing this inception of bullshit, like with just raining money from VCs coming down and paying for they don't know what. They're like, oh yeah, everyone's trying to look at this through the lens of things that have happened in the past. Where for me the opportunity is like, let's actually just charge money for things and like and let actual markets build, because the problem right now is there's no use case. I was at this AI conference a few months ago, and one of the top AI VCs was having this little salon. And they had 20 of the top like AI founders and operators sitting around in a circle. And the VC guy asked, can anyone give me an example of an AI agent that's working in production today? Silence. No one could say a single thing. Where's the use cases? I don't know. But I think I know how to find it, which is instead of, teams of 5 nerds finding their closest checkbook and saying, hey, we have this amazing pedigree, we're going to build this thing in private and we're going to replace this particular subset of society as a developer, and people thinking, oh yeah, that sounds good. Maybe you can flip that to Microsoft if you don't succeed or whatever. Like, I just think there's a much bigger opportunity for us to kind of solve this collectively and say, okay, if there's something that people in this room are willing to pay sats for, like that's the first initial indicator. What are you people in this room willing to pay for? If you're willing to part with your Bitcoin for something, and I bet there's something. If you're an investor, if you're a developer, there's some way that we can configure agents that can improve your productivity, improve your efficiency in some way. That's my firm belief. We just got to find what that is, have you be comfortable with it, that you've got a rev share stream that you're willing to pay for it, pay that to developers. It's value for value applied to AI.
There we go. That got me fired up. I love that, man. But so obviously, you guys are in 2 developing industries as well, like rapidly growing, a lot of active users. You were kind of talking about a little bit, Andre, and then the amount of people who use AI on a daily basis rapidly growing, right? But there's going to be some resistance at some point in time, right? Andre, your talk earlier today was great, talking about not being able to run Facebook ads when you mentioned Bitcoin, like a lot of things. So when you bring up Bitcoin in these developing industries, what are some potential roadblocks that you're running into, and like what are some things that you're, I guess, like kind of utilizing to your advantage to, I guess, like although they're trying to make it a roadblock, kind of twist that and make that a positive to kind of help you guys grow in your respective industries?
I mean, yeah, we ran into a pretty big roadblock when Microsoft deplatformed us for using Bitcoin. But it did open up new opportunities where now we can build essentially Minecraft's functionality in an open source way and invite the open source community to help build it and do this, Bitcoin-based revenue sharing system where everyone could take part in it, and the product could be a lot bigger than a Minecraft server. It could be, a virtual world that the users actually could share in the revenue and the growth of that they play in.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably something you want to put on a resume. I got a cease and desist from Microsoft. Like my invention is so hot that one of the biggest companies in the world saw it, noticed, and said, no, can't do that. In the talk earlier, I said like no one likes Bitcoin, no one cares about Bitcoin. The biggest challenge for us in the gaming side is everyone wants what we dub internally as invisible Bitcoin. They want all of the things that Bitcoin has, the divisibility, the speed, the instantaneity, the no chargeback, all of those things, the censorship resistance, whatever, but they don't want to touch it. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to have accounting to do with it. They don't want anything. And so you're saying, like, how do we present this to developers, right? How do we embark them on this journey? We don't sell them Bitcoin. We sell them the effect that our products have. So you introduce Bitcoin rewards into your little hyper casual game, for example, and suddenly your retention goes up, your KPIs go up, your ARPDAU goes up, et cetera. So then they say, how do you do that? And you say, well, it's, Bitcoin is the thing. So, oh, okay. So you can't sell people Bitcoin because they just don't care about Bitcoin. You have to sell them on the value that Bitcoin will give them, their business, their customers. And then when they discover that it's Bitcoin and you're like, but it's kind of invisible, right? So you don't have to worry about it. It's all managed. It's like, great, awesome. So in a long-term future, we want people to have Bitcoin, hold Bitcoin, self-custody, all of that. But you can't, when people don't care about Bitcoin, you can't expect them to just flip and say, whoa, this is the money of the future. We need to use it. You have to meet them where they're at. And so for us, the challenge is selling Bitcoin without selling Bitcoin. That's the hardest thing, actually.
Can I talk some shit about Microsoft real quick?
Yeah.
So a few months ago, I went to this AI hackathon in San Francisco, and one of the judges was this VC who's kind of in the Microsoft orbit, one of the portfolio AI companies. He was a big backer of, and he was kind of trying to sell me on why Microsoft and their kind of orbit of companies is going to be leading in AI. And he said, you really need to go back and read this CNBC interview that Bill Gates gave. I think it was like fall of 2023, something like that, maybe 2022. And he just goes into this like kind of like a side, soft-spoken way of saying that the future is not going to need people like visiting a website to click a search into a box. It's not going to need you going to a e-commerce site and typing in what you want into a box. It's going to be like AI agents, the level of automation of having everyone having their own personal AI assistant. And this investor guy made the point that like he's really fucking serious about like this killing Google and Amazon. Like this is Microsoft's path to ascendancy runs through AI agents. And what is their plan? What have they invested in? Microsoft is the largest investor in OpenAI. Satya was just overheard recently saying that, don't worry about any daylight between Microsoft and OpenAI. Microsoft is above them and in them and below them. It's like, it was really creepy. Like basically we own OpenAI. Their other massive investment has been in Inflection behind Pi, also trying to build this personal AI agent. And those two companies, OpenAI and Inflection, have been the main two flying to DC, trying to scare the shit out of these regulators to get them to regulate and put up the same kind of regulatory capture barriers to smaller startups like me. And so I just think Microsoft is the evil empire, and anyone who's willing to unite against them needs to.
Preach.
Yeah, that's great stuff. And like, I think whether it's Microsoft, Google, a lot of the narrative around these major companies is they're all anti-Bitcoin, right? Because it kind of takes away their profit, their revenue model that they've had, right? I mean, like, I don't know, as a podcast guy on YouTube, the narrative is that YouTube suppresses Bitcoin content. It suppresses like a lot of these narratives and things like that. So that's why I think, the open source and the revenue sharing models that you guys are, helping develop, utilizing Bitcoin, whether it's gaming, AI, are very powerful. And I think, other industries are going to start to catch on. So what I kind of think we're here in Austin, right? Live music capital of the world. Musicians is definitely another space that I could see this growing. Is there anywhere else that you guys kind of see, I guess, like, outside of gaming and AI, like some other industries that you think Bitcoin can truly revolutionize and, really start to change the game? And then, we're going to have companies like Microsoft kind of try to lay the hammer down.
Well, just before I answer that, Microsoft also invested $2.1 billion on Mistral, didn't they? Yeah.
Yep.
So basically, just to close that thought, like I mentioned, we are disruptors. to the incumbents. The incumbents fucking hate us, everything we stand for. And so they will buy everyone and the regulators and so on until you and I die. Like that's or they'll buy you out, right?
I can try.
Yeah. So I think gaming, AI are definitely two of the top, uses of Bitcoin at the moment. I think music, well, we like to call interactive entertainment. So it's notion of entertainment online, et cetera, that isn't just one unidirectional. So a game is interactive, podcasting is interactive, music listening is interactive. So Fountain and Wave Lake are two platforms that use our infrastructure, and it's amazing. It's the easiest way to onboard someone to Bitcoin. I say, like, you like podcasts? And they say, yeah. So here's another app, and they say, great. What is it? And I say, it's podcast with Bitcoin. And then that's it. You did it, right? It's the same way that we explain, oh, we put money into games. So like, oh, we get it. So I think that the entertainment world will likely eat up Bitcoin relatively quickly. I think the value for value model in music and podcasting and streaming and YouTubing and game streaming and all that is going to suddenly, engulf Bitcoin. And, and we just got to wait for someone to continue printing money and Bitcoin to hit 100K and people start waking up, right? Like it or not, people have been, there's a tweet that was said a couple of weeks ago, which was like, it's like that Leonardo DiCaprio little meme, saying this. It's like, to all the builders, founders, and everyone who, has been eating glass for the past 2.5 years in this bear market, well done, like you made it. And all of a sudden, everyone starts calling you again. So you suffered for 2.5 years and now everyone's calling you. So I just think it's now, and they'll come, and hopefully they won't buy us out. So.
Yeah, I see. It's funny, we talk about music. Drake has been a Bitcoin promoter kind of quietly for a while, but now he's sharing Michael Saylor clips on Instagram to his, I don't know, he probably has 100 million followers, the biggest, music artist behind Taylor Swift. And the other kind of, where is Bitcoin going to be a huge component of? It's sports gambling. Sports gambling is so massive. You see it on commercials everywhere. It's kind of wild to see how, growing up, not long ago, this was illegal. This was like completely underground. Now sports gambling is, one of the biggest industries in the country, and Bitcoin is probably going to be the default currency of the sports gambling industry.
Yeah, real money gaming. Yeah, exactly.
I'm probably most excited about seeing Bitcoin become increasingly used in circular economies, El Salvador, and that's partly a few years ago what helped me kind of fall back down the Bitcoin rabbit hole a couple years ago, was just seeing what amazing stuff was being done in the beach of El Salvador, and then how that kind of went national, and now you've got an entire country. And I'm excited that like different countries and cities are going to kind of experiment with their own models. It's amazing coming back from Madeira and see just what one really motivated guy and Andre can like do in connecting an entire island almost to Bitcoin and build community there. But I'm excited for Bitcoin to be used in basically uncensorable peer-to-peer commerce. If you can just live entirely in the Bitcoin economy and you can pay for rides and deliveries and foods in your local farming and anything that you want in Bitcoin, allowing people to have a place to powerfully exit the old system too and have all of their basic needs met is really exciting to me.
Sick. I just wanted to add one thing. I think the name of the panel, right, is the future of Bitcoin. And the thing that comes to me a lot is during the 2020s or whatever, the Web3 world, the crypto world, the NFT world, was like everything and everyone was talking about that NFT and so on. And why is that? That's because of marketing, okay? Bitcoin has a marketing challenge. Bitcoin is not hot. Bitcoin is not sexy. Bitcoin is not cool. Bitcoin's nothing. It's actually boring as hell. So that's why when you say, oh, NFTs or Bitcoin, NFTs are cool. It's art. It's this cool thing. And Bitcoin is not cool. And I think it's because, a lot of companies in the space, ours included, are building. We're not here like marketing, et cetera. We're building like foundational infrastructural layer for this to grow. So you don't actually get to make it so sexy because it isn't so sexy. I think the next wave for us to get Bitcoin into the hands of the Joe Schmo, the John Smith, and the Jane is you need to make it appealing. You need to make it cool. You need to make it exciting to have Bitcoin, to own Bitcoin, to talk about Bitcoin. And that's a brand problem. Bitcoin is known worldwide, but it's just that Bitcoin B. Like people don't feel Bitcoin. And I think we need to do that, each and every one of us who are building in the space. We need to make Bitcoin cool. I don't know how else to say this, but like if Bitcoin's cool, we win, like by miles. So yeah, that's to me one of the challenges of the future, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, well, hopefully with this price pumping this year, maybe Bitcoin hitting 100K, we'll all become cool and get girlfriends this year, right? So, all right. Well, this was an outstanding panel. So why don't you guys give it up for them and their building in. All right. Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. Next up, we're going to be talking about the Bitcoin Wild West. So if you're on that panel, please come up, get seated. Guys, I'm not that cool. I got a comb over, tucked in the front of my shirt. I can't make Bitcoin cool. You guys have to do that, okay?
But I like to use Pleb Poet when I'm online. So maybe you've seen me online. I don't know. We don't know where Topher is. That's okay, because we have two representatives here that also have very good ideas to tell us about. And maybe I'll move closer to you guys. Is that okay? Are you comfortable? Okay, so we'll wait for him. Well, we won't wait for him. We'll get started anyway, but he'll show up. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
No.
So, yeah, try that again.
Yes.
Yes, let's go. Okay, so we're going to talk about the Bitcoin Wild West, and I'm going to use my laptop for my notes. Sorry about that. Is that okay? Okay, so why are we calling the Bitcoin a Wild West? I just kind of want to give you my little intro about why that is. What do we mean by that? So we have this new revolutionary technology called Bitcoin, and it empowers individuals. And what do individuals do when they're empowered? They will do literally anything. So in the Wild West, there's opportunity, there's fortune to be made, there's fame to be claimed, there is certain death in unsustainable environments to be discovered. There's a lot of different things going on. There's a whole big mixed bag. It's a space for new things to be discovered. You have to get a little funky to discover them, and that's what these guys do. So the Wild West is where anything can happen. What do you guys think? Do you agree? What's Bitcoin Wild West? And is that why you're attracted to working in this space? Because it's so wild?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're exactly right. Like, we can do whatever we want, right? But then it's also a scary thing too, because I mean, yeah, like you mentioned in the Wild West, like there's, death at every corner. And when, creating a startup and trying to run a company, right, there's death at every corner in any industry, right? So, Bitcoin is kind of this, we can do whatever we want, within reason. There's still legal and laws and, in this country, I guess. But but that, there's opportunity in there as well. Like just figuring out how, we're, just, I guess as an introduction, I'm Tony from Mutiny Wallet, and we build a self-custodial Lightning wallet. And so like, there's a lot of flexibility in being in self-custodial where like, we don't have to abide by, money transmission laws, and we don't have to worry about custodianship laws and things like that. So like, from my perspective, it's almost like building up defenses properly in this Bitcoin wild west that we're in. Like, sure, like a decade ago, there were unregulated exchanges and Mt. Gox and all these other things that we've like learned from, and things have, happened over the course of the decade. But what's exciting to me is also being able to, run a hopefully sustainable business where we don't die. And yeah, I guess I just focus on not dying.
Survival. We like that. What about you, Keon?
So the question was,
what's your perspective on the Wild West as Bitcoin?
Yeah, Wild West. So Wild West, so the West isn't currently wild, so it's like not inherently wild. But it was once wild, mostly because it was new. And so Bitcoin is kind of new. But lots of things were once new. Fire was once new. The telegraph was once new. Cryptography was once new. And all of these things, I think, were new and wild. But I think to the reason why I like building on Bitcoin, and I think other people should too, it is in part because it is new. If you were an early settler of the Wild West and you could deal with the volatility of living there, you could pick gold off of the ground. It was just there. So it's just if you can become comfortable with that and tame that volatility, that wildness, there's potentially opportunity, assuming you're not occupying a plot of land that has no gold on it or something.
Welcome, Topher. We were talking about the Wild West. I guess I just want to ask you directly then, because they've all answered this. Is the fact that Bitcoin is wild and chaotic why you're attracted to it and building in it?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, just the uncertainty and uncharted territory. Yeah, I guess it brings out the pioneer in me.
Absolutely, I love that. Okay, I've got another question for all of you. And we have a ringtone. Just in time. Okay, so yeah, I'll give you a little introduction. We didn't really say. This is Tony from Mutiny. This is Keon. He works on Stacker News. This is Topher. He works on Bit Escrow. Something I notice about each of you, and something I admire about each of you, is that you have a lot of discernment in a speculative environment, this speculative environment of the Bitcoin space. When there are so many problems to solve, and when there are so many use cases to understand, how do you narrow your focus to what you're building right now?
I think this is the thing that so we're not even a year old into our startup journey, which is, it's just crazy. That's almost coming up on a year. So like the thing I'm focusing on more and more right now is about product building and trying to figure out what is the most valuable thing to build next, and what is the most valuable thing that users want and are willing to pay for. So I don't have the exact answers to that, but what I'm excited to like find that out. Like, you know, like when we started out, like, okay, we know to have a working Bitcoin wallet, like what it needs. From a Lightning perspective, from the Bitcoin perspective, like we know there's lots of good Lightning wallets out there. So we pretty much had that as a gold star, like okay, this is, you know, we have to do these things if we want to build a Lightning wallet in general. And now it's sort of like, okay, we have the Lightning wallet out there. It has some users. How do we get more? How do we create more value for the users that are currently using it? What's missing in their lives, and what do they need Mutiny Wallet to do for them? So, you know, we're kind of just like going down that journey right now ourselves, and trying to like prioritize a few things, and just trying to like, okay, what are the number one concerns that like people have? What's the number one feedback that we just hear from, you know, users of Mutiny Wallet? And so that's just really just one step at a time, like lowest hanging fruit kind of stuff, until we see, you know, if it just like leads us down the right path or not.
Yeah, and so the question was, how do you narrow your focus? Yeah, how do you narrow your focus? I think it's kind of easy if you're occupying the right spot. I think of the metaphor I like to think of when I think of company founding is like oil drilling. And so, I mean, I just use the gold metaphor. I just like metaphors, but it's like, it's a problem to strike oil in the sense that you now have a job of building a pump jack and a derrick. But that's really just your job. The hard part was actually finding the oil to begin with, and so I think it's fairly straightforward how to get oil out of the ground, and so that focuses your attention. It's very hard to focus though when you're not standing on oil-rich ground, or you're focused on something other than getting oil out of the ground, like being an oil tycoon instead of actually getting the value or extracting the value for other people to consume.
Okay, so that is a tough question. So I just want to say I admire Keon because he planted his flag early in the Bitcoin space and decided to stick with what he knows and how to make that work. So that's one way to approach it. Plant your flag early, stick with what you know. I also want to say I admire Tony for starting Mutiny because there's a lot of, even though from the outside it looks like not really much is changing in Bitcoin, on the inside just things are changing all the time. Expectations are changing all the time. So then I admire Tony because he also had to plant his flag in a very, a place with a lot of turmoil, which is like, how is the Lightning Network going to shake out? How are we going to actually deliver on the promise of like bringing this non-custodial nature to as many people as possible, or at least trying to pave some trail that people can like find their way to being able to custody their own funds. And so, yeah, Tony's done a lot of just trying to figure that out. And it's not easy. It's a thankless job. And so, yeah, I appreciate the both of you for being trailblazers. Yeah. And it's the same thing with BitEscrow. It's just like, the company first started with Tristan and Super Testnet. Shout out to Super, if he's listening. And they started with Lightning Escrow, which is still amazing. Like what Super built for Lightning Escrow is still amazing, and it's still relevant today. But there's a lot of issues with it, and so when I took over as CTO, I decided, we really just have to like go back to the base layer, and try and figure things out, because even within like the past couple of years that I seriously got into Bitcoin development, so much changed that a lot of the stuff that was like the old knowledge, it kind of needed to be reevaluated. And so I kind of like being able to go through that process. And Bitcoin allows you to do that. It allows you to basically look at things that other people have built, and you have the opportunity to either build on top of the shoulders of giants or just tear it all down and start anew. But yeah, that's something you have to do. You have to take risks. You have to know how to pivot. Yeah, so it's exciting, but at the same time, it's like, ooh, it's stressful.
That's the trailblazer way. And you're bringing up something I wanted to ask you about, which is just like how often things change when you're working inside this environment. And that's another thing that you guys are all unique in like holding this position of like, you build this thing, you have this focus, but you also have this openness and you see the other ideas that are being presented. You enjoy I mean, I enjoy listening to you talk about them. I don't know anything that's going on, but I feel like I get an education anytime like any of you speak. So I just want to know, exactly. I just want to know, like, how do you screen the ideas that come up in this space continually? And what do you lean on to tell you what to listen to? Like, is it your expertise? Is it your experience? Is it your need for destruction?
I guess we'll go this way. Well, there is a lot of value in being destructive because you can start something new that nobody else thought of. But if you're going to build a serious company, like you have to plant your flag somewhere and start building. And so, yeah, I think the way you just have to be a realist. You can be an optimist. I think we all get into Bitcoin because we're optimists. But at some point, you do have to be a realist. You have to realize that soft forks are hard. You can't really build on top of promises that you don't know will be there within a year or two. Like Lightning has been waiting for upgrades to the protocol. I mean, they got one with SegWit, with fixing transaction malleability. But then there's all these other things that they still want to see the desired future for Lightning. And they still haven't gotten it. It's just, it's really hard to plan optimistically for things that you hope that you can get in the future. And at some point, you just have to sit down and try and figure out how you're going to build something practical that has product market fit with the tools you have now. And so I think that's kind of like how you have to look at it.
100% co-sign with that. Like that would be like, what can you do today? What can users do today is like the most important thing from my perspective. So, there's talks about soft forks all the time, which ones, blah, 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 like protocol enhancements on Lightning that are exciting, that are still 2 years away, always, forever. But it's like, what can we do today to better the user experience and like to hone in on like the user expectation too? Like as we start getting more and more people on Bitcoin and Lightning, it's not that expectations change. Because they can sometimes. It's more like you're getting different expectations coming in. You're getting Lightning users that were not that this is their first time with Lightning. There's like probably in the thousands of people, Bitcoiners that you can build for, and they're like willing to deal with friction and they're willing to like try new things. It's like the wild west, right? Like, but then you want to pierce the veil and go further than that and start getting new target audiences and new people that have never experienced any of that. And then you just run into just all the things that are problems. Like we all know a lot of the frictions in Lightning and the pain points, but then you're like, okay, well, yeah, now we pretty much saturated the people that are willing to just deal with the friction. And now it's like, what are we going to do now, right? Because that's our perspective right now, building self-custodial mobile Lightning wallets. It's very difficult. And so like, how do you go past that and start going to the users that might not know what Lightning is? At the same time, just doing what you can today and not what you can do in maybe 5 to 10 years.
For sure. The question was, what was it again? It was what do you lean on your expertise or experience? And the other thing is like, how do you pick?
How do you screen ideas?
How do you screen ideas given all the things that there are to work on? For me, it's mostly finding several independent points of validation for something. And so like I have ideas about what I want Stacker News to be, but I don't trust them. And stackers have ideas about what Stacker News should be, and I don't trust them. But where they line up, that can be an odd coincidence that is maybe worth pursuing. and it's basically where things overlap, where independent points of validation overlap, including my own point of view, the community's point of view, people I'm talking to, their point of view, and that's the answer to one of the questions. The other one was the expertise or experience, and I think it's really anything. I will depend on literally anything that I can in a moment to get something done, just because you need any 1% of help or smaller is a meaningful assist, because this is just so hard. So if you can make it that much easier.
Yeah, so I think kind of like the cheat code that you're describing is just like staying in conversation continually with a bunch of people who think deeply about these things.
Keon's cheat code is that he built the ultimate focus group.
Yes, that's the forum where this conversation takes place.
The feedback loop is incredible on Stacker News. You built a platform that you get users' feedback about the platform.
Yeah,
like, it's amazing.
But I think there's like there's something generic there that other people can take and build into their products. Your product should have a mechanism for your users to be able to nag the crap out of you all the time, because that's telling you about the reality of them. Like you really just you're trying to understand the physics of this Wild West that we're in, and like they'll communicate them to you if you give them the ability to.
Speaking of nagging Keon, his office is just 2 blocks down that way, so feel free to knock on his door.
If anyone comes and visits me, I have hats. But I have too many hats. I would like to make some room.
Do you have any cowboy hats for me?
I have cowboy hat stickers now.
Yes, we'll make you a cowboy hat sticker. Pleb Print Shop. That's a shill. I've got 2 more questions for you. Is that cool? Are you good? Okay. Can you talk about a problem that you are currently working out a solution for right now in real time?
Well, I can definitely. I mean, I have 2 that I put in my presentation. So, yeah, one is essentially like having some sort of separate consensus on delivery of messages. So one of the great things about the blockchain is you can post something on there and everybody agrees that it exists. But it takes 10 minutes on average, and it's expensive, and it gets more expensive by the day. So, what is an alternative to that? And so we're looking into using Noster as a way to sort of have this distributed consensus on message delivery. That solves a lot of problems. Also, it offers reputation, which is, I love all the like cool reputation things you can do with Noster. There's a lot of cool use cases there. And yeah, so I'll just stick with that. That's like one of the current things that we're working on.
Noster did need to get mentioned at some point, so I'm glad that you did.
Yeah, I have to be that DJ. Sorry, Nick. You can hate me later.
What am I working on right now? A problem that I'm actively working on right now. I'm trying to make it trivial to contribute to Stacker News' open source project. So that's been like my focus for the last probably week, is really make it dead simple. They don't need to be an expert in nearly anything. One command, you have the whole project running locally, so you can make small modifications to it and submit them for review. Basically, our and like more broadly, our focus is to build like somewhat of an autonomous sector to Stacker News in terms of the work that gets done. We already kind of do that on Stacker News itself with the incentives there. We're taking some of our learnings there, and we're just now applying that to the area of how do we get work done that the organization needs to get done. So we have like an incentive structure to contributions, and one of the big parts of this is actually making it easy to get started. So someone can start being, the incentives can pay out for them relatively easily.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think easier to get started is what I'm focused on right now. So like, with self-custodial Lightning, hold your own keys, you pay your own fees, you open channels, all those things that nobody wants to actually do. So my focus right now has been on working on Fedimint integrations, which is like federated eCash. At the very least, to just like let people try out Mutiny Wallet with like very little amounts, just to get started with, see if it's a wallet that they like. before like fully committing, potentially hundreds of dollars into the wallet, and that's what and then paying the fees for that when they don't even know they might like it at all. So I think like pretty much just getting rid of the friction points for self-custodial Lightning, and then having that Fedimint integration, you can still self-custody your funds once you have enough sats. But I think like, there is sort of a problem with trying to make an end user fully self-sovereign Lightning experience. I mean, I know Stacker News is kind of going through some of those efforts and learnings as well. Like it's very difficult to match the UX that people expect. But I think with things like Fedimint and federated eCash, that really helps a lot.
Yeah, I would just say, we have maybe 3 other focuses, but one of the other ones is definitely no longer being a custodian, which is a disaster. So because the alternatives are also not great, and so you end up in these really hard places where you make a bunch of trade-offs, and we're all kind of exploring them now. So
I just want to bring up a fun fact. Stacker News is, I think, the only place that U.S. customers can get a Lightning address. Like Gary Gensler's not listening in the audience, but
be kind, Gary.
Okay, so we've in our conversation, I've got one more question. In our conversation, we've mentioned a few things that I'm thinking of as like frontiers in this landscape of the Wild West. That's going to be like eCash, you're talking about, Tony, Noster, open source, Lightning. What do you guys think is the next frontier?
Well, I mean, I guess for us, it's going to be smart contracts on Bitcoin, non-custodial escrow. That's kind of where we planted our flag, and that's what we're sticking to.
I think the next frontier is, I mean, there's so many frontiers in Bitcoin. It's like, it's a thing and that it's surrounded by frontiers. For us, I'm really interested in using Bitcoin as a tool for things, a tool for like coordination, a tool for more than just a store of value. I think that's one of the things that, one of the unique properties it has over other stores of value in the past. It's like before it, there wasn't this like friction minimalized, arbitrarily small and transactionally cheap payment method. And I think that there's like a lot that unlocks. And so that's what I think about a lot. But obviously everything that's going on in Noster is very exciting. Everything that the non-custodial wallets are doing. We have tons of experimentation with eCash and stuff going on. I think it's all pretty awesome.
Yeah, federated eCash, I think. I mean, it almost plays into Topher's point as well. Like, there's a lot of programmatic ability that you can do on top of eCash that's really exciting. Things like, we're talking about like being able to have like Lightning address servers based on federated eCash. We're talking about like having a spending account that like the Federation members can like use Noster Wallet Connect to like, make payments on your behalf, like, some budgeted amount. Like, there's all kinds of, you can like lock eCash, like specific, like pub keys and spending conditions. Like, there's all these, amazing programmability stuff that you can build on top of eCash. And that's like on top, like we haven't even dove into that part yet at Muni. We're just like getting very basic Fedimint support in our wallet right now. And then after that, like, hopefully there's a huge explosion in what we can do on top of federated eCash that we just can't do on Bitcoin and Lightning today.
Yeah, I just want to shout out to Justin Moon and Fedimint. Yeah, so they're doing some interesting thing with programmability on Bitcoin too. I also want to give a shout out to BitVM that Robin and Super are working on. That's really cool. They're still kind of trying to make it practical right now, but I see a hope for it in the future to where we'll actually have ways that we can check the execution of actual code using the Bitcoin's consensus. And hopefully we can make that cheap, because right now it's not cheap, but yeah, so there's that too. And then have you heard of like the new name for the soft fork that's being proposed? Was it Inquisition? That's been floated around. That's kind of exciting. They're throwing all the Covenant stuff in there.
Sounds
So-
like the name of a ship.
It does.
Pretty good.
It's a whole. It's like a whole. Isn't that like a fork that exists to, like gauge forks? It's like a multi soft fork like repository of Bitcoin changes, like Bitcoin Inquisition. But it's not like an actual, like no one is proposing to actually run that thing.
Well, they as far as I'm aware, they do have an implementation. So
Yeah.
they have forked Bitcoin Core and they've implemented it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for your thoughts. I think we're gonna close it up. One more shill though. If you want to like learn anything more about Fedimint and eCash, Tony has a great write-up that he did on Stacker News. So check that out. Still here. Hey. Once again, my name is Jana, but I go by PlebPoet online. Let's talk about community. First, let's just have you guys introduce yourselves, please.
Hi, I'm Michael Atwood. I'm the organizer of Austin Bitcoin Club and founder of the Yoshi app, Yoshi.
Testing. There we go. Hey, I'm Brian. I am the co-founder, of ATL PlebLab down over in Atlanta.
My name is G. I organize all the Bitcoin events in San Antonio and founder of Alamo Labs.
Very cool. Very excited to talk to you guys and get your perspective on community. And I kind of just want to give a little bit of, as an introduction, kind of like what I feel like community means. I think this is something that you don't hear a lot of people like being focused on, but we all benefit from it like insanely. Like whenever we get together for days like today, whenever we get together for conferences, just seeing each other and like remembering each other's names and like knowing what each other is working on, that's community. And to me, it's like super impactful. I moved to Austin to kind of like be part of that. And I just think the value it adds to your life is unsurpassed by anything else. So guys, can you tell us about the community that you're involved in? What you like about it, like kind of what's been going on lately for you there, and like what makes it unique, location-wise or Bitcoin-wise?
Yeah, so I moved out to Austin a couple years ago now. I kind of started my own little Bitcoin community in Redding, California. It was just like Erica and I, my girlfriend and I at first, and it grew a little bit. And then, during the bull run, we got, really bullish. So we moved down here to Austin to the Mecca, and I've been, working at a PlebLab in the early days there, and it was incredibly. It was incredible. I mean, working alongside people who have kind of this same mission as you is a big deal. Especially whenever like it was mostly just online at that point. Like up until that, for me, it was like creating this community, building something. So yeah, Car and Kyle kind of gave me the keys to the Austin Bitcoin Club, and just kind of been building that, for the past, almost 2 years now.
The question was, what's going on and what's unique? Cool. Yeah, in Atlanta, I've been in the community since probably 2020, helping out with Steven. Shout out to Steven DeLorme. He does a lot of work. He's the main organizer of the Atlanta Bit Devs. But yeah, we have, regular BitDevs meetups. We started, or rather, some of our community members who are less technical wanted a less technical meetup for people who are more financially focused. So they decided to do that. So we've got the Atlanta PlebLabs, which is a lot of fun. We do one every other week. So BitDevs, and then the next week's plebs. And then once a month, BitDevs Socratics. And then Steven and I decided to co-found ATL BitLab, and we did a lot of different things trying to see what worked in the community. Ultimately, now all those meetups kind of coalesce around the lab, and so we do all those types of meetups. And then a lot of times when hackathons go on, we'll have some sort of hackathon jam fest, is what we kind of call it. Recently, Bolt Fun did Legends of Lightning 2. So we did a long, multi-month long jam fest of building teams out and submitting projects. It was a lot of fun. So I think what makes our community really unique is we're small, and we're very diverse in that we have a lot of devs, a lot of engineer-focused people, but we probably have equal amounts of people who are just nerds. They just love Bitcoin. They want to come out. They want to learn. And every day, especially as we go up to the bull run, I see new people come out who just don't know stuff. And they're just super curious, and it's super awesome to see them come out and find us and be like, how did you get here? So yeah, I don't know. That's probably pretty part and parcel across the industry, but it feels unique in Atlanta.
So cool thing about San Antonio is before we started anything out there, there was no Bitcoin culture. It's very different from being out here. Anybody who lives in or around Austin, Nashville, Atlanta, y'all are very blessed to be part of such great communities. For us, just a lot of potential down there. Big time cybersecurity background, bunch of military bases. And the cool thing about the city is, first, it started with New York being the port for everyone to enter the US. Then in the recent years, it had been Miami for a long time. Cool thing about San Antonio now is we're the most southern technical city in the nation before you go to Mexico. So now they're saying we're the new home of innovation to South America, essentially. So yeah, we have a lot on our plate, a lot on our agenda to work out and to bridge that gap to the world, technology to Mexico. And yeah, we're just standing on the shoulders of giants. We took a template that we saw here in Austin that built the Mecca. And that's what we're really blessed to have this right down the road. And hopefully here soon we can just open up the doors for Bitcoiners from both cities just to interact and get this community more exposed to another community that isn't used to that yet. So.
Yeah, that's very cool. Thanks for sharing. I'm curious I just want to hear from each of you, what's your perspective on the ideal of future Bitcoin community? Are we in the ideal vision right now of community? How do you know you're in it, or is it something to work towards in the future? What is that community we want? Sorry for my convoluted question.
We're getting deep.
It came out convoluted, but I have it written down.
I don't think we can choose what the community is going to turn out to be. People just there's all these Bitcoin adjacent communities sprouting up. Whether it's the Beef and Bitcoin or whatever, all the others. They're all very interesting. I think we're speaking about the Bitcoin ideology. It is very different if you're talking about the ideology, but it's the online, what people see online and what people see in person. They can be very different. Oftentimes in person. We're talking about Bitcoin today, but there's not a whole, whenever you're just talking with people at a Bitcoin meetup, you're not necessarily just talking about Bitcoin the whole time, right? You're talking about all these adjacent things. And whereas on Twitter, it's just like theory crafting and you know, people just kind of yelling about this and that, which is also fun and entertaining and good and you know, enlightening oftentimes, but it's also just kind of like jerking each other off. So once you get in like in person, I think the vibe changes. There's a lot of people who have, you know, whenever I went to my first Bitcoin conference, I was just like blown away. I'm talking with all these real life Bitcoiners as opposed to just like tweeting and engaging with them online. And a lot of people have similar experiences. Like, this is like the best thing ever. I get to be with my people. But over time, like the more you're with those people, you talk about a lot of other things besides Bitcoin. And so, you know, yeah, community, it's constantly evolving, and, you know, Bitcoin is something greater than all of us, and we're all just kind of contributing in our own way. And one way to do it is just to be present with people, and you know, put it into practice.
Yeah, just show up. What you're saying? Yeah, for sure.
All right, I'm gonna clarify again. So
Please.
I'm going off on tangents.
No, it's good. I feel like there's a lot I could infer from what you asked. So,
okay,
is there an ideal vision of a Bitcoin community scoped locally or globally?
I wanna talk about locally.
Yeah. Okay. All right. No, I do not have an ideal vision for what the Atlanta Bitcoin community should look like. Mostly because I love it as it is. It is what it is. I would change a thing because the people who come are just so unique. We all share different lives, perspectives. We're all so different, and we all somehow can bond over this one thing, and that's beautiful.
Right. So yeah, that's how you know you're in community, right? When there's like people around you that look different from you, but you all share commonalities.
Totally.
Yeah.
Maybe we should centrally plan the whole thing.
That's an idea for another day. G, you got anything?
Yeah, when I think about, I guess, ideology compared to being in the community, the saying comes to mind, you got people that talk the talk and people that are gonna walk the walk. Ideology, you can be on Twitter all day, stacking corn and doing good for yourself, especially right now.
Creed.
And walking the walk is like, you know, these community builders in all these different states all over America, the guys building the wallets, Stacker News, everybody that's doing something to contribute to Bitcoin. And I think the really cool thing about community and all these different cities is there isn't a template that we're all gonna follow, because every city has its own identity. Like Austin, let's be real, Austin's just weird. No. Atlanta's Atlanta, ATL. San Antonio, we have a lot of culture ourselves. So I think every community is gonna be different in what the city and the people decide to take it in that direction.
Yeah, so you kind of just have to be the person that holds space for a lot of different people to come through and get involved.
I think I feel like it's like an artist. You just give people the canvas and you let them kind of paint this picture of what this community's gonna shape up to be.
That's cool. So. I love art. I've got maybe 2 more questions for you guys. Okay. So building a community requires sustained effort over time. And while you're doing that, you're gonna see some peaks and you're gonna go through some valleys. You're gonna be there for the bear as well as the bull, very different times. Can you guys just kind of describe like some of your highs and lows that you've gone through in your community spaces?
Yeah, Erica and I were talking about this on the way here. The highs and lows of, say, from a community perspective, like Austin Bitcoin Club. And it's also a reminder, like, staying humble is just so important. Let's see, I would say the high of like the Austin Bitcoin Club was the block party. And that came like a month after the all-time high. So like everybody was just still, you know, on a high, right? And businesses were eager and everything was cool. And people came from all over the country to like, you know, spend their Bitcoin. And it was a really cool thing. And of course, like it happened like right around the all-time high. Like that's just kind of what I mentioned earlier. Like Bitcoin is so much bigger than all of us, and you know you have to just stay humble and ride the wave too. We're subject to the ebbs and flows of it. On the flip side, the low. I remember many of y'all probably know Matt Snow. He's an awesome guy, very bullish. And we did a meetup in February. I think it was in November. We had like the low of this cycle, presumably, of like 15K, and then we were hanging around 20K. So, you know, vibes were low. Like we're all still bullish, but I mean, you know, it's not the high vibes that you got like December of 2021 kind of vibes, right? And we were talking about being responsibly long Bitcoin, right? Which is stupid. You got to go all in. But no, I mean, you know, it was a fun thing. It was insightful and just kind of sombering, right? We were just, you know, realistic. But Matt stood up. He's like, "Why are you guys so bearish?" Effectively is what he said. And honestly, that hit me. It was like, we are bearish right now. We're all being so, we know like we're all going to win. And we're just talking about being responsibly long, but it's like bearish. Like, what are we doing? So like, it's going to hit you. We're not immune to it. So that's something like just being consistent, staying humble. Those are like paramount. That's something I think about all the time. Don't get too hyped. It's like Pareto principle type stuff. It's like, just put in that 20%. It's going to yield you 80% of the value. Like people are going to enjoy that more than anything else. If you go too over the top on everything, or like you're subject to the whims of Bitcoin wave. So.
Yeah, I think as a broad Atlanta community, the energy gets high around TapConf every year, which is always a good time. So check out TapConf. Speaking specifically about the lab, though, you know, Steven and I started it a couple years ago, and we've definitely had some peaks and valleys, right? Like starting out, we were inside of another community space, a co-working space, and we had this like 100 square foot office space with like a couple desks, right? And then we moved into like 200 square feet. And then most recently, we were able to, one of the lows actually is we had to say no to an opportunity to move into an even bigger space, but not realizing that that would lead us to a high of a better opportunity to allow us to move into a 2,000 square foot space. So there's a lot of highs and lows in there as well, because trying to figure out how to move from 100 to 200 to 2,000 and then be self-sovereign, if you will, get out from underneath a co-working space, start our own space, has been a challenge, right? Because we've self-funded. We are a for-profit company. It is a lab. It is trying to, you know, pay rent and keep the lights on. So it's a grassroots effort, and there's months where you're like, shit, how am I going to pay the rent? You know, and those are low points. You're like, man, what do we got to bring more members in, but we need more money to be bigger so we can have more members, but we need more members to get money. It's like, man, what the hell? But yeah, the high has been this year being able to find the right combination of things and the timing, to be able to do that scaling. So definitely excited for, and it's kind of the perfect timing too, because of the bull run coming up. And that was a big influence on our decision. So we're pumped. So yeah.
Cool, that's exciting. Yeah, I didn't know you guys were moving on to bigger things. So yeah, I understand like it's a low point, but it also like kind of puts the fire under your ass a little bit.
Can't have highs without lows.
You can't experience either thing. What do you got, Gene?
Yeah, well, definitely can speak on both of those. A high was one time we got Joe Kelly of Unchained to come down and speak. It's been our biggest event yet. Had about 80 people. It was the first and biggest Bitcoin event in San Antonio. And yeah, that was amazing just to see that many people come together. Surprisingly, there were a lot of Bitcoiners in the crowd, being so new to that city. So that was definitely a high. Also, the local news reaching out to us, reading articles that I've posted. I thought nobody was reading. Yeah, she definitely did her research, knew a lot about what I was talking about. So those were two highs. Moving into a venue instead of being at the bars, that was also really cool. Now we're in the tech hub of San Antonio, so we do have a presence in the tech sector down there. And yeah, those have all been really cool. Like, I won't say I saw it coming, but you kind of expect it with Bitcoin because it pulls in quality, not quantity. That's why you're seeing the best of the best work on Bitcoin. As far as the lows, yeah, there's been times we'd show up to the bar and there'd be like maybe 4 of us, a couple of us, especially during the bear market. But I mean, we're just being optimistic about it because we all know that we're gonna win. And, you know, I would just tell the guys, hey, just remember these days, like, it's gonna happen. And when it does, like, the good thing about those nights where there's not many Bitcoiners that show up to any of these meetups is when the bull market does come, you will know who the real ones are. And that's very important because obviously we know in the space, you're gonna get, you know, some scammers, you're gonna get tech bros, some sharks, you know, business sharks in the waters of finance, right? Everyone just wants to make their buck. So it's really good to know who the trusted ones are in the community. And yeah, just to be able, if anybody has any questions, you can point them in the right direction to a source that's not gonna try and rug them or mislead them. So yeah, those have been our highs and our lows.
Yeah, cool. Let's ask you just one more question. And that is, I just had it in my head. Oh, okay. I want to talk about like conversion of people who see what you're doing online to like actually coming and showing up to your space. And I'm curious if like people who do show up for the first time, do they have like a weird perspective on what Bitcoin even is? And like, do you get to kind of like find out and explore what they know and what they don't know, like pretty off the bat? Or is this like a slow conversion in your experience?
I can go first. Yeah, I mean, I think about myself joining the physical meet space community and having found it on virtual space, meetup.com or whatever. And at the time, this was like 2020, 2021, I had been in the crypto space for some years, just dabbling around with all kinds of different shit, and came with all kinds of preconceived notions about what Bitcoin was and what the rest of it was and where all these things were placed in the market and then in the potential future. And then, yeah, as time went on, I learned, like, you know, from crypto to Bitcoin, right? And then from like FUD about things to like clarity and confidence and you know, focus, right? And so we see that all the time, I would say. Just last week, we were doing, you know, chapters 5 and 6 of Mastering Bitcoin. There was a guy in there, he was probably my dad's age, probably had some grandkids. And it was just funny because in the middle of this really deep technical conversation, he kind of like takes the opportunity where I'm like, are there any questions? And I'm like focused on the content. And he was like, yeah, and just goes in this long spiel about how he's got 10 grand and he wants to buy Bitcoin and doesn't know where to do it. I was like, okay, this is more of like a dinner conversation. So, but no, we ended up getting him sorted, right? And there's people that come in like that all the time. And I love it because it's like this beautiful opportunity to be able to take somebody's mind who's fresh and open to the possibilities and teach them and mold them and give them the information that they would need to be able to succeed and, you know, understand. And then I see myself in that because I did that. And so it's kind of like that walk the orange path, you know, kind of thing. So yeah, that's the broad community. In the lab, you know, it's pretty similar. A lot of our members, a lot of the people that come in are participants that came in as that guy. And then became a dev in the community and built something, and then they wanted to just hang out with other devs and, you know, code and stuff like that. So, you know, it all kind of melds together, and it's a lot of fun to see it happen.
For us, since Bitcoin's so new, a lot of people come in, say they're investors in Bitcoin. So they come in with that mentality of getting more dollars. And a recent, I don't remember where I read it or heard it, but someone, and I've been telling newbies, non-coiners about it, you don't get into Bitcoin to accumulate more dollars. You get into Bitcoin to protect your purchasing power. And I try and instill those things that really touched me. As far as us for our meetups, what I try and do is I try and bring in a different speaker from different circles in Bitcoin. Like we've had John come from Crowd Health, we've had a Bit Escrow come, we had PlebDev Austin over here come, Jana herself. Just people doing different things in the space so we can find something that resonates with someone. Because since Bitcoin touches everything, different things are going to resonate with different people. So that's what we're going after. And I'm more after the hearts of people in the city rather than talking about the gains and all this stuff. Because if you can pull them in and you can gain their trust, then they'll feel more comfortable about Bitcoin rather than just being like, oh, buy the coin, it's going to go up, it's guaranteed. Like, we don't really talk about the price like that. It is nice to see. So yeah, we just try and keep it really just wholehearted and just honest, open, talk about everything. I always encourage, you know, anybody to ask questions from older people to younger people as far as what is it, how can I secure it, how can I buy it, how can I use it to spend, how can my business take it. What we're focusing on in San Antonio is we want to be this source of a physical source of information for everyone to go to, just because there's so much noise out there on the internet. So we just want to be able to provide signal to the city and yeah, just gain the people's trust from that.
Yeah, I think that's super important. And I think that's just like huge motivation for anyone to just like, maybe there's not a big Bitcoin community where you live, but maybe you like traveled to a conference and you just kind of like felt all this stuff that we're talking about and just like got passionate about it. And then you take it to where you live and then you just want to spread that message.
That's the thing about here in Austin is, you know, we're only an hour south. And I've met a couple people here and there from San Antonio that come to these events out here, but not a lot. Not a lot of people want to drive, go watch a 2-hour talk, and then go back home, go back to work the next day. So the energy from Austin, from Miami, from Nashville, want to be able to bring that back to them and, you know, give them a taste of it. Another saying I hear, or I heard recently, is Bitcoin's, it's like I'm eating this apple and Bitcoin's this apple. And you have people telling you, oh, that apple's disgusting. Like, why are you eating that apple? And that's when you look at them and say, well, you haven't even tasted the apple. So how are you going to tell me it's bad? Once you taste this apple, you'll know why I like this apple so much. So
I like that too. I like your metaphors. That one's a biblical one. I like that. All right, guys, I think we'll wrap it up there. Do you guys have anything to promote here? I'll give you some space for final thoughts. You're really excited about that opportunity.
Well, you know, it's always a good moment to promote. ATO PlebLab, check us out, atoPlebLab.com. And if you're ever in Atlanta, come on, stop on by. Come say
hey. For us, it's been a long time coming. But we're about to launch Alamo Labs, so it's going to be something similar to PlebLab. What our goal here is to open up these corridors between the two cities. So you ever want to get out of Austin, go to a different city, we'll have an office space for any of you builders to work. Same thing with people in San Antonio. They want access to any knowledge here in Austin. We want to be able to collaborate with PlebLab to get some cool stuff building. So anybody watching, anybody out there, we have alamolabs.space. I got to put up a type form, but be taking applications. So yeah, look out for us.
Yeah, and probably many of you here have been to the Austin Bitcoin Club before or the other meetups, but definitely check them out. If you're unaware, I think really the best place to check them all out in one place, just bitcoincommons.com. I think it has all the lists of all the different meetups. And we have every Tuesday morning at the Meteor down on South Congress, we have a like a coffee meetup that's, from what I've heard, is growing. I don't get there every week, but yeah, check it out.
And shout out to Bitcoin Commons today for letting us be here.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, let's get started. So, hi everyone, my name is Umi. I lead business development at Breeze. Breeze is a Lightning infrastructure company. We provide products and tools to help users and developers build and use the Lightning Network non-custodially. And I'm very excited to moderate the panel today on Bitcoin product market fit. Would you please give a brief intro of yourselves and your respective companies?
Sure. My name is Will Cole. I'm the head of product at... Hello? There we go. I'm Will Cole. I'm the head of product at Zaprite. You can see over there, we make Bitcoin payments easy. Used to work at Unchained and before Bitcoin Stack Overflow.
Hello, hello. Hi, my name is Darina Omansky. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Slice. Slice is an edtech company with a twist utilizing Bitcoin with micro payouts. Thank you very much for having us today.
And so the first question I have for you both, it's an interesting topic. It's Bitcoin product market fit. And to kind of take a step back, I wanted to ask, do you see yourselves as Bitcoin companies and how? And for Slice, I know it's interesting. I read a recent blog that you posted on that. So I think it's interesting that you can be a Bitcoin company from different perspectives and different ways. And there's a lot of people building on Bitcoin here. So we'd love to kind of see how you see yourselves as Bitcoin companies. Maybe Darina to start.
That's an interesting question. Thank you very much. Indeed, we just recently wrote a decent blog post about our take on if we see ourselves as a Bitcoin company, how people see us, specifically the end users that we have and the ecosystem within the Bitcoin Lightning space. And the opinions are torn. We are absolutely accepting that we came with an idea that has been validated along in the market already by several successful companies, but we came to a different time, to a right time where Lightning Network just being born, so to say, and it solved a huge problem for us in the sense of enabling worldwide frictionless instant payouts that none of the fiat Lightning payouts is even close to come and enable us to do so. For the first time, we are able, oh my God, I don't know why I'm shaking so much. For the first time, we are able to actually assign microseconds attention a value in SATs. And that technology didn't exist before. Comparing to any fiat provider, it would be so much friction along the way, fees. And our company is providing young people a pocket money between $1 to $10 a month. You don't want to leave 25% of that with PayPal when withdrawing $1. And that's the reason Lightning is super good for us and enabled us to scale super big. Now, after 2 years being online, seeing that we are close to 650,000 downloads. Yesterday, we hit 50,000 daily active users, and 80% of them overwhelmingly choosing Lightning Network as payout without having an idea about Bitcoin, being actually surprised along the way. Oh, there is Satoshis. We didn't know about that. And the beauty of the Bitcoin is that it validated itself over many, many years. And I don't need to explain to our end users another shit token or any other environment. And those technology just bringing together, putting at the dots, thanks for companies who enabled us to do so, like ZBD, like Ibex, like Vulture, who actually pay money to license themselves and take the burden that we do not need to carry. And this is why we are able to actually return the profit and to break even. Without that, that would not be happening with Slice. So if you ask me, are we a Bitcoin company? I'm not sure I'm in position to answer this question, but I have been reading a lot of smart people like Michael Saylor or Ross Stevens, who would say everyone who contributes to the ecosystem growing and flourishing is a Bitcoin company. So here I am, guilty as it is.
Mine's a little bit easier. Zaprite's unequivocally a Bitcoin company. We enable or help facilitate Bitcoin payments. We do it side by side with fiat payments. We're realistic that modern businesses, still have some small reason to accept US dollars or euros in certain cases. We allow our customers to punish people for taking fiat if they want to by charging a premium. But yes, absolutely, Zaprite's a Bitcoin company, Bitcoin native, all those things.
And I think that's interesting because there's two different ways. I mean, there's no one way to be a Bitcoin company. You can solve a customer's Bitcoin problem, or you can solve a customer's problem with Bitcoin, like Slice is doing. So that's why I think it's great to hear both of your perspectives, especially digging into product market fit. And you mentioned that you offer Bitcoin alongside fiat. And also with Slice, I know you enable payments either with PayPal or Bitcoin. Was curious if there was anything with product market fit, what led to the decision to offer this optionality? There are some companies that do strictly 100% Bitcoin. When you were thinking about product market fit, what led you to offer this dual, both fiat and Bitcoin, for both of your products?
I think in our case, to come closer to the product market fit in decision making was listening to our audience very carefully and look at the data. And by grinding the data and digging into the feedback, go to the very deep level of talking to community. Discord is a huge community hub in our case and gives us an opportunity to talk directly to early testers. People assign themselves a role. We exactly know who to approach to get any sort of feedback on our product. And by listening closer to the community, having user-centric product is already a good start for any company to reach product market fit. So that was our case. Of course, then numbers are saying clearly 80% of users decide to go with Lightning. I don't need another justification or convincing there. So solved already.
Yeah, if you allow me to answer this question, I want to extend it a little bit with a definition of product market fit for some people who might not. I mean, it's somewhat self-explanatory, but the idea around product market fit has been around for at least a decade, although it's always existed. But in order for there to be product market fit, there has to be a market, right? So by definition, if it's a niche or it's very, very small, you can't really have product market fit because in those really, really small markets, it's hard to develop a business if you don't have customers and there's not a market for it. And there's kind of two ways to approach this in general. One is you outcompete people in an existing market that's very, very big, right? And usually that's because you have some regulatory foothold, or you invent something new, or the market's been dominated by people that have sort of aged out of their businesses, and there's an opportunity. Or the most exciting way to do it is that there is a small market, but it is a growing market, right? And you get in at the right time to where the market grows with your company. Inventing a market is the worst way to do this, right? Is that there's no market, you start a product, and then somehow you create a marketplace around your product. It does happen, but it's the hardest way to do it. So when I think about like this, I think about that a lot when I think of our strategy to have Bitcoin payments side by side with dollars, is that there's a market for payments, and it's massive, and it includes fiat money. And if we were going to go out there and say, Bitcoin only payments, and if you're a lawyer and you're trying to invoice your clients and you're only allowing them to pay in Bitcoin, to be perfectly honest, that market is very, very small, which means that we would not be able to reach product market fit unless we created this entire Bitcoin marketplace ourselves. One of our coworkers, Parker Lewis, talks about this, is that Bitcoiners are fond of talking about the circular economy. Well, the circular economy doesn't actually really just happen, right? It either exists or it doesn't. But the way it comes into existence is that a lot of individuals make individual decisions, and every time one of those individuals makes a decision, you have that sort of circle starting to form, right? And so the strategy of allowing these two payments together is because there's a market for it, right? And then we're going to ride that wave of the Bitcoin market growing. I'll get into more later after the questions.
Oh, that's great. And I've also heard product market fit being defined as the combination of persistence and pivots, and wanted to kind of dig in there where there were any instances of where you had to pivot throughout your product strategy, and when did you actually determine the need for such a change?
If I may answer that anecdotally, for us, the first product market fit was when the server broke together at 2 a.m. in the morning, and instead of desperation, we called it, nice, it's working out. It's too many users on our website, and our student discount isn't carrying it anymore, and we need to start to act mature and get it out. So every time part of our infrastructure, is it being database or the hosting server solution, is crumbling important, we're seeing that there are some tensions there because we're growing too fast and need to upgrade our infrastructure. Instead of being sad about cost increasing and burn rate being higher, we're saying it's a product market fit. And ever since joking about this, so it most became a meme within our company, at least. And I'm very much riding this wave, to be honest. Let it crash and burn. The more users we get, the more able we spend money for better infrastructure.
Yeah, I know a lot of people think like this around the persistence, pivoting, persistence definitely. However, the pivoting stuff I think is really overrated in general, meaning that that's just people that picked really bad markets to get into in the first place, which is a lack of preparation and just a failure that shouldn't be celebrated in general, is that you have to pick good markets. I forget who it is. One of the VC firms actually has something smart to say on this, which is the market rules everything, right? Mm-hmm. And the reason you see people pivoting over and over and over again is either their product can't compete in that market or they picked a crappy market. So when I think about where Zaprite is that it's okay to be early as long as that market grows, right? That's the bet, right? That's why it's risk, right? Is that the market for Bitcoin payments has to grow. And I don't think that Zaprite unilaterally is going to determine whether or not that happens. I think more than anything, where you see that pivoting happen is that anytime you find product market fit, you needed some sort of something had to happen before to build off of, right? You can't build Google without Akamai, almost. And so, when I think about Zaprite, I had just come from Unchained Capital, where in 2018, 2019, when I was trying to decide how to contribute in Bitcoin, the first question I needed to answer for any Bitcoin use case for anyone is, can I keep my Bitcoin safe? And I thought that the custody model needed maturity in the Bitcoin space. I couldn't even think about payments because if I wanted to think about payments, the first question you have to answer if you're going to accept Bitcoin as payments is, where do I keep it? How do I keep it safe? So I felt like there were these building blocks in order to have these sort of proto-atomic units to build off of in order to make later markets for Bitcoin. So fast forward 3-4 years from working at Unchained, I feel like the custody landscape has matured quite a bit to the point where I can start thinking about payments. Why did all the early payments companies, why were they almost unilaterally, except for BTC Pay Server, really custodial in nature? Well, it's because the custody options out there were not robust. People didn't have preconceived ideals of where they would keep their Bitcoin, and so the payment processor itself was the custodian of the Bitcoin. There was a wallet, right? And that's just mimicking what happens in the fiat world. When you use Stripe or you use any of the fiat payment processors, they take custody and then they pay you out. And we've seen how that goes. That really eliminates one of the greatest benefits of transacting in Bitcoin, is that you reduce that counterparty risk if you use it in a certain way. So without custody, payments didn't really make sense to me. But now that we had custody, then the market for payments can actually start to take off and actually take advantage of the Bitcoin native properties. So I don't think of it in terms of pivoting. I think of it in terms of like identifying the prerequisites for a market to exist, and then picking a good market, being early enough to where you don't have a lot of competition, and then you can dominate a market.
Mm-hmm. And I wanted to touch on something that you mentioned before, Darina, about kind of receiving customer feedback from your Discord. And I wanted to ask both of you, what are kind of the current feedback loops that you have in place to get from your customers? And especially if there's a specific instance of customer feedback you've received that you've actually implemented in terms of a new feature.
Oh yeah, I can go first. So one of the telltale signs that you have product market fit, and if you haven't worked in a startup, this might seem quaint, but it means everything in the early days, is that you don't have big marketing budgets, so everything's word of mouth, right? And if there is no word of mouth, you got a problem. You can tell that very early on, within the first 6 months of your product existing in the market. So the customer feedback comes from, hey, I heard from X that you did this, but I need Y thing, right? We get it from our friends at PlebLab here. Very recently, Carr was complaining to me in the back of the Commons yesterday, which is actually, he was very apologetic about it, very nice, but like he was complaining about a certain feature, and that's how we get better, right? And Carr, for instance, needed a certain fiat payment rail in order to take Bitcoin the way he wanted to take it. So we get that feedback in, we can iterate pretty quickly, but it's really a retail type thing. It's one by one in the early days. And it's usually because they heard from someone else, or they paid a Zaprite invoice as like, one of their suppliers sent them an invoice and they had to pay it. And they're like, wait, I could do that too, right? So it seems very small potatoes in the early days. It's like, oh, someone just says something, but it's not more complicated than that, right? But if you're not hearing that from people, then it's a bad sign.
Yeah, silence crickets. It's not good.
It's not good. Yeah. You might need to pivot. You picked a bad market.
Exactly. Darina?
I think in our case, I'm struggling to think of any single item or product feature that we released that was not based on product feedback coming from community directly or on request from the community. I think as a co-founder, a founder, or even working in a startup, at some point you don't see the forest because of the trees. So you definitely need a feedback loop comes from community, your advisor, mentors, whatever, even shareholders of the company who have just a third-party look at not day-to-day operation. And yeah, every feature that Slice has came either from directly request by community or through first validation, secret test. We have an extra group on Discord who had just assigned the roles of secret test and testing crazy stuff that is far, far away from the initial browser extension that we came up with at the first place. We are very happy and thankful for those people. Those people become your best advocates. This is core of your community. From that, everything else is growing. Those people become your moderators. They become your first employees. They become your company culture. If they are happy, everything works smooth. Satisfied 500 core people that are giving you the feedback, taking your time, and as a company that tries to assign value to your time and attention, we are more than thankful to give them some sats to, you know, get them into the company, get them into the team, make them feel special. And this is, I think, how we build a product, how we build a community, how you create successful business.
Ooh, can I give one more example?
Yes, please.
A really great indicator that you have something special, like you picked a good market, is when people use your product off-label, like off-label drugs or something like that, where they come to you and they're like, for us at Zaprite, it's always point of sale. We have a lot of people asking us about point of sale. It doesn't work for point of sale, really, right? But people still use it for a point of sale because it's better than the current things in the market for point of sale, even though we haven't optimized that for that at all, right? And it's not necessarily even a signal that you have to build a point of sale right this second, because the people that are using it that way are using it off label. They've hacked a way to do that. But in a startup, like if you think that your original market, for us, it's invoices and e-commerce, is a big enough market to go after, you can be patient around those things. But it's also a really, really good sign when people use your product off label, as it were.
Mm-hmm. And from you're getting a lot of feedback from different customers. There's probably then prioritization that you need to put in place in terms of feature development. Is there, what leads to, you know, having you how do you prioritize the feature development?
And
I know you recently released a great teams and organization feature as well.
I mean, I can say how it goes. At any organization, you find out who the stakeholders are, and you sit in a room and you say, okay, what are we going to do? Right now, like as this relates to product market fit, there's kind of a formula for everything, right? And while there's differences in different markets and different companies, it's all kind of the same. What are we prioritizing comes down to how hard is it going to be to build, and what is the demand for the actual feature, right? And in the early days, it might be, I heard from 3 people they want to do this, right? And so literally John and Parker and Tom and I will sit in a room, usually for about an hour, hour and a half, and we'll have a list of 50 things that we could possibly spend our time on. We kind of vote on it in a way. I aggregate it at the very, very end. I submit to them a list of like, well, here's 50 things, but we're only going to do these 3. And we all say, okay, let's go, right? When I was at Stack Overflow and it was way, 350 people and your stakeholders are, 40, 50 of them, you do the same thing, right? And it's about the inputs that you let into that process. So it might be John and I discussing it, but we're coming loaded with a bunch of inputs, whether that's data or it's anecdotes we've heard from people, or it's a wait list of people that have been asking us about an API for 4 months, right? And then we choose to prioritize that thing. But more than anything, I try to keep things like thematic, right? Is that, I'll use the point of sale, not because we're not going to do it. We're going to do it eventually. But every single time we've done these prioritization sessions, point of sale's on the list, and we just say, not now. We're going to focus on e-commerce. We're going to focus on invoicing. If we're not the best in those 2 markets, then we're not going to be the best in point of sale. And so keep yourself constrained as much as you can. Listen to your customers. Allow those inputs to come in, and then don't labor on it too much. Actually spend most of your time actually doing stuff.
Mm-hmm. So we are a company with 2 developers and extremely cost-efficient structure. We don't have the luxury of sort of having a long roadmap and dreaming about when somebody is having time to that. Every decision is being made currently at what brings us faster to breaking even and profitability. Then we can hire more people, can start dreaming and polishing the product to nice features that we would like to have. But currently, if it's not fixing the product, that's not working, it's definitely adding a feature that brings us towards profitability faster in order to hire more developers and have the choice. But absolutely, the way we decide upon that, and still there are some choices what to do then first, is starting simple from urgent, not urgent, important, not important matrix, or going deeper into almost Fibonacci matrix, where we as free co-founders used to struggle with decision making sometimes between us. It's just the way it goes, and we decided to let the math decide, and that's sort of sense for what's important. So there are tools there where you can absolutely, if you're in a great position to have a choice, where you absolutely can see how much effort what would take and what brings you faster to your goal. And that's the only one goal in a startup. It's getting to not needing to raise money anymore.
I want to point out one thing, like for anyone like this idea of like roadmaps, the more mature your company is, the more valuable like a longer term roadmap is. But in general, I think carrying around a lot of like product inventory, like things you're supposed to do, is a terrible idea. Like roadmaps are kind of stupid. And the earlier you are in your product journey and your company journey, the more useless they are. Like when we do our prioritization stuff right now, like I'm kind of still in the Unchained mindset of like a more mature company where we can plan 6 months ahead. Our inventory is useless within like 3 weeks. And we're like, everything's different and we're not going to do any of those things that we were planning out. So it's a huge waste of time. I'm writing a series right now called The Invariance of Software Development. It's on thetoolsofignorance.xyz, a little plug. But I almost made like don't carry inventory one of the invariants, but it's not really true, for much more mature companies, is that you really don't want to keep a lot of product inventory around, especially early on, because then you're just working on the important problems of 4 months ago. Keep inventory, especially early on.
And I kind of want to add on that. So a lot of the builders here, they're early stage, obviously, and they're constrained with resources, like developers, like you mentioned, Irina. What are the processes you go through when you decide whether you build, buy, or partner? When you have certain things on your priority, and what's worked, what hasn't worked, or your experiences there?
If you're not working on money or financial services or something really important, just buy everything. Like build nothing but your product. However, when you're dealing with people's money and sensitive information, I've kind of had to like, so like at Stack Overflow, the answer was always just like buy whatever tool does the thing. Don't build anything internally. That's a really dumb way to do it. But in Unchained or at Zaprite, where you're dealing with much more sensitive information, you kind of have to build because trusted third parties are security holes, and your reputation is everything. And if you're going to trust, I don't know, what's the name of one of those marketing CRMs that always gets hacked? I can't even think of their names now. HubSpot or something like that. It's like, yeah, I mean, like we've all run into this, right? It's not a bad thing to do that, but your security posture and your third party posture really depends on the type of market you're serving and the type of customer information that you have. So, I made the mistake at Unchained trusting HubSpot, right? That was a bad idea. We should have been doing more of that stuff internally. And at Zaprite, even though we don't have KYC, we don't have the type of information we had at Unchained, we're putting that off as long as we can. Like every single conversation we have is how do we host it locally? How do we spend a little bit more time and effort because I think it's less about like the productivity side, more about the reputation you have with your customer base. Now, if you're not dealing with money, if you're not dealing with people's KYC information, things like that, it's usually a waste of time to go out and build your own CRM.
I pretty much agree, and it really depends on the business you're in, what market offers you for tooling. It's hard to say per se for everyone. There is a recipe. In our case, there's tons of complex infrastructure that we have tried to purchase outside. We saw that it's not sufficient, came up with an idea to develop our own, but to white label it at the end and not, to open it up to the market and monetize it. And I'm always a big fan of going outside and buying outside, hiring outside, going to places like Upworks and Fiverr and give Pakistani guys a chance. It could be your best developer in 2 years from now. And all this amazing stuff happened to us when we did something that we needed to do because of desperation situation of budget, and it turned out to be a super positive thing for us. So I'm in no way anyone who would say everything in-house is better and needs to be done right. Absolutely, you should go and buy stuff you can buy.
Speaking of product market fit, the best product ever created for a computer ever. They can solve your CRM problems. They can solve your funnel problems. They can solve your whatever problems is called Excel. And it doesn't have to be shared with anyone, and it lives on your machine, and you should use it.
And curious, is there anything else that you felt different from, you've both worked in previously non-Bitcoin fiat roles as well, and working on product there. In terms of differences that you felt working at Bitcoin companies like Unchained, Zaprite, Slice now, and with like the trust with tools. I hadn't actually even thought of that. Is there anything else that comes to mind that's kind of you wouldn't have thought, but now it's kind of part of your daily life that you have to think about, be aware of when you're operating with a product that is using Bitcoin or is with Bitcoin?
If I may ask, it's going to be a short one. The only difference for me is working in a Bitcoin startup is that so many people, for some reason, care what is it a Bitcoin startup or not, and about the ecosystem, which seems to be, it looks to me like people want to open it up, but as soon as you open it up, there seems to be a problem with that. That's a little bit weird, but that's the only difference I noticed. Other than that, it's a difference between cooperative world and startup world. That is a huge difference to me, yes. And I can only say from my side, everything that Andre said, to the point of being obnoxiously correct that he said, and it sucks to be founder. However, it's the first time in my life. I'm doing it for 10 years now, working for myself. It's for 10 years, never felt like work again as I left corporate. So it's to everyone else. Of course, I look super old and gray hair and everything. All the negatives comes with that. Yes, absolutely. But I never have been more happy in my life at the same time. So you go figure.
I find them to be extraordinarily different. Well, sorry, it's the same in like you're just building software, and building software is building software. Whether you're building a Bitcoin company, like good programmers can build a good Bitcoin business and can build, a internet forum. However, I find the markets to be very, very different. Building web apps. At Stack Overflow, for instance, like what was the market? The market was people who read and write things on the internet. Right, I needed people to read stuff, and I needed people to write in a box, and that was a pretty established market by the time Stack Overflow came along, and we just had to have the right prompt to get you to write something, and then the high quality of content to get you to read it. Right, it was pretty straightforward. The market was there. In Bitcoin, like I would argue, like until 2013, 2014, Bitcoin was a very bad market to build in, because there wasn't really a market, which is why there are very few companies out there. I mean, a few, Coinbase made it, Cumberland OTC made it through, Zappo didn't make it, it was a bad market back then. And then like the people that timed it around that 2013, 2014 timeframe grew with that market. A good example is like at Unchained, when I talked to Rodolfo at WolfNYC, they tried to build Unchained. That was their first product. Right? It was way too early. The market wasn't growing with them. They had to pivot because they picked a shitty market. Mm-hmm. And then Unchained comes along 5 years later, and we even looked kind of silly for a couple of years. In 2019, no one gave a shit about multisig, right? In 2020, no one gave a shit about multisig. We looked stupid. And then in 2021, something happened. The market came. It wasn't because of Unchained, but we were opportunistic, and we were there when it happened. That's kind of the sweet spot. And so when you're just building web apps in general, it's like you don't have as many market problems as you do in Bitcoin. Timing is everything on this type of stuff. And if you can time it in that perfect thing where you're there early, 1, 2, 3 years with the runway to pick up whenever that market picks up. And if you can put your thumb on the scale at all by having a really good product, then you have magic. But I never built in a emerging market before. In Bitcoin, for a lot of the use cases, is still an emerging market. Like custody, not emerging anymore. If you have a great idea, you can go in there and compete, and there's a nice market for it. Payments, we'll see, right? Like we're hoping that the market catches up to us. We want to extend our runway. It hasn't hit yet, but I think the timing's right.
Great, and I know we're getting close to lunch. Kind of one last, more generic question. Any advice that you have for the builders here today that has been a little bit of a North Star, or something that you could share in terms of tips that have led to both of your successes?
Just do it.
Just do it.
I would say the most underrated thing, after you've picked a market to get into, is to have a robust vision and strategy for what you want to build. I think that that it's been fetishized to iterate and fail and iterate and fail and go through all these cycles. If you're trying to pick out copy for a marketing campaign, that's fine. But if you're trying to build a business, like it's really damaging when you have to pivot over and over and over again, right? And so having a vision, sticking to that vision, and having a strategy that you can execute on over years, not carrying a bunch of product inventory, but having a vision for what that world's supposed to look like in a few years is entirely underrated, and most people avoid the responsibility.
Well, thank you both so much, Will and Darina.
Firm. We'll tell you more about that in a minute, but I wanted to point out their information right here. Their website is dlapiper.com, so you can learn more about their services. And in the back, they have generously provided us some books that you can, take notes in, write your first novel, put technical notes in, that kind of thing. Not your seed, not your phrases, and battery chargers. So feel free right back there on the bench as you go towards the food for your second or third serving. Pick those up. Those are free to you. So we're going to wait just a minute and see if we get the signal from Logan. Are we good? That's the signal. All right. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm a little older, so needing to refer to notes. Not sure how many of you may know. Again, my name's Teresa. My business is Flipcat Consulting. I work with several different clients, primarily startups, small to medium-sized businesses, and law firms. And I actually have been to law school, but my forte is doing marketing, business strategy, that kind of thing. So when I've done legal marketing, I've tried to encourage lawyers to think more entrepreneurially, not just work in their profession, but consider from day one that they should have an entrepreneurial mindset. When they do, they have a better chance of being successful. But we're going to kind of flip the script on that and have a professional attorney here who works specifically with startups, emerging companies, advising them on things that they need to know for formation, working with VCs, things that you need to have in place in order to be more attractive to potential funders and investors, how not to get in trouble, or at least try to not get in trouble. So we're going to tackle all that. So first I want to introduce Alan Bickerstaff. Please give him a round of applause. Oh, and in case you can't tell by his shirt, he's also a Bitcoiner. So that's a bonus.
Thank you.
Alan, would you give us a little bit of your background and how you came to be in Texas and do the type of work that you do?
Will do. So, hello everybody. My name is Alan Bickerstaff. I'm a partner at DLA Piper. I've been in Austin since 1999, representing venture capital-backed companies and startups. Literally from formation through exit. So I've been doing this, whatever that is, 25 years now. I've represented hundreds of startups through hundreds of venture capital financings, M&A transactions, and IPOs, and then kind of everything in between. My day-to-day practice could involve going to a board meeting, advising the board on things, advising founders on employment matters and equity compensation matters, and just about everything you could imagine that would come up in the day-to-day life of a startup. I first heard about Bitcoin. It kind of was when it started getting popular and it was in the headlines in 2013. And we used to have these South by Southwest parties, and I met some guy, and he looked like he was 12 years old, but he graduated from college, and I asked him what he did, and he said, well, I don't do anything. I'm retired. I started mining Bitcoin when I was a freshman in college. And I went home that night and downloaded the Satoshi white paper and read it and did nothing. So I didn't pick up again until 2017, because I mean, as a person who's like not steeped in cryptography and the issues with the monetary system at the time, it just you read it, it's interesting, but it didn't really click, right? And so I started like getting really involved in 2017 and buying Bitcoin. And at first, it was all about speculation and doing all that stuff. And as I started learning more, read Parker Lewis's stuff, And, really digging in and listening to podcasts, I really kind of became a big fan of Bitcoin. So I was really thrilled to see that we have such a vibrant Bitcoin community here. I didn't actually know that we did until very recently. And that's when I reached out to Teresa and PlebLabs and Kaylee about Bitcoin Commons and all that. So I'm hoping to be much more involved in the community. Hopefully.
So you are the head of the EGVC group at your firm. What does that stand for? What does that mean?
Yeah, so DLA Piper is a global law firm. It has a long history representing entrepreneurs and technology startups. It's actually one of the predecessor firms was founded in 1969 in Silicon Valley, and it was one of the first Silicon Valley-based law firms to open an office in Austin. So we do we're top 5 venture capital firms. So we do a lot of transactions, have our pulse in the market, know what VCs are looking for, and know how to do deals. We're also like number 1 in the world in terms of number of M&A transactions, 14 years in a row. I'm the head of the EGVC group. That stands for Emerging Growth Venture Capital. I'm the head of the group in Texas, not the entire group, but in Texas. So I'm really getting out in the community, trying to meet entrepreneurs and investors who are in the space. And I have a personal passion for Bitcoin. So like I said, when I found out about the community that we have here, it became much more interesting to me to get involved and start to meet Bitcoin entrepreneurs. And hopefully I can merge my personal passion with Bitcoin with my professional life as an attorney representing entrepreneurs.
All right, now I'm going to get into the questions that you guys care a little bit more about as people who are working in startups and trying to build companies and what the things you need to learn. But first, a legal disclaimer. Things that you may hear me say, but definitely what you may hear Alan say, does not constitute legal advice for you. You must consult with your own attorney, which in some cases, maybe in the future, might be Alan. So just please keep that in mind. This is what we're trying to provide today is an overarching general view of things that a startup, an entrepreneur should keep in mind or should consider very seriously doing. So let's start that off. We have an idea. How do we form a business?
Great question. So I'm focused on representing companies that are seeking institutional financing. So I'm going to kind of narrow the answer to the question to, if you're thinking about raising institutional capital, these are 2 questions to ask, right? Are you going to raise institutional capital, number 1? Number 2, do you want to be able to grant equity to employees in a manner that's very easy and simple? If the answer to those 2 questions is yes, then the well-worn path is to form what's called a C corporation in Delaware. The reason is it's got a well-worn path. It's very well known. It's simple. The structure is well known. Delaware has a very well-known body of law. Despite what Elon Musk says, Delaware is still the preferred state of incorporation. That could change over time, but it's still far and away where everybody does business. Because I'm going to try to analogize to a code. We've got a lot of developers in here, right? And try to analogize this whole legal thing and the setup of a company to code, right? And so if you think about it, everybody knows the code in Delaware and it makes it efficient. So everybody, attorneys all over the country, investors, whatever, right? They know Delaware, they know how a C Corp works. And so, they understand that code. And so it makes it a lot easier for everybody to kind of do the same thing. And it operates under the KISS principle, which is keep it simple, stupid, right? VCs aren't typically interested in trying to optimize for taxes. Like if you ever did a deal with a private equity group, you see all these crazy structures with 7 entities and multiple flow-through entities and all this stuff that's designed to optimize for taxes. And you don't really do that in the startup world because at the end of the day, you're gonna be losing money for a long time, right? It's all about execution. Execution is a much bigger risk than having to worry about tax efficiency. So people don't really get into that. They're really focused on just doing the thing that works, right? So that people can get out there building their product and executing on the business plan. So what do you do if you want to do a startup and you want to form a company? My advice is that you find an attorney who's experienced in this space and can help you and advise you, because I'll go through a couple of disasters. We go through these things where we find companies who they form their own company or they use their brother's divorce lawyer to form their corporation, and the code of the corporation, all the documents is like a mess. So if you go to the right person and you get your formation done, then the code, the basis of your entity and how it's structured and the things you can do and how you issue equity and all that stuff is very easy to do. And if you go to somebody who does it all the time, you can slide you into a set of documents. It's very easy. That's like a pre-set up set of code that gets you set up so you can go out and start building your business, protect your intellectual property, maintain your capitalization table properly, and maintain your records properly so that when you go out and raise capital, you're going to check all the boxes for an institutional investor about what you've done in terms of your formation. I hope that's helpful.
Sounds good. One quick word about, I know you've mentioned a lot about C Corps with that. We'll just keep this quick because it's kind of a tail end on that question. But what about an LLC? What about a partnership?
Yeah, so
This is a trick question, actually.
LLCs are good for a lot of things. They don't kind of fit within the KISS principle. It's not easy to grant equity to employees with LLCs, and kind of the whole mantra of the startups is a wide distribution of equity so that everybody participates in the success of the business. So LLCs are great. We use them all the time, particularly in private equity structures, but they're not necessarily very good for startups because they create some complications. It's actually more expensive to use an LLC than it is to do a C Corp for a startup. Partnerships, even worse, right? You have if it's a general partnership, you don't have the limited liability shield that you would have with an LLC or a C Corp. And if it's a limited partnership, then the structure is even more complicated than an LLC. And so a limited partnership really is kind of reserved for fund structures when you're setting up funds, investment funds. Other than that, these days, they don't have a lot of use cases outside of that world. One other thing I want to mention that everybody should know, maybe you're going to ask this question. There's a new law that just came into effect.
Yeah.
Called the Corporate Transparency Act. It was, I agree. We need to strike it down. The good news is a Georgia court recently just ruled in favor of a plaintiff who's trying to fight this thing, and they claimed it was unconstitutional, but that only applies to that case, so it's still being enforced, and until that goes up to the U.S. Supreme Court and gets overruled, hopefully, we're kind of stuck with the regime right now. So
The key point about that is, and I would encourage you, if you're forming your company or if you already have one, or let's say you have a business and you're thinking about adding something new and you're determining, is it going to be a brand new company or is it going to be a DBA or how do I decide? Part of the issue with this law is what the requirements are for you to report. So for example, a business in Texas needs to file its taxes, just like you as an individual need to file your taxes. But the businesses also must comply with the Secretary of the State comptroller, right?
That's right.
For filing franchise tax. And a simple, now I'm talking more like small companies that might not know this. A larger company is probably going to have a comptroller, somebody that knows you have to do this every year in addition to the standard taxes. But if you fail to file your franchise tax, those fines can add up. Even if you're a small company and you didn't meet the maximum threshold where you owe any money, you still have to go through the steps of your franchise filing and say, no, we don't owe any money. If you fail to do that, you may have some fines. So with this new law that's come out, there are some compliance requirements right now. I heard Carol Roth, I think some of you will know who that is, speak about it yesterday on the radio, and two things that she mentioned. If you have an LLC, in her case, she was like, if I had an LLC, I would wait until, and these are her words, I would wait until the end of the year to file because, as you mentioned, the law may change. So having to report and say, I'm not money laundering, I'm not being a nefarious actor here. The other thing I found interesting that she said, if you are thinking about spinning up an LLC, and let's say, we're sitting here in March and April 1st, we go to the state and file our LLC, you have 30 days, although Alan told me right now the window seems to be 90 days.
For the first year. That's right.
In the first year to hit that compliance mark. And I'm telling you, there's plenty of people out there across the nation that have no clue that they are going to be tasked with doing this. So just speak with somebody. Alan can help you with that subsequent, but that's something new that you should be aware of, that it's the government in DC exerting too much control. So let's move on. You mentioned equity. How does a startup, a new company, think about handling equity?
That's a great question. So, and it's an important one. So you got to think about issuing equity as like the code that explains the ownership of the business. And it's probably the most important diligence item that will come up if you're seeking money from investors. So when we set up a new corporation, we have a fixed fee organization package that does all the stuff we're going to talk about today. But for the founders, we would set up what's called a restricted stock purchase agreement. Pretty straightforward. It's got an IP assignment clause in it. Founders typically pay about 1/1000th of a penny per share for their stock, so it's basically free because it's a new corporate vessel that essentially has no value, and it's going to have things like a right of first refusal, an IPO lockup, and an escrow of shares in it. And then we typically set up. We always recommend, particularly when you have multiple founders, that you put vesting on your shares. The vesting is important because imagine you've got 3 founders who divide up the company evenly. They're going to have a third, right? If in 6 months, 9 months, somebody doesn't work out or they just decide this isn't for them, they're going to hang out on the beach, you don't really have a mechanism to get those shares back unless you impose vesting. And so you're kind of stuck with a third of your cap table in the hands of somebody who's not contributing value. So the idea behind vesting is to make sure everybody's incented to stick around, continue to contribute to the success of the business. And then you got to think about securities laws as well. Anytime you issue equity or a security of any type, you should definitely talk with an experienced securities attorney so you can make sure you comply with securities laws. You always have to find a private placement exemption under federal law and under state law. And usually that's pretty simple. It's really simple in a formation, but it can get complicated when you have stock options because you're going to have filing requirements. A lot of states actually have like a pro forma form you got to file, but you got to pay them $400, right? If you issue a security to California is probably the most expensive one, for example, not surprisingly. New York also. So you got to do those things to comply, because if you don't do them, it becomes a diligence item. It can create fines. In California, if you're late doing a filing, they'll charge you $2,500. So it can get really expensive. One other thing I would add about this that's important to understand about getting founder stock and owning stock generally is it's simple. Stock is a little bit easier to understand than stock options, right? Most employees get stock options, founders get stock. I'll explain why in a minute. But the good thing about stock is you hold it for 12 months, you get long-term capital gains treatment. Even better, if you hold it for 5 years for a brand new company with no assets, it's going to qualify for what's called qualified small business stock. Have you guys heard of that? You ever heard of? So qualified small business stock, basically, there's some technical rules we don't need to get into, but basically, if you buy QSB and you own it for at least 5 years, then when you sell that stock, you're going to get tax-free capital gains for up to the greater of $10 million or 10 times your basis in the stock. Founders typically, like I said, get their stock essentially free, so you're capped out at 10 million. Now, there are some ways to do some estate planning type things where you can amplify that $10 million to multiply it across multiple people if you're buying through a flow-through entity. That can get quite complicated, but if you do it, you also typically have to divest ownership, like to your kids or whatever. So not everybody's in that position, but people who are, maybe it makes sense. So it's really a powerful tool to be aware of and understand. So for example, investors, this is always a representation there that make sure you've done the certain things you need to do to be a qualified small business. Because if somebody invests $10 million in your company, they're going to get up to $100 million in tax-free capital gains if you have a really successful exit.
Right, let's look at the next topic. From branding to products to the way you conduct a particular way of running your business, how do you protect that intellectual property? What are some initial steps that a startup or entrepreneur should consider?
Yeah, great question. So again, there's a well-worn path to doing this that everybody will look for in a transaction, and you should do from the day you form your company and start. So the most basic thing you need to do is have what's called a proprietary information agreement with every one of your employees, including the founders. So this is an agreement that says everything you do for the corporation is owned by the corporation. So everybody assigns their IP from their efforts as an individual, as an employee, to the corporation. The corporation owns it. It's particularly important to have something in writing if you hire third-party contractors, whether it's an individual or a company developing code for you, because the common law practice is if you don't have a written agreement assigning ownership to your corporation, then the third party owns it. And so we spend a lot of time when I'm doing venture capital financings with people who didn't do this or didn't do the right things, running around trying to find these third parties, former employees, everybody trying to like tie all this stuff up so that the investors can be 100% certain that you've done everything you can do to own the IP that the corporation is creating. And that's the secret sauce typically, right? So it's very important to do that. So a proprietary information agreement, a contractor agreement for contractors to make sure that you actually own the IP. And then of course from there, anytime you're dealing with third parties, you want to execute an NDA that protects your intellectual property, or it restricts their use of the intellectual property, right? And if to the extent it's a trade secret, by having them execute an NDA, it maintains the trade secret status. Of course, there's registered intellectual property, right? If you have a brand name, you have trademarks, things like that, and you want to go get protection for that at the federal level, you should hire an experienced trademarks attorney who will go and do that for you and walk you through that process. You should do, before you spend a bunch of money branding, it's very advisable to go do a trademark search, make sure that you looked at your name, made sure you're not going to like infringe on somebody else in your space, and you don't spend a bunch of money and then get a cease and desist letter from somebody because you're stepping on their toes and have to unwind all that and start over with a new branding exercise. I've seen companies have to do it, and it can be painful. And then finally, there's patents, right? If you have patentable technology, get with an experienced patent attorney, make sure you don't disclose your invention to anybody, not under an NDA, until you've gotten with a patent attorney, you've gotten that patent application filed so you can protect yourself, because disclosing the invention, the patentable invention, can blow your ability to actually get the patent in the first place. So that's pretty important. And so that kind of in a nutshell is kind of the bucket of stuff that you got to do. And that's kind of the code that underlies how you provide proof of work, so to speak, in terms of how you own your IP. And everybody, when you hire an investors counsel, they will come through, they will look at all this stuff, and they will make sure that you've done this, literally down to the employee, right? You've got to disclose every employee who didn't sign a proprietary information agreement, for example. And I've got plenty of horror stories. I just represented an investor who invested in a company, and they checked every one of these boxes. They literally did absolutely nothing correct. And it tripled the time it took to get the deal done. It probably tripled the cost, frankly, and just made it much more complicated for everybody to get it done. So I think that's it on the IP.
So you have an idea, you're excited, you get some people to collaborate with you, you form your company, you're going and blowing, you're working on the project that you're so passionate about, and you might be neglecting or not doing properly corporate records. So tell us what's important there.
So this all ties into everything else that we just kind of talked about, right? So how do you prove up all this stuff, right? You got to have a system of maintaining your corporate records, your capitalization table, stock issuances, restricted stock purchase agreements to everybody who's purchased stock options for everybody who's got a stock option, your IP, a copy of the PIA that every employee signed. If you set up a company, that day one thing you got to do that you got to put in your HR to-do list is have them sign that proprietary information agreement, because you will be asked to provide it when you're raising money. And so all that stuff just makes it very important that you really have some sort of system to track your documents in an organized fashion, so you can easily and simply produce them, stick them in a data room that investors and their counsel can review, and check the box in terms of ownership, who actually owns the company. Typically what will happen is an investor's counsel will go through every single stock issuance, line by line by line, tying it out to the board consent. Did you get board approval? Did you actually issue the stock certificate? Did they actually sign a stock purchase agreement that has a right of first refusal and other transfer restrictions in it? all this stuff gets checked in detail every time you do a financing. So another very important, piece of code, if you will, is just like making sure you've got records that can prove up all the stuff that we just talked about. I think that's it. So the PIAs particularly important because, and the contractor agreements, because you'll have to provide all those in a diligence exercise. And then of course the license agreements. You've got to the extent you have third-party licenses, like real license agreements, not like Microsoft Office, but of course you have to have a license. But when you're negotiating third-party license agreements with customers, with vendors and the like, you got to make sure you've got that all proved up, particularly with customers, because that's going to be a key diligence item again in terms of IP ownership, because we've seen instances where people, they sign whatever's put in front of them. They think it's a form, and like they literally assigned ownership of their IP to the third party, and it's killed companies. It's killed financing. So it's really important to get somebody who understands the licensing and technology transactions to advise you and make sure that you're not tripping this up and doing things that can come back to haunt you later. So there's a lot of things, a lot of little nuances that you may not be aware of that could get picked up. So that's always recommend that you get somebody who's in that space to advise you to negotiate those agreements.
I've got one more question for you, but I did want to add something first before we wrap. I want to try and go quickly through this because we want to get back and make sure we're on time for the presentations this afternoon. But we mentioned that, or I mentioned that DLA is a global law firm. That means they're going to have a variety of practice areas. When you're starting out, you may want to find an attorney that is a little more generally focused, or is a business or corporate attorney, or in this case, somebody who's very familiar with entrepreneurs and emerging companies, has the experience working with VCs. But then there will come a time when you'll need a second layer, and that could be your attorney or your network who is well networked, or a firm like DLA who has the ability to say, Alan can say, I've got a guy down the hall, or I've got a guy in Dallas or Nashville or wherever who can talk to you about your employment law issues, or your mergers and acquisitions, maybe team up with what Alan would be doing, and so on. So they will have, maybe you want to bring somebody in from overseas and you need an immigration attorney. So there will be other layers of proficiency that you might need in the legal space to help you address what you need. But just to get started, because that is what we are here talking about today, what would a young entrepreneur, young company need to consider as the best time to hire an attorney?
Yeah. I always recommend that you get somebody involved really early in the process. When you think you're at the level where you're ready to start developing code, creating a product, whatever, it's important to form a corporation, I think, and get it done right. And if you get it done right, it's going to save you a ton of time and money down the road, because it's much easier to do it right the first time than trying to clean it up. With us, we try to make it super simple for entrepreneurs. We have a fixed fee package that gives you all the tools I just talked about. So, set you up with a Delaware C Corp. You got founder vesting, got forms of NDA, proprietary information agreement, contractor agreements, and employment offer letters. So all the things you can kind of get up and running, and you can protect yourself with these tools if you use them properly. You don't have to call your attorney every day running up your bill, right? So it makes things very efficient for you. And to your point, the formation's pretty straightforward, pretty simple. We've got the documents, we do it right. Once you start developing coding, you're going to need other expertise. We've got a technology transactions group, right, who can help you negotiate the license agreement. Inevitably, you're going to have some sort of employment issue where you have to terminate somebody, or somebody's complaining, and so you need an employment attorney to kind of help walk you through that. And then there's the tax attorneys and / executive compensation attorneys. There's always complicated nuances that you have to deal with when you're issuing equity or negotiating an employment agreement with an executive you're bringing on board, those kinds of things. So we try to be a one-stop shop where we can do all those things for you. And once you grow, we have, much more sophisticated services that you may need in the future, right? So for example, we have a lobbying arm. We have, if you're doing a startup that requires FDA approval, we have FDA people If you're in the telecom space, we have FCC people. Most startups don't need that stuff unless you're in a specialized regulatory area early on, but we have them when you need them. And our groups are, have people in them dedicated to working with startups. And that's the kind of thing that you want. You want to find somebody who's focused on startups, knows how to work with startups, because you're cash constrained. You typically need somebody who's efficient, who's done this over and over and over again, because you see the same problems come up over and over again. So you can, you can call up one of us typically and have a 10-minute conversation. We'll have an answer for you, right? So very quick, very efficient, very cheap, versus calling up somebody who, is a divorce lawyer and then going to have to go, try to figure it out. I don't do things outside my practice area because I just know how it is. There's all kinds of little traps and nuances, and if you're not aware of them, then you could do something wrong and really create bigger headaches down the road. So I think that answers your question, but that's
I think that was great. To follow up with Alan, I know that several of you may have additional questions, or you may want to just hear some more stories of things that clients did wrong and that you should avoid. Of course, he would name the clients, hypothetically clients. Right. But you can follow up with Alan today. That's Alan Bickerstaff. You can also find his bio on the DLA website, dlapiper.com. If you have other questions a few days down the road, you can reach out to me, Teresa at pleblab.com, or you can ask Car, and we can put you in touch with Alan. And I can give you some very general guidance and then point you in the right direction of what you may want to prepare so that you can ask Alan and be efficient there. So thank you for your attention, and we will go on with the rest of our show.
Thanks. Thank you.
Just to hammer this home, who likes paying taxes? Oh, 0 people? Fantastic. That's why you call people like Alan. Okay? I'm not saying 0 taxes is the right answer, but people like him can save you a tremendous fortune. And it's better to call them earlier when you don't have the problems so that you don't take the gun and shoot yourself in the foot.
Boys. We got, the title of this panel is Road to Revenue, and we've got Parker and John here of ZapRight. So, John, I'll start off with you, man. You've been building ZapRight for a minute, and it's been all in a bear market. So it's obviously a very interesting time, right? I mean, from 2010 to 2020, a lot of tech companies were, getting a bunch of funding and just essentially not making any money. And that was kind of the model for a decent amount of time. So you worked in a time where it was a little bit different, a little bit harder to get, some venture capital funding. Money was a little tighter. So talk us a little bit about that and that experience kind of, I guess, building the past couple years.
Okay, there we go. That should be it. Well, not technically true. Zaprite had started before the 2022 bear market kicked in. So the product had been live, and when I came down to Austin first, I left Canada where I'd been living at the time, and I came down to Austin in September 2021. And that was really just a time when there was a hive of activity going on with Bitcoin and Bitcoin development, particularly here in Austin. There was a lot of VC money still out there. There was a lot of people excited about what was happening. There was a lot of building happening at the time. And we did manage to raise a small bit of money in a small pre-seed round. But then very quickly the bear market kicked in. So we had to be very cautious about how we were actually going to spend that money and what it was going to be used on. And so there was a lot of decisions that had to be made on how we could, make that runway last as long as possible. But it was a challenge, but it's an exciting challenge. And I mean, part of that, I guess we can, touch on later, but like part of that was just putting some of that in Bitcoin treasury, which, if you're conservative with your burn, you can ride out the bear market and come out the other side, and then as the price comes up, you start to extend your runway again. So it's a lot of work. There's a lot of decisions to be made, but yeah, bear market's definitely a different beast than a bull market for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And we're definitely coming into, seemingly another bull market here. So I guess how do you differentiate between like, all right, Bitcoin treasury with the burn, let's get into that. Like, how are you guys looking at, I guess, holding Bitcoin on the balance sheet? Because obviously, we're all Bitcoiners here, but it's a very volatile asset, right? So, 1 month it could be up 10, 20% or whatever we've seen it run, and the next month it could be down. So how are you, I guess, as business owners and, kind of running a startup with that burn, how are you going to, I guess, prepare yourself going forward with this bull market we got coming up?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing I'd say is that you have to be cognizant of where you're at in the cycle. And when you're running a business, and particularly if you've raised money, you're in the business of allocating capital, and part of that is how you manage your own balance sheet. And so I do think that the majority of our company's capital today is in Bitcoin, but that if it was in 2021, I think we'd evaluate the relative distribution differently, not to be traders, but life stage of the company, what we're doing to our burn on a monthly basis to reduce it, and also knowing where we're at. I'd personally feel uncomfortable if we did not have a majority of our balance sheet in Bitcoin today, but that necessarily wouldn't be the case depending on where our runway is relative to our aggregate balance sheet, such that at the end of the next bull run, we might not be worried about a drawdown because we've had reduced our burn to such a level that it's nominal. But if you're just getting out, you got to be very cognizant of it, because you have to get to the point where you're actually cutting out of that burn every month from your actual operations. But you are a manager of a balance sheet if you're raising money and you're in the business of Bitcoin. And so I also think not having any Bitcoin on your balance sheet if you're building for Bitcoin is something that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. And then, the title of this panel is Road to Revenue. So I kind of want to dive into that on how you guys are looking at, growing this revenue during this bull market, whether it's, the marketing aspect, new people coming into Bitcoin, how you're going to kind of level that. And then, from the burn, right, revenue is one thing, but how do you guys determine, when to quit, I guess, dumping money back into the company to become, seemingly profitable, because it's, I guess, like a difficult kind of area here in startups where, you know, a lot of them don't necessarily become profitable for years at a time, early on at least. So, you know, how are you guys going to, I guess, view the revenue growth seemingly here with this bull market, and then, determine how much to kind of keep putting in there?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's kind of overlap on the last question, because you have to have, I mean, you have to have a portion of your treasury in Bitcoin. And what we're trying to do is, as a business, we're trying to build tools that make it easier for businesses to accept Bitcoin payments and to get Bitcoin onto their balance sheet and into their treasury. And so we have to practice what we preach as well. We have to recognize that that is how we are running our business. And so we have to build the tools that we want and that we want to offer then to users. And so, you know, a large part of that is recognizing that over the longer term, Bitcoin on your balance sheet is the best option. But again, obviously there's like, you do have to weigh up like those decisions all the way along the way. And then of course, like, you know, we can get into like subscription models that we just announced and stuff like that, where we actually start to look at revenue coming in. But as you touched on, an early part of that is like, you are not going to be making money in the early days of your business, and that's where VC money comes in. And it's all about just managing that balance sheet and that treasury, and Bitcoin plays a huge part in that.
Yeah, and one thing I'd add, I have kind of an experience from having worked at Unchained, and I really viewed it as a different problem because we were offering a custody solution, and it's very difficult to get people to upgrade how they're custodying their Bitcoin, and before they ever know whether or not the solution is secure, it often requires foot soldiers to be the first ones through the door on a new custody solution, and no one wants to be the first one through the door. And so when we were building Unchained, I really viewed those first people coming in as creating equity value, because they were not the test dummies. I was the test dummy. I was, you know, one of the first vaults that existed before vaults was even live. But that was a different problem as to how I see Zaprite. And when Will and I were talking with John last spring and into summer when we were joining Zaprite, was that this is the type of business, and not every business is the same, not every model is the same, but we need to get to profitability as quickly as possible, and we need to be charging for it before we're ever out publicly pitching it. And oftentimes, I think, you know, I've experienced this in my prior role, but I think a lot of people who are working on early Bitcoin startups and tinkering with ideas that they don't, you know, they believe in it, they have a vision that it will work, but they don't know that it's actually in many ways easier to tell a story and to raise money about the promise of a future market than it is to actually generate cash. And generating cash, and Nifty's in the back, and she's been preaching this, that cash flow is king. That really, on a, you know, not just on a Bitcoin standard, but more generally, the security of your company, the security of the project you're working on is figuring out how to generate positive net cash flow every month, that you don't have to be dependent on outside capital. But one of the scary things is for an early company is actually putting a price tag on it and putting it in market and seeing like, well, okay, people say they like this, but are they willing to pay for it? And if they're not willing to pay for it, then you don't have a product. And so the way that we're approaching Zaprite is there's a price, and even though it is daunting to say, hey, we do feel a little early in Bitcoin payments, but we also feel like the right time is now, and we're maximally incentivized to know whether the market, and specifically the market of our customers, agrees with it. And so we then really look at the trajectory of how many paying customers are we bringing on each month? Is it accelerating? Because those two things, regardless, or not necessarily regardless, like the actual absolute level of burn is relevant, but that's reinforcing the market signal. Are you onboarding in an accelerating way, paying customers, and are you seeing trends in that allow you to believe in a credible way that it will continue to get you to a point of profitability? And if you don't, then you need to quickly reassess whether what you're building is the right thing. because people have the instinct before they even start a company that it's the right thing, but the actual follow through of paying customers is what dictates whether your vision combined with your ability to execute matches to where the market is.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit onto that as well, if your business model is to charge your users at the end of the day, the quicker you can do that to get product validation, the better. As a first-time founder and solo founder, I fell into that trap for a long time of just wanting to offer this product for free. And I thought I'll eventually put the pricing levels on it, but I just want to add this extra feature. I just want to add this extra feature. I just want to add one more. And eventually, obviously, we got the pricing models in there. But then after realizing that, I thought like, well, I wish I'd done it a hell of a lot earlier, because not only does it validate if you actually have a good product that your customers are willing to pay for, but they're going to bring you so much feedback as well, because they're now invested in your product and they're paying for your product, and they're going to give you feedback because they want to pay for your product. They've chosen to do that. And so they're the ones that will give you the best feedback. The free users are, they're amazing, they're great, but as a founder, you kind of fall into that trap of wanting to build everything for them. But the sooner you can validate that pricing model up front, the better.
Yeah, and also just to that point, feedback from a paying customer is far greater than feedback from someone that isn't. You know, it's like, hey, you know, could you add X or Y? It's like, well, are you? If the question isn't, well, are you willing to pay for it? Then it really introduces cost to your business and distraction rather than focus and cold, hard economic facts and realities of whether you're building the right thing.
Yeah, these are all great points, and it seems like in the Bitcoin space, right? Everything's free and open source. That's kind of like the mantra, right? But at the end of the day, right, companies need to make money and kind of develop that. So, John, I want to talk about a little bit that mental hurdle to get over, building ZapRide initially for free, trying to operate all those things, and now kind of shifting into more of a subscription model. I guess, how did you get over that mental hurdle initially? And, I guess, how have you seen things kind of develop since you guys have kind of moved to that model?
Well, for me personally, like I said, this is the first kind of real startup that I've built. So I didn't know a lot of the things that I needed to do. And so for me, having Parker and Will join the team was a huge lift, because that brought in experience that I didn't have. And so now we could actually start to have all of these conversations that needed to happen for ZapRide. It was at the time where, I built an MVP. It was good. It was functioning, but, I built the code myself, and it was spaghetti code, and it had to be completely rewritten by a proper developer eventually. But these were all kind of things that were kind of naturally happening once a little bit of money came in. But then, like I said, it took, expanding the team, bringing Parker and Will on to actually have those real conversations, get these guys, expert knowledge like they've done it before. And then that was really, the kind of push that I needed to realize that, okay, this stuff is important, right? It needs to happen, and it needs to happen quicker rather than later.
Yeah, I'll just add, because you made a comment that made me think of Bitcoiners are a funny lot. If you offer a product for free, they're gonna say, if the product's free, you're the product, and then if you charge, there's gonna be some of them that bitch because it's not free. And so the far better solution is to create maximal alignment between your customers, and that is, if they value what you're doing and respect you, why would they expect you to get up and work for free? And that's not a good use of your time either. But it's also recognizing, especially for the actual people that get value out of the product, they're more than happy to pay for it. And it's about finding, kind of the right price point to get a critical mass to establish both a clear trajectory to profitability as well as a product market fit.
Yeah, so if you're just starting out then, right? So how do you, I guess, determine, without even just kind of developing the product, if you were to start ZapRide, I guess, clean slate today, would you initially start off charging, kind of go through that route, or would you do it kind of the way you did it, John, where you did a little, I guess, market test where you had it out there for free for a little bit, got some feedback, and then kind of developed it into more of a paid model?
I don't know. That's kind of a hard question to answer, because ZapRide is a little bit different as well, in that our core focus is on self-custody, and we're not a payment processor. We don't touch money. We don't touch users' funds. we want to encourage self-custody as much as possible, and that they're the payment rails that we optimize for. And so we can't take a percentage cut of the volume that goes through. So that's like an easy solution for a lot of people who are custodians to do. So it was a very different, like we knew we were going to have a different pricing model right from the start. And so it was kind of that question of, okay, well, like how many features do I build to get it to a stage where then I can start to charge? But if you're a custodian, or if your pricing model is to take a percentage, then maybe you can just do that straight from the start, because you know there's less of a barrier to entry for your users. So yeah, I mean, I hope that answers the question, but like it's a difficult one to answer because of our core focus is on self-custody, and so the pricing model definitely had to be a very different business model for sure.
Yeah, and of course, Zaprite's like a unique business, I guess, in that sense of things. And a lot of Bitcoin businesses definitely are, you know, unique in a sense where, you know, like you said, it's more open source projects. You can, I don't know, do some revenue sharings. There's a lot of unique things and aspects that Bitcoin brings to businesses. But, you know, I kind of want to get back to, I guess, the revenue side of things. So when you're looking at your market and analyzing like, all right, we have this great product, how much do we charge for it? You know, what are some of the steps that you guys took in order to, I guess, figure out the price point onto something like that, right? Because you said, you know, the payment processors take X amount of fees every single time you swipe your card, for example. And yours is obviously very different in a sense, right? Because it's self-custody. So, you know, how did you go about determining that? And yeah, for somebody kind of like looking at more of the market fit for their product, like how would you recommend going through and figuring out pricing models in that sense?
I'll just describe what we did in our case, and then that can, you know, I think probably help inform, you know, each business is different and the way that you'll charge is different. But given what John said, that we're not ever touching people's money, it makes it a lot harder just to take a percentage of a transaction, which is more common for any kind of payment gateway, facilitator, or payment processor. We then, you know, so taking a percentage of a transaction just was technically not viable. Second thing we thought about was, do we charge on, you know, like a number of invoices paid or a number of payment links paid, more API pricing based on the transaction count. That then created this variability in billing and would have made it a lot harder to assess what would be a viable model for a large enough audience. And then we started thinking, well, it's really a SaaS service at the end of the day. And then it came down to figuring out what the right price point was. So basically, first we went through the model. Is it like value of a transaction on a percentage basis? Is it value, you know, number of actual transactions times a rate, or is it more of like a subscription service SaaS fee? We ended up on the SaaS fee because, one, it mapped to the actual type of product that was, in terms of we're not processing payments, we are helping to facilitate payments. And then in terms of actually setting the price, we looked to comps in terms of, well, we are delivering a similar service to payment facilitators in the fiat world and payment processors, even if we're not processing payments. And that's how we think our customers will think about it. And so we basically backed into, well, what would a minimum number of value that we would need to facilitate, and what is something in a 1% to 2% range of that on a monthly basis based on the volume we expect to enable. And then some of it was we made a simplifying assumption on, we need to establish two things: a pattern of payment for our customers and a demonstration that there's a critical mass of those customers that are willing to pay, because we knew from the start that we would have to build our own billing system. We're a payments company, but if you want to accept Bitcoin as payment, it will always be true because we'll help deliver the services for you. If you're in the fiat world, there's any number of fintech companies you can just plug in, and you don't have to be a billing company in addition to whatever your product is. In our case, that wasn't true. And in most cases, if you're a Bitcoin company, you want to accept Bitcoin as payment, there aren't billing solutions that fit hand in glove with your company. And so we knew who we were in terms of we are a Bitcoin payments company and a Bitcoin payment gateway. Let's create a very basic, simple to understand. A business can do the math on what amount of business they expect to do and whether or not the $25 a month or discounted 20% a year is worth the value. And we set it at a level that we thought was commensurate with the product that we're at today, though knowing that we're going to get more sophisticated as a billing company over time, and not to overthink it, because if we tried to be a super complicated billing company and a Bitcoin payment gateway at the same time, we have limited resources, we wouldn't be able to do it. So it's kind of a hierarchical decision-making process, but then also one that involves a lot of simplifying assumptions and then putting it out in the market and seeing feedback. And we're happy where we ended up now, but we also know we're going to monetize the relationships that we're adding every day more than we are today. But we're still getting the market feedback that we need and want right now.
Yeah, that's great. So then you guys continue to build, right? So you have the price that you set today, and then obviously you're going to be adding more features, and a lot of things have been coming out, right? I mean, I think even throughout this year, you guys have integrated with Square. You just added the API that you announced today. So there's a lot of great things coming to the pipeline. Like, how do you determine? Okay, we've added X amount of features, like what we've had before is this value, like now we're going to increase that because we just keep building and getting better. How do you keep that balance where you want to keep building a better product for your customers, but at the end of the day, things are going to cost money, right? You're getting that feedback from the paying customers and adding things, and so then the price is essentially going to go up. How are you going to, I guess, battle that there in the future?
I mean, it's in our mind, it's fairly simple in terms of the features that we're adding that we actually want to charge incrementally for, or where we feel like we're backfilling a gap that previously existed that improves an experience to then accelerate growth in terms of the user experience and the value. So things like Teams, we're like, okay, there's certain companies that we're working with that really value this, and that's clearly a feature that people are willing to pay for, and we should charge for it. Then there are other things like we just made a feature improvement based on some customer feedback on an invoice. That's not the type of release that makes the core product better for all the users using the invoicing, but let's just take a bet on if we make these improvements, we'll 10x the growth of this line. So it really just comes down to the nature of the investment as well as the nature of the release, and then also anchoring to value delivered, value received, and what the customer's logically going to map to and say, I either need this or not. It's not going to prevent me from using the platform, and it's worth the value.
And yeah, and just to add a little bit to that as well is when we were building this subscription model, we built our own custom subscription model. We didn't use Stripe subscriptions or any third-party subscriptions. We built our own with the intention that this will be a user-facing feature at some point. And so we wanted to start off with, one simple tier, and then we can test that, see how it works for us. And then we can start to open up that subscription feature to other users who are going to want to take monthly subscriptions from their customers and do it through ZapRight. So we didn't want to overly complicate it up front by offering, multiple different a la carte options and all this kind of stuff. So that was a decision that we had to kind of like constantly think of as we were like adding our own subscription model. Was like, okay, how is this going to scale out to all our users as well? Because we know this is a feature that they want, they've been asking for it. So that kind of determined like some of the decisions that we were making as well.
Yeah, that's great. And then, I just before we wrap it up here, I got one more question on, obviously we're going through this Bitcoin bull market, and you guys hold Bitcoin on the balance sheet, and a lot of companies and your customers also do the same. I think last bull market, we saw a lot of Bitcoin companies get over leveraged. A lot of them unfortunately went under. So how are you going to, I guess, level, with the FOMO, the excitement, all that kind of things that comes with this next bull market? I know, Parker, you said a little bit earlier by kind of evaluating when you're in that cycle. I guess what are the signals that you guys are going to be looking at to see, when it's a good enough time to be like, okay, maybe we go a little bit more cash during this time period, or maybe we're, getting back into that bear market.
I mean, I think every company is different, but in our case, I don't think we're ever going to have to face that problem based on where we're at in the cycle, based on what our burn is, which I view as nominal, and wherever if we are in the beginning of an adoption wave, but then also knowing that based on the traction that we're seeing in the market, we don't view kind of capital being a risk at the same time, and we also have a plan to fund the business in all scenarios. So I just in our case, expecting what to happen, and it's we also plan for, hey, what if Bitcoin went to 50K and stayed there? But I don't think it's gonna be something that you evaluate based on the actual underlying costs of your business that you need to fund. As an example, if Bitcoin went up 4 times and then came back down 80% of the time, well, we wouldn't rebalance. We're not trying to time the market, and we're comfortable operating with the amount of dollars in our business today. So that's not going to change in a world where we think we need more dollars just because the price of Bitcoin went up. We'd actually be thinking, well, maybe we can use less dollars.
Gotcha. All right. Well, John and Parker, thanks so much, guys, for coming on up.
Thanks for having me.
guys.
Thank you.
So this is about VC, Bitcoin VC. But before we get into that, how was y'all's flight? I mean, you guys haven't been to Austin in a while. Matt, I know you come here, what, once a year now? Muzz, maybe it's been 2 years, maybe?
It's good to be back in Austin. And thank you, Car, for having all of us.
You're all my friends.
Yeah, give it up for Car.
But you guys like it? What do you think? Is it different? Does it feel the same? More builders here? Are we beating Nashville? Is there a competition?
It's not a competition. And I love the new PlebLab location. It's fucking awesome. And Austin Airport during South by fucking sucks.
Oh, wow. Really?
You asked.
Yeah. Muzz?
Yeah, the new PlebLab location is phenomenal. I wish I could have seen it like buzzing, during the day, but I popped in there last night and met with you. It's crazy. I mean, Austin has its own thing going on. I mean, I was here not too long ago for the BitBlock boom, but Austin has a great Bitcoin community, Texas in general, and it's really unique for all of the United States, but Texas really has something special when it comes to builders and Bitcoin and forward-thinking legislation and miner-friendly laws and all that stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Let's jump into where we're at in the market right now, because I know for a lot of founders out there, builders are trying to raise money. Is this the right time to raise money? Is this the right time for VCs to get money, to give to founders to raise money? Where are we at as far as that cycle right now? I know we're hitting, what, 75K by startup day? Did we get 75K today? 69? Okay. Where are we at as far as interest on the fund side? Is it there?
I mean, what I would say is I think in terms of private capital, it mostly lags price. So what I've been telling people, what I've been telling founders is that in the best case scenario for them is they should try and raise only what they need. If they need money right now, then of course they should be seeking funding. But if they do, they should be thinking about a small bridge round, only the amount of money they need, get themselves ready, and then as the bull starts to rip, is when you start to get really solid valuations, when private capital is like really starting to slush around. Because you have to realize that we went through a long bear market. We went through a long bear market, and that bear market included rates going up and traditional VC getting absolutely wrecked. Like anyone who allocated into like Sequoia, A16.
Yeah, talk about that. Talk about why that's important.
Because they got fucking crushed, and they have a bunch of money stuck in those funds, and a bunch of those funds haven't even marked down their losses accurately yet. So there's actually more losses there than they realize. And they look at a lot of institutional investors will look at VC allocations as a whole, right? They have a certain amount of funds that they're going to allocate to VC. A lot of those are underwater. They're locked up right now. And Bitcoin wasn't really on their radar. And as Bitcoin starts to really rip, and it has been ripping, starting to see a lot of momentum happening in terms of the conversations we're having. They're paying attention to it. They're seeing the ETFs launch, they're paying attention to it, but it's still it takes a little time for that money to actually, come into the ecosystem. So like as a founder, like you should be trying to, you're trying to put yourself in the best situation for when you are making those asks. And so I think at this point it's, you still should be in almost a bear market mindset, like capital preservation, try and increase cash flow, keep burn as low as possible. But be ready, because we know how bull markets work, right? Like who knows how long we're up there for. And you want to be, you want to have those connections now. You want to be having the conversations now, but don't necessarily be making the big asks.
Gotcha. Muzz?
So yeah, I mean, I think everyone is raising money right now. All the Bitcoin VCs, right? I like how we separate them. The Bitcoin VCs are out raising funds or preparing to raise or mid-raise, and same thing with the companies, right? By the way, don't ever call it a bridge. That's a bad word. Call it an extension, okay? Bridges is not a good word.
What's a bridge, Muzz?
A bridge round is like in between, right? In between your seed and your Series A, you might say we're raising a bridge round, but those bridges can go to nowhere, all right? But an extension is a much better way to market it to those people. So yeah, I mean, what Matt said here, I echo the same thing all the time. Milestone-based financing, right? Hit a milestone. Just raise what you need to get to that next level. Have it clearly defined. And having been through some cycles now of saying, we're going to raise another X amount to buy ourselves 18 months of runway with no real clear plan on what they're going to do at the end of it. Those days are long gone. So everyone now, and that's great because everyone's really tightened up what they're spending. They're doing as much work as they can from a bootstrap sense, raising as little capital as possible, mostly out of necessity because the capital is not really there. And it does lag, just what Matt says. It takes a lot of time for the wealth effect, right? From markets, from the Bitcoin price, and that flywheel of money, right? Because you have the LPs who give all their money to the VCs, all right? And then the VCs give all their money to the startups, right? And then those startups have liquidity events that then give it back to the VCs that return it back to the LPs. And that's how it goes, right? And then all of a sudden you have a kink in the hose there, all right? And that really mucks up everything moving forward to where it just stops, right? Whether Sequoia marked down their investments or not, a lot of those people are stuck. And you're in a world of illiquid private markets where it's not just so easy to hit the sell button. And I know because I've invested in over 2,000 private deals, and I could really use some liquidity, all right? But hindsight's 20/20 on that. So yeah, just raise as much as you need. For example, I'm raising something for myself right now for a startup where I'll get a chance to be the founder and CEO, and I'm pretty excited about that. And I'm only raising $500,000, all right, which is like the minimum that I would need, right? So talk your own book, right? Set a low valuation. Don't waste your time fundraising. I don't want to waste time fundraising. How much are you going to raise? You know, sorry to ramble here, but you know, you talk to a founder and you're like, hey, what are you going to raise? And the founder's like, I don't know, maybe it's a 10 million valuation, maybe 14. I'm going to raise 600K. Maybe I'll go to 1.2 million. No. All right, that's not how it works, okay? I know what I'm doing. I'm raising 500K. It's a 5 mil post-money valuation. I'm sticking a 20% discount on it. I'm gonna get 2 VCs that are gonna come in for 250K a pop. I'm done. That's it. None of this, oh, I might go to this and I might do that. And like, know what you're gonna do. Keep it fair, keep it short, and then be done with it, right? Don't get into this whole, you know, well, maybe. You know what you want, get it, lock it in, and be done. So you can go back to building the damn thing.
Matt, you have anything to add? Okay, so can you guys raise your hand if you're a founder or if you're a builder inside of Bitcoin Commons right now, as far as like, and then raise your hand if you're doing the top builder competition later today. Raise your hand if you were in top builder. Cool.
Raise your hand if you have a lot of money and you're in a position to give it to someone in this room.
No, we're not doing that.
Not one hand.
It's about the builders.
We took flights to be here.
Yeah, you guys got this. So I want to open it up to questions because I think it's more about y'all, and I think the fact that you guys get more visibility. There are some people that competed in Top Builder that didn't get to the final 6, but they're totally ready to go. What do they need as a founder, as a builder, before they reach out to Matt or 1031 or UMAS with Lightning Ventures? Like, what's their homework? What do they need to get in place?
Well, I mean, you're their home. You're their place, right? And that's where the hackathons, the tournaments, you know, the PlebLabs, the Bolt funds, the build in public, the exercises, the co-founder speed dating, okay, whatever it is to get to that point, right? You need to figure out if it's a hobby project or if it's a business. And that doesn't mean that you shouldn't work on it. There are a lot of things that need to be built that might not be businesses. Some crazy, obscure node management liquidity tool, God bless you. You know what I mean? But that might not be the venture-backed startup business, right? So then you start to train your mind to think about like, well, how can I make this a really investable business? If somebody was going to invest in it, how do you make it enterprise grade? How do you take it to the next level? Okay. And then you need to incorporate properly. That's a whole nother thing. You can't just, you know, willy-nilly start sliding into Matt's DMs being like, yo, I'm looking for some funding. And then it's like, well, tell me, it's like, well, we don't have a data room and we're not incorporated or whatever, but this is a really cool idea. And here's our white paper. You know, you definitely need to set up your company for success and do all that boring shit, you know, get somebody who can help you get your company to where you can actually fundraise.
I mean, I think first off, especially if you're building in the Bitcoin ecosystem, you should never expect that you're going to get a VC check. Like, you should just assume that you're not going to get outside investment anytime soon. And the reason I say that is because this whole idea of Bitcoin VCs is relatively new. Like, we've, over the past decade that I've, watched this thing grow, most of the money gets allocated to shitcoins and crypto and all this bullshit, token schemes, all that stuff. And even now we have, so-called Bitcoin only VCs that are doing the same thing, but quote unquote on Bitcoin with like, BitVM, ordinal scam kind of things. And like layer twos, like fake layer twos so you can stake Bitcoin and all this garbage. So if you're building like an actual solid project on Bitcoin, you kind of have to come at it from like a bootstrapping mentality. And even after you get that first VC check, never assume the second one's coming in, right? It's survival. It's a straight game of survival. You need to survive. Everyone always says bear markets are rebuilding. There's a survivorship bias there. Most projects fail in bear markets, but the ones that survive through the bear markets and build through the bear markets end up in being in a much better situation when the bull starts to rip. The second thing I would say is, if you are a software project, consider going FOSS and applying for an OpenSats grant. Through OpenSats, we've given out over 100 grants now, no strings attached, you get Bitcoin. I think that's a beautiful incentive. It's a great way to, maybe get your first little bit of funding, get it off the ground, start trying to develop some product market fit. And then third thing is sats flow, baby. You need to get that sats flow. Figure out ways that your project can start earning Bitcoin today, because we're not in a fiat mindset anymore. You can't do this growth at all costs thing and then try and monetize 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line. There's $50 billion valuation companies that have never made a profit. You can't do that in Bitcoin land, because we don't know what the price of Bitcoin is going to be in 10 years. It's probably going to be a lot higher than it is today. So a Bitcoin earned today is worth a lot more than less Bitcoin earned tomorrow. So you got to start really thinking about that sats flow piece.
But what he said as far as the grants and the non-dilutive funding is super important, and it's more prevalent now than it's ever been before, okay? And that's OpenSats, all right? That's HRF. That's things like a geyser campaign that you put a bunch of love and time into. Who else is donated? There are probably some others that I can't remember right now, but really make the most use of that if your project is something that really fits into that. A Bitcoin-only exchange in Canada is probably not ripe for a geyser campaign or an OpenSats grant. Okay, that's something that you might want to get some venture funding for, or some crowdfunding or whatever you're going to do. But a lot of the things that come out of these hackathons are literally perfect for the grants. So really, I encourage people to apply for those all the time. If you're making your documentary, your movie, okay, your Bitcoin documentary movie, that's got geyser written all over it. If it's like a certain thing for women, getting women into Bitcoin and advocating to certain groups, like those are great for grants and non-dilutive things, So really make the most of that.
I want to open up to questions, because I really think it's important for these builders to ask these guys some questions. I know, Aaron, you're over there with the Resolver. Do you guys have any questions? Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah.
I'll repeat it for the mic.
Yeah, so I'm Aaron from Resolver. We were in the hackathon, rolled into the PlebLab top builder, along with some of the guys over at the one. So yeah, just like a nuts and bolts question, like talking about startups and banking. Like, you have your fiat costs and you need a bank account. Like, where are you going to find one that you're not going to get deplatformed?
So the question was, where are you going to find Bitcoin banking or banking for Bitcoiners, Bitcoin companies? What do you guys tell your companies?
So there's more options now than there were, and it really depends on the type of business that you are. I actually just opened two, right, for myself. It's a Bitcoin company, right? But you don't want to mention that in your application, right? Whatever you're doing, it's something else. You don't put that in the line there. But they're approved, and it'll be an operating account, and it is what it is. Custodia, right? There's a small fee associated with that, but they'll take you on right now. We just did a call with them. Maybe there's like yeah, but it's $100 a month or whatever. It's not the same deal as a standard checking account. You have to pay something with Custodia, but that's a very friendly option.
The other thing is, it's good to have a corporate name that doesn't say Bitcoin in it.
Yeah.
I like just numbers, just pick a number. The other thing is local banks. Go and meet your local banker. They tend to be more amenable. And then some of our companies have found success with Mercury, which is like a neo bank. They're like a skin on top of other banks. Last but not least, just multiple bank accounts. And all of this gets much more complicated if you're running like a regulated business where you need to have customer deposits and stuff. But if you're not running one of those, just multiple bank accounts. I personally think the bank runs are going to continue, so keep it under the FDIC minimum, so they definitely print money to bail you out. And consider having a large portion of your treasury in Bitcoin. I'm very pro that as a concept.
Any other question? Really? Okay, there you go. Tommy.
I have a question. So, what are the criteria for, I guess, what do you look for when giving out open sat grants? What's the criteria?
the question was, what's the criteria for OpenSats?
Number one thing is it has to be free open source software. So if you have a restrictive license, you would need to change your license. The second thing is, we have a very straightforward process. You go to opensats.org, you click the apply button, there's a grant application. The way we have it set up is we have 9 board members, and our board members will review your application, and then we essentially vote on the application, and it's 5 of 9 votes, grant gets approved. Most of them are paid out monthly, and it's just all in Bitcoin. Everything's in Bitcoin.
Any other questions? Christopher.
I wonder how you guys think about sources of revenue and like opportunity to orange pill, or like how hardcore should a company be about requiring payment in Bitcoin, login via Noster versus some conveniences for more mainstream audiences like login with email or pay with a credit card or Stripe. How do you think about sources of revenue and orange pilling opportunities there?
Question was, how do you think about sources of revenue for orange pilling opportunities?
I think that you should build everything for Aunt Mary and Uncle Bob. And honestly, this is like the #1 mistake. This is the thing that I fight with all of our founders about. It's their company. They can do whatever they want, right? But you have the list of priorities. Someone was up here talking about it earlier with Zaprite and what they attack every month. You have your list of priorities of things that you can do. And right at the top is like, hey, we're going to implement some NIPO 5, this, that. We're going to spend 6 weeks for whatever, for like 30 people, right? It's going to increase nothing. Like, that's cool and all, right? It's like that guitar solo where you like masturbate all over it. But like, you need to write hits. You need to write some hits, okay? You don't need to go off on the crazy solo, all right? So, hey, here's an idea, guys. How about accepting credit cards for your business? That would actually make a difference. That would actually raise your revenue. That would be great. No, we're going to make it so everything is logged in with Noster. You don't even know that you're logging in with Noster. And it's like, okay, well, that's great, but like, let's keep the eye on the prize. So I'm a big fan of like building it for the normies, right? And Zaprite was up here talking about that. They have all the fiat options, right? And I remember when John was getting started, it was all Bitcoin, Bitcoin only, Bitcoin only, Bitcoin only. It's like, dude, like, what about the rest of the world? Like, not everyone is able to do that. So I'm all about that. I'm all about, I joke, it's like more fiat. I want more fiat bullshit in the Bitcoin world because that's the only way we're going to get them. That's the only way that it's going to happen, right? Until the transition. That's just how I feel. I don't know. He might be a little more hardcore. Maybe he's like,
No, I mean, most Bitcoiners are LARPs. Like, they won't even pay in Bitcoin. So you have to think where we are in the adoption cycle, and you have to maximize revenue for your business, however that's best. But I mean, like, I helped launch Bitcoin Park in Nashville, right? And we tried to do Bitcoin only in the beginning, and now we accept credit cards. Because Bitcoiners wouldn't pay their membership dues in Bitcoin, and it was a bear market, and we really needed the revenue, and we needed to be sustainable, and so that's what we did. You have to do what you have to do to build a business.
Let me ask you a question, just a more, and I've never asked y'all this before, but what do you like best about founders in Bitcoin? Like, I know Andre earlier says, "Don't bother," it's a thankless job. It's telling the truth. But for both y'all, what do y'all love about Bitcoin founders, and why do y'all do what you do as VCs in the Bitcoin space?
Bitcoin founders are some of the best people in the world. It's just I'm so grateful that every day I get to work with, tens of founders through 1031. We have 35 portfolio companies now. We work very closely with them. I try and stay out of their hair unless they need me. But I just love working with them. And then on the OpenSat side, working with so many developers, I mean, there's so much passion. Like there's no other industry like Bitcoin, because there's this shared equity across everybody, which is Bitcoin, the underlying asset. And it's this open, permissionless, interoperable protocol. So everyone can work together and benefit from it. I really do not think we are at the stage in Bitcoin's life where anyone in this room is competing with each other. Like we cannot comprehend
the kind of growth we see in Bitcoin, and there's plenty of room for everyone to be successful. There's so much passion, and I just love it every day.
Something unique about Bitcoin founders that I've never seen with any of outside anywhere else in traditional venture capital or angel investing is that Bitcoin founders have this quality where they will not die. Okay. And, you know, you want to talk about runway and like, hey, here's what we're burning and we're at 10 months runway. The amount of times I've had a founder be like, Muzz, as long as I'm here on this planet, this thing is going. Okay. So, you know, I mean, you could go down to the felt. You could have no money left. It could be not looking good. I know these companies will keep building. They will find a way, right? Whether there is more money there immediately or not, or however, they just won't die. A great example of that is actually PlebLab.
Oh, wow. Thanks. I don't know, maybe not thanks.
Literally, it is an act of God miracle that PlebLab is still alive.
It really is God. It actually really is God that's doing this.
It is God, and he's been praying on it. But, you know, and you just literally won't die. And
Sorry, I don't want to die.
But all of these other investments, and I've gotten a lot of dissolution letters from founders. And by the way, it's okay to fail, right? I don't get upset when a company fails.
It's not okay to fail.
It is okay to fail.
No, it's not.
It is okay.
That kind of talk is for outside of Austin. Not here in Austin.
All right, well,
can't fail.
Let's fucking go.
You either do epic shit or get out. That's it.
Sometimes you do epic shit and fail.
No, you do epic shit or you get out. You get out of town. Most people who fail get out of town anyway. So
all right, failing is not an option.
We are humble, but we gotta do epic shit here. This is how you stay number one.
So failing is not an option. But should you find yourself...
See what we argue about every time I have a call with them? It's just like, I'm not going to,
No, but that's basically it. I mean, Bitcoin founders are so resilient that whether they cut their salary or they're living on ramen, which is how they started from the beginning, right? Before they even got a little bit of money and then they're back on the ramen, they just won't die. And that to me is the most unique quality of Bitcoin builders and founders in the space.
Cool, we got time for one more question. Yeah, go ahead.
When do you guys, as VCs, start advising your portfolio companies, whether you want reaching out for funding, to start looking at some of the nuanced challenges outside of building, or like financial due diligence, or operational due diligence, corporate and regulatory compliance stuff, wherever that might be a risk?
VC question, I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'm confused by the question.
Yeah, I don't really understand the question.
All right, so let's say you're doing your due diligence on the companies, or you're advising them on how to like progress to the next level. So you have your operations and you have your stuff that you're building, but you're touching, regulatory nexus, or you might have corporate compliance issues that are going to come up. Like, when do you start advising your companies to look into those things and start building around it, policies and procedures, controls, I don't know, corporate governance structures? When does that kick in for you guys?
So corporate governance structures, that like in the Genesis block of forming your company is important, right? There's a lot of those things, right? What happens? You didn't take a vacation day and then you leave, and how does the founder's equity vest, and all this kind of nonsense that you have to worry about in the beginning. That's a whole nother thing. I personally think it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. And I like to tell a lot of these companies, you can break all sorts of rules. Like, what do you mean money transmitter license for your custodial thing? Just do it. See, you get a letter in the mail, deal with it then, right? It's so much easier to just get traction and kind of, bend the rules a little bit. You know what I mean?
Don't be Wallet of Satoshi.
I'm a big fan. Well, they could still be here right now. Now they made that choice. They could still be here. But, I like to say to just bend the rules, and we're all so under the radar. I mean, everything is so under the radar that,
Matt, what do you think? Are we under the radar?
It really depends on the business, right? And it's handled on a case-by-case basis. And some businesses are obviously more regulatory exposed than others. and there's no one size fits all. I mean, a lot of like even so with 1031 we invest from pre-seed all the way up to Series B. We led Strike Series B round. But even something like Strike in their Series B, like it's still very much an early stage company because Bitcoin is so early. So, you know, I think there's a tendency to overthink and overcomplicate things, but also at the same time, like if you're a regulatory exposed business, if you're a business like Strike, and you have, you know, licenses in many countries throughout the world, you know, they have more licenses than Coinbase. Like you have a team of lawyers, you have a heavy regulatory strategy because that's what you need to do to survive. But if you're a smaller team like a Mutiny wallet or something like that, like it doesn't make any sense to be, you know, to burden yourself with that kind of complexity at such an early stage.
Great answer. I think that's everything. I want to thank you, Matt, for coming, making the trip. Obviously, you're here for tomorrow. What are you guys doing tomorrow?
Anything for you, Car. And honestly, like I know I always shit on your airport, but I love this city and it is the best Bitcoin city in the world.
Wow. Thank you. That's confirmed, Marty. That's confirmed. What are you doing tomorrow here? Can you talk about the 1031 stuff and then the RHR?
We have a 1031 happy hour after we do the top builder, which I'm excited about. Happy hour is always a good time. And then tomorrow we have Bitcoin Takeover, which should be fantastic. I believe we have 10 or so founders that will be presenting about their companies.
We still have tickets, Parker?
I think Parker said it's sold out.
Sold out.
So I'm teasing you about an event that you can't come to if you haven't bought a ticket already. But I think the content will be distributed afterwards. But am I right, Marty? Yes, it will.
Cool. And then what are you guys doing for RHR? Is that right afterwards?
Oh yeah, we end Bitcoin Takeover with Rabbit Hole Recap.
Nice.
The podcast Marty and I have been doing for 5.5 years every single fucking week.
Take a break. Mus, what do you got in the pipeline?
Well, I don't have a ticket for the thing tomorrow, so I guess I'm out of luck there. But maybe I'll find some people to hang out, or I'll go to PlebLab. I'll sit there all day.
Yeah, come hang out with us. Hey, what's Lightning Ventures up to?
Lightning Ventures is a syndicate that is a way for you to get started investing in Bitcoin startups and companies. If you are interested in learning about angel investing and maybe chipping in $1,000 to all these companies that you know and love that are around and want to potentially be impactful and help the company and all of that good stuff, that's like the best way to get started with that. So I run that syndicate, Lightning Ventures. We've deployed over $8 million and to probably close to 100 deals at this point. And that's what we're up to. We're raising our second fund. It'll be our first real fund. That's happening too. And we're working on something super secret in our top lab, in our secret lab. That'll be something similar to a way where anyone can invest using Bitcoin or a credit card or fiat rails and not have to click this right accredited investor BS button, right? Which is a way for anyone to invest. So I'm really pumped on that.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. We're going to get it started with Top Builder. Dono, we're going to reset the stage. So I guess we got like a 10-minute.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for the time. We're going to have a 10-minute bio break. Check out the art. Say hello. Top up your cups. Get ready for the exciting part of the day. You're about to see the fruits of the labor of everybody who's been hustling nights, weekends, and every time they're in between. Maybe I'll just keep making it up until it gets quiet. A distinct possibility. Okay, hello. It is I, Matt, your MC again. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for being here today. We are going to now show you all of the projects that have made it through all the stage gates, all the mentorship meetings, all the effort, all the code breaks. Before we do that, I would like to introduce our judges. Their backgrounds are so large and so storied, you probably know some of them. And they're also so large that I'm going to have them do it themselves so that I don't miss anything mission critically important. If you would all please stand and introduce yourselves. Kelly, you first.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Brewster. I'm the CEO of Wolf. You've seen our logo up here, so hopefully you know a little bit about Wolf. And I know we plugged the swag earlier. There's swag in the back, so I suggest you get some. But Wolf is a startup accelerator that's dedicated to Bitcoin. We work alongside a company called Stone Ridge. Stone Ridge is the owner of NYDIG, which we launched in 2017. And we bring people from all over the world to New York for an 8-week program where we help them build their company, commercialize their idea, and you get guaranteed funding if you are accepted to the program. So if you want to learn more, wolfnyc.com. Thanks for having me today.
How's it going, guys? Matt Odell. Been active in the Bitcoin space for about 11 years now. That includes 5.5 years of education work with the Human Rights Foundation, teaching activists how to use Bitcoin and other freedom tech. Managing partner at 1031. We focus on Bitcoin and Bitcoin only and supporting the best Bitcoin founders in the world. We have a portfolio of 35 Bitcoin companies. Co-founder of OpenSats, 501c3, dedicated to supporting open source developers. We have over 100 grants, a little over $10 million worth of grants deployed in Bitcoin. We take no cut of that, 100% pass through. Also, we're tax deductible, so consider donating at opensats.org. And I'm co-founder of Bitcoin Park in Nashville, a community-supported campus focused on education. We're right next to Belmont and Vanderbilt universities. We did like 40 free events last year focused on Bitcoin education, some paid events. We have a lot of developers and founders that work out of there. Yeah, thank you.
What's up? I'm Marty Bent. A bit offended that Matt didn't mention Rabbit Hole Recap, which is a show that we've been doing for 5.5 years together. Jokes aside, managing partner at 1031 as well, founder of TFTC. We hold down the corner of the commons here in the studio. Beyond that, involved in the mining industry as well. Helped co-found Great American Mining, which is one of the first mining companies to do flare mitigation on upstream oil and gas well pads, and just extremely excited to see all these projects.
Hear it from Marty, yeah. Hey y'all, my name's Nifty. I also go by Lisa. I'm a native Texan, longtime Bitcoiner now, almost like 6 years this year. It's a long time. I got my start contributing to Lightning Specs. These days, I teach Bitcoin developer stuff at Base 58. And then I also run conferences for Bitcoin developers called Bitcoin Plus Plus. We're having our 3rd ever Austin conference this May 1st to 4th. We're going to be talking about covenants is like the big thing. We've got all the big heavy hitters in covenant proposals lands are coming to propose, talk about, maybe debate what their covenant proposal is compared to everyone else. Be really exciting to see what kind of consensus maybe we get around covenants after this opportunity to get all these people in the same room. I think it's the first time they'll all be in the same place together, so that's pretty exciting. So if you're in town and you want to learn more about covenants or work on, we're going to have a hackathon too. I think it's going to be covenants focused hackathon. We'll be the first one to try and get people building things using these covenant proposals. So that should be really exciting. So if you're in town in Austin, come by. It's going to be at the Palmer Events Center. You can get tickets online at btcplus.dev.
Oh, hey, sure, guys. My name is I'm Mike Jarmas. My company is Lightning Ventures. My friends call me Muzz, and we invest in only Bitcoin startups of all shapes and sizes. LTNG.ventures if you want to learn a little more.
Can we please have a round of a hand for the expertise and time for our judges? With that, our first presentation is from Clams.
One, two. All right. Hey, everyone. So I'm John. I'm building Clams with my friend Aaron. And I think we can summarize what we're building right now like this. It's like QuickBooks, but for Bitcoin. So the accountancy problem for Bitcoiners, anyone who is in this space will know Bitcoin takes many forms. So we have on-chain, we have off-chain, and then we have things like these new models that are starting, like value for value. And when you factor in that in most jurisdictions, every spend is a taxable event, it becomes a bit of a headache if you want to remain compliant. Of course, that's up to you. But we believe it's about time that the best money had a dedicated accounting tool. And if you look at what people are doing right now, like myself and other devs, we're writing custom scripts to convert our Bitcoin data into a format that can be used by something like QuickBooks or Coinly or these crypto apps. And ultimately, it's inadequate. You lose the guts of a weekend or more. It's not private. You have to dox yourself to these companies, which is ridiculous. And then maybe you could opt to just print a few CSVs and hand it to your accountant. But that's going to take him a lot of time and it's going to be very costly. So it's not going to work. So we're going to fix this by focusing on our company first and foremost. We want Clams to operate on a Bitcoin standard and we want individuals to operate on a Bitcoin standard. And really, that's a focus for us. And we see the accountancy problem as a hindrance to kicking off circular economies. If you talk to any small business, any medium-sized business, any corporation, they are using software like QuickBooks. So why shouldn't we too? We should have dedicated software for our money. It's better money. It needs tooling to support it. We want to be able to make better decisions, make forecasts about our business, visualize our SATs flow, generate reports. And we believe we can do this in a way that's going to maintain your privacy. So first off, this is just a brief overview of how this app works before we get into the demo. So the first functionality is called sync, and as the icon here suggests, it's really about bringing all of this data across all of these wallets into a local hub on your device. And maybe you have some Bitcoin on your Strike exchange. Maybe you have some in Unchained. Maybe you have some in Albi and you've been using it for zaps. Like, think about all of that data all over the place and really just making connections where possible or transferring CSVs, getting it into the one place. And then the second stage is the enhancement of this data. And this is really where we lean into, accounting as a practice, like double entry bookkeeping. We'll convert all of this data into journal entry. So it's credits and debits and into the various buckets that you can expect, like income, expenses, all that good stuff. And then visualizations, which is really, this is going to help you make better decisions as a Bitcoin business or as an individual or family who are operating on a Bitcoin standard. And then reports, obviously cap gains, profit and loss, and we'll have all the data locally, so we can really customize as much as possible here to your needs with these reports. So let's kick off a quick demo here. So a bit of background, we started building this right when Top Builder started. So we're about 8 weeks into the build. We really only turned up with an idea, but we had been thinking about this problem for some time. And so if we take a look here, we have 2 connections supported right now. Our background is working on core Lightning, so we started there because that was really our expertise and we wanted to solve this problem for ourselves. So I'm going to make my first connection here. I'm going to add a label. So maybe take an example of someone like Car at PlebLab. Maybe he has a personal node, so he's going to hook that up first. So I'm just adding some credentials here. And for anyone not familiar with what I'm doing here, I'm just getting some access from my node so that I can read from it. Like, I'm not interested in spending from the node or sending sats or creating invoices. It's simply just give me the data that I need so that I can convert it into journal entries and look at the balance over time. So that's now all done. We can jump back to the dashboard now. And this is a mainnet node. We can see the cost basis for the node. It's been running since November 2022. We can see the balance in sats. And this balance was not actually calculated by just querying the node. This was actually derived from all of the credits and debits over time. So the data is now living in the app. This is the balance. And then we can do things like, let's see the balance, just Lightning balance for the node. Let me see just the on-chain balance over time. Maybe we want to see on-chain fees. Maybe we want to see on-chain fees since the start of March. Okay, nothing there. Let's go back to the start of Q1. Okay, this is what we spent in Q1 of this year. Now, the power of this app really starts to shine when you make another connection. So let's make a connection to an LND node. So one sec. So again, thinking of someone like Car running a Bitcoin business, maybe this is the company node, so he wants to have them all in the one place, all his data. So I'm getting the credentials here. Let's call this one business. So we're making the connection, and then we can kick off the sync. And the other thing we do in this process is we query the Bitcoin price on the date of every transaction, and that's how we can calculate the cost basis. So now we have a unified balance across all your sats, and again, there's your personal node, and we can look at again. Let's just peep on-chain fees across both nodes. Maybe you want to see that. Maybe you got 5 nodes. Maybe you got 2 nodes running in Voltage and 1 at home. This will all be super simple. Get it all into the one place, keep the data local. You don't have to dox yourself. And if we take a look at this other feature we're still working on here, this is transactions. This is kind of like your own little ledger over time. And these tags are added automatically during the enhancement process. So for example, here's one actually from 2 days ago. It's tagged as income. It was related to your personal node. It's connected to the Lightning wallet, so it's a credit to the Lightning wallet, and it was tagged as routing income. Similarly, we can go down this. There's a business node transaction here. It was expenses. It was related to the on-chain wallet. It was fees, and it was on-chain fees. So this is how we have all the stuff in these buckets. We can really use this SatsFlow dashboard to surface loads of insights, help you as a business make better decisions. So back to talking about the market. Like I say, we're super early in the build here, but we've taken some time to think about the markets that we could move into here. Obviously, accounting software is a huge market. This is the QuickBooks and the Xeros of this world. But we also have apps like Mint, which are more for personal software, for personal finances. They're gaining a lot of traction. So we feel like as Bitcoin adoption grows, more and more people move part of their life or all of their life onto a Bitcoin standard. I think we can sit somewhere in the middle here to just help people ask questions, I guess, of their personal finances and of their business. Just simply, how are we doing? Like, I speak from experience. This is not easy to do right now with Bitcoin, and it really shouldn't be that way. Again, just an indicator of adoption of this technology. It's early days, but the time is now We need this type of software so that if you're operating a business, like if you're a startup in this space, we feel like we can remove this burden. Like there's no way that a great engineer should be spending a weekend or more writing scripts to do their taxes every year. It's just ridiculous. So the roadmap for us right now, the first half of this year is really about getting the MVP out the door. We want to have as many wallet connections as possible connected to the app. Ideally, we can get some exchanges in there just so that helps us to track your sats flow from when you first received it. A lot of people obviously purchase their Bitcoin, but if you get paid, that could maybe be the first entry in the journal for you. And then we're going to do some beta testing. We've already lined up some founders. If you are a founder and you'd be interested in trying this out, yeah, please come say hello. We'd love to add you to the list. And then later in the year, we're going to get into the paid features. We want to have a pro version of this app, and it's going to include things like reports, but also something like teams that have been released by Zaprite. We think that makes perfect sense as a paid option, but also the data set that you're building in the app, because you're able to customize it and add your own tags. We imagine that data set will become more powerful, more important to you over time, more valuable. So another paid feature could be perhaps just the ability to back that up and transfer it to other devices. So we're still ideating here. It's early days for us. And so some background on us just to wind it up here. So yeah, like I say, I'm John. I'm building this with my best friend Aaron. We were in a band together. We lived in New York for many years, and fell down the Bitcoin rabbit hole. And since then, we learned to code, and we have 14 years collective startup experience between us, albeit working for other people. So we felt the time was now to try going out on our own and doing something. And we were always looking for an angle in the Bitcoin space, and really it was Lightning that inspired us. So we built Clams Remote, which some people may know. It's an interface for core Lightning, and it's actually the first UI for Bolt 12. We maintain a handful of open source libraries for Lightning. They're used by Albi and by Core Lightning in their Umbrella app. And we're also OpenSats grantees, which has been great. It's been great for us to, give us a bit of initiative to keep going. So we're very grateful for that. So that's everything. You can find out more about us at clams.tech. And again, yeah, come see me. I'm around the next couple of days. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Clams.
My name is Jesus Nahara, and along with my co-founder, Bernardo Garcia-Rios, we are super excited to show you guys BitScript, the Bitcoin development platform. So a little bit of background about us two. We've actually been software engineers in the consulting space for a decade now. Through that time, we've seen hundreds of different projects, stacks, environments, and specifically the last 5 or 6 years, we spent it in Bitcoin, then Ethereum, then stacks, and then back to Bitcoin. And as we came back, we realized that whether you're programming for in or on Bitcoin, it is always agonizingly painful. And so that's what we're here to work on today. So we're BitScript, which is the Bitcoin development platform. And what we've seen is, for the first time, we have a lot of developer momentum. It didn't matter that many years ago, but now we have a lot of developers coming in, and me and Bernie are asking ourselves, who's building the tools for these new developers? Who's going to meet that demand? And so our goal is to help Bitcoin companies write better software by making the process just a little bit more delightful. And we do that with, again, a Bitcoin development platform named BitScript. And so we stealth launched in October, around 4 months ago, to make sure that we were building something that people want to use. And throughout that time period, I'm really happy to share the following 3 data points. So 1, in just 4 months, we have 14,000 hours that developers have spent on the site, either reading the lessons or actively using our tools. 2, we have a bounce rate of 36%, which again, if you've been in the startup world, benchmark of 40s where things start to look good and it looks like you might be onto something. And then last but not least is our growth rate. So we've still been mainly organically marketing, word of mouth, and even with that, we've been seeing 52% week over week average. So I think it's safe to say that we're at least building something that developers are interested in. And we're starting to move forward with, and during that time, we've obviously had a lot of time to learn. During those 4 months, we had a lot of time to learn different things and check our assumptions. The first thing that we've realized is the switching cost for developers is extremely high. If someone's used to programming in Visual Studio or programming in Replit, it's very unlikely that they pack everything up and head over to our platform. So what does that mean for us? That means we need to build tools that complement, not replace, where developers currently are now. Second, when we talk about Bitcoin developers, there's really 2 different developers. There's application developers and there's protocol. Following the 80-20 principle, we found that most developers at these companies and that are coming in are application developers that are either dealing with APIs or indirectly with the RPC. So we need to build tools that help that category of developers out. And then third but not least, the modern and the new and exciting that everyone's coming in for, such as PSPTs and Taproot, they're missing a lot of development tools. But on top of that, teams are actually missing the critical and the mundane. The biggest universal pain point we've found among teams is actually testing, and testing for Bitcoin. So these are the things we've learned. And during the last 4 months, well, one more thing too, and I should mention this during the stats. I didn't write down the number because it's nothing to take home yet, but we do have revenue. We do have a couple people paying for the platform through subscriptions. And we think that's a signal that we're building, a signal that we're building something valuable. And our target market is Bitcoin companies, but that's a little bit too generic. And so the last 3-4 months, we've been doing a job of segmenting who really is our customer type. And we found that the 3 most likely type of enterprises to interact with us, to get multiple seats or multiple subscriptions, are wallets, APIs, and L2/infra. How do we know that? Well, again, we have active customers or we're actively negotiating contracts with companies in these 3 segments. And so where are we going? Well, we've now described where we're at, who's our customer, and what we've learned. What this means for us is our roadmap is now more laid out and structured. First and foremost, we're building a feature called BitSim, short for Bitcoin Simulated, which is basically a reg test testing suite that you'll have substantially more control over. You'll be able to interact with it with a UI or with a package, because again, we want to complement where developers are, not try to compete with platforms, and even test out experimental opcodes. Next, we're going to have UI tools. Again, one, a generic PSPT manager and a Taproot output generator were some of the most required tools along developers that don't exist yet. So we think those are pretty critical that we can build out. Third, extensions, but I'm not going to talk about this yet because I'm going to save that for the next slide. And then L2s, obviously, if you're building something on Bitcoin and you want to talk to Lightning or vice versa, we want to make sure we have the tools to be a comprehensive Bitcoin suite. Last but not least, we're going to have something called an API cookbook. So anything that you do on our website, whether it's testing or whether it's creating a pay to Taproot template or a PSPT template, you'll actually be able to wrap that around into an API endpoint and use that in your app locally. So how are we getting there? Well, we're getting there through two main distribution channels. One is education, and the second, inbound tools. When it comes to education, we've found that education is so key for distribution. To give you guys an example, as you'll see shortly, a lot of the website, because we've built it to accommodate developers that are, just starting out, plebs, learning transaction formatting, or, wizards that are learning script, a lot of that is going to cover education. And as we've written articles and lessons, which we'll see, we've actually found a way to methodically turn those into threads. And those threads have actually been where almost all of our paying customers came from. So sharpening our content machine is something we want to do. 2, work with educators, whether it's Base 58, whether it's Jimmy Song, whether it's Libreria, the Satoshi. We want to build tools that are almost supporting the people that are really on the front lines of educating, because again, we feel like one of our competitive advantages is design, and specifically visualizing complex Bitcoin concepts. And so if educators can show our tool while they're giving their lessons, we think it's a great way for 1, new developers get familiar with our brand, and 2, as they grow and join companies, they'll be familiar with a software they've already used. Second, inbound tools, and this goes back to the roadmap that we had in the previous slide. We want to complement where developers are, not try to replace them, not try to replace those platforms. And so the best way to do that is going to be wrapping up a lot of our functionality and putting it either into a Replit extension or into a VS Studio extension. Last, we want to open source everything. We haven't yet because I don't think my code is quite there yet, but we want to open source everything so that developers can remix some of the tools we're working with, and we think that's going to lead to organic inbound. Okay, so that being said, demo time. What I'm going to show you guys, it's the local version, but if you go to bitscript.app, everything is production, everything is live. The only feature that you're not going to find there is the BitSim, or Bitcoin simulated, a reg test environment, which again, we're still working on now. So if we go to BitScript, you see 2 different call to actions. You see lessons, because again, we want to make this friendly for programmers that are just coming into Bitcoin, or programmers in other blockchains that don't necessarily understand the UTXO model or stack or anything like that. So we have lessons, and then we have the sandbox for, again, the script wizards who just want to get in there and start writing some script. Starting from lessons, the core part of the lessons experience has to do with, again, really technical, detailed, polished blog posts. And so to give you guys a quick example, something like this, when it comes to ECDSA signature generation. In addition to lessons, we have opcodes. So, there's documentation for opcodes, but what we really want to lean into, at least the educational part, is visualizing what developers don't know. So if you ever wondered how op-ad works inside the stack, here's an example. Of course, if we have the opcodes, we can also build the scripts. So as developers are learning more and more about different transaction types, you can come here, and you can not only read a description on pay to public key hash, you can actually see the SIG script, the script pub key, and you can see a visualization to the right of how the stack executes those one at a time. Last but not least, we have an RPC reference, which again, a lot of developers are really application developers, either directly or indirectly interacting with RPC. So we wanted to have a Postman-like interface that they can use here to test out at any point. So now heading on to the developer tools. So these are for people that are already getting their feet wet, they're developing, they're starting out. And we're gonna go from top to bottom, from utility to the more advanced tools to the latest and greatest. So starting with data formatter, and compiles down to hex. And so a lot of the time you have to work with, well, am I casting everything correctly? So for example, here we have top builder, and we can see top builder in all these different data formats. And we can also switch things from big endian to little endian, which is also one of the biggest surprises that people have when entering Bitcoin development. Moving up, another utility tool, hashing calculator. Whenever you need to test the output of a pre-image that you're working with, we have all the Bitcoin hashing algorithms built in. So, building top builder, underneath the 32-byte hash output. And you could switch to all the different Bitcoin hashing algorithms as well. So hash 160, and then this will be 20 bytes instead. Cool. So now moving up to our most advanced tools, and this is where we're finding developers are spending most of their time, transaction deserializer. And so again, this is in production, you guys could follow along, but I'm gonna show an example. So let's say we wanted to understand how we go from raw hexadecimal to what you guys see in a block explorer, right? You see inputs, outputs, you see all these transactions and all these diagrams. Well, how do we go from that to what you guys see in the block explorer? And so as a developer, you should be able to understand exactly how every single byte in a transaction ends up being a critical part of a readable block explorer display. And so here we see everything being highlighted from a signature to an op push, so for the upcoming data bytes. So obviously next would be a public key. And then we can also see individual opcodes here. If we want to read more about an individual opcode, we can freeze a panel, click on that, and it'll take us to the opcode view that we were viewing earlier. Okay, and so this view, you can see it in lists or in JSON. So if you don't want to see all the hex at once, but you want to learn what is happening in a transaction byte by byte, or the JSON format. And then last but not least, the script sandbox. And again, this is definitely our most advanced feature, but this is for people who know what script is or are beginning to write it and want to experiment with it. And again, we pride ourselves on, well, we want to have a competitive advantage of design. And so here, I'm just going to add the numbers 1 and 1000 using op-add. And to the right, you guys are going to see what happens. So as you guys can see, on the right, we already see a stack that is going through each of these steps one at a time. And so we'll replay it again. And as we see, we can see op push 1, then it pushes the number 1, then we see op push 2, then we push 1000, and finally we use op add. And so again, this is more so for very advanced developers or developers who are aware of what script is, but you can actually also share these instances, and probably one of our most exciting features. So you can, and this is a paid feature, of course, so you can actually fetch a transaction and then inspect how it was confirmed. And so to give you guys an example of that, let me grab a quick TXID. Paste it in here. We're going to select one input, the first input. And then if you're sharp enough to realize what kind of transaction that is a pay to public key hash transaction that got loaded. And what happened there is we reached inside the input, we reached inside the SIG script, we loaded the SIG script, we looked for the matching output, we found the script pub key, we loaded the script pub key, and so now it's executing both things together one step at a time, which is exactly how a node confirms transactions. So again, really advanced tools, but for people who are up there in terms of development, this is what they're looking for. Last but not least, and this, again, some of this is mocked, some of this is broken, so have patience here. The Bitcoin simulator, or BitSim, is going to be a way to quickly spin up reg test instances that you can then use, to write tests and command within it. So let me give an example. Okay, so here we created an instance, and what we can see is that there are commands and tests at the top right. So first we're going to write a command, and to give you guys a little preview of what we're doing here, this is actually connected to a mempool server, And so we see that we're on block 9657. Let's say we just want to publish 10 empty blocks. Well, we're going to click here. We can either use something called Smart Gen that you're going to see in a second, or you can add blocks manually, you can add transactions manually, or you can add UTXOs manually. So using Smart Gen, we can type in generate, and let's say we want to generate 10 empty blocks. And so we see that there's that command there. And if we were to go ahead and click it, and click run, we would see some little confetti letting us know that those 10 empty blocks were actually published in the reg test instance that we're running with on mempool. So a little bit long-winded here, but the ability to write commands, and then on the other side, you're going to be able to write tests against this instance that you have running. So say we want to test, maybe at block 1,000. We want to test at block 1,000. We want to test a transfer, or actually we want to test a transfer. And we want to test the balance of that transfer. And we can dictate out, we want that transfer to happen from Alice. You want it to be, half of Bitcoin. And the transaction should go to Bob. And so with that, we created a test, which if we ran this instance and it was working correctly, it would actually check that test, and at block 1,000, it would check the balance of that transfer, and it would check whether it was actually half a Bitcoin or not. So again, the most universal pain point we've heard while doing product discovery is a lot to do with testing. And so we hope that with this UI, and again, a package that developers can use locally in their environment, they'll be able to write Bitcoin, and the software engineering process for Bitcoin companies can be just a little bit better. Thank you.
Feeling. That's better. All right. My name's Jim. You may recognize me from my world-class acting skills as Code Monster Billy Rampage. But here I'm actually here to present on behalf of Team Cascader. It's myself and Luke here, someone I've worked with a lot in the past. Shadowy Supercoder. He's actually pretty new to Bitcoin, making crazy contributions on the AI side. So let's get into what is Cascader. Cascader is a site that collects useful AI tools. Without even making an account, users can use ChatGPT, AI text-to-image services, and AI image analysis services and text to image generation. So like Stable Diffusion or Midjourney, if you're familiar with those. So each of these services can be consumed individually, but they can also be combined into workflows that create value in novel ways. So this is just one example, and I'll dig more into that. Cascader is a lot like Zapier, but built on open protocols. So what do I mean by that? Zapier is a popular tool that allows users to take disparate services and combine them into workflows. So a lot of useful workflows for customer service or sales prospect lead management. Cascader is similar, but with two key differences. The first is we are AI focused. We know that AI is going to have very positive transformative effects on productivity, and we want to be at the forefront of that. Secondly, Cascader leverages open protocols. So with these open protocols, we'll be able to make a free marketplace to exchange software, and most specifically, many different types of AI services. Our thesis is this is going to drive innovation, it's going to prevent rent seeking, and ultimately create the best products. So how do you use Cascader? It's very simple. It's just 3 steps. Each service is the same in this respect. First, you connect your wallet one time. We use Bitcoin Connect. You don't need to set up an account. You just hook up your Albi wallet, your Mutiny wallet, your Umbral wallet, or Noster wallet Connect. It's just straight to the point. There's no signups. So you connect your wallet just one time. Then you select the service you want. So in this case, I picked Stable Diffusion, and I typed in, I want a dog in a top hat. And third, you hit run and you enjoy your cool picture of a doggo in a top hat. So, so when you run this service, it just pulls from your budget, and there's no sign up, there's no BS. It's a good UX, and you just get value for value. Let's dig into the specifics on Top Builder Proof of Work. During the course of the project, we were able to make 10 plus Cascader services that are modules, from generative AI to scraping, Noster delivery, and posting capabilities, and AI generated summaries and blog posts. We found tons of ways to create value. And the reason why we focused on the module aspect of this is very simple. It's Metcalfe's law. With each new service that we add, the possibilities grow at a parabolic rate, and we're able to create value in new and unique ways. We created a few workflow examples. So just some highlights. We have an LLM text-to-image generation workflow. So it takes some skill to do image prompts. So you can take a very crappy, half-assed text-to-image prompt and just punch it in, and it'll write a nice, long, descriptive paragraph, and you'll get a much better image. So that's one example. My personal favorite is the SAT Stacker Assistant. You can take a picture of any object and figure out what its value is in Bitcoin, so that you can sell all your belongings in preparation for the great bull run. We created these workflows to just create simple examples to show you how how workflows can synergize different disparate modules, and soon we'll make it so that you can make a composable workflow that's user defined. And here's an example. I took a picture of my DeWalt drill. I can get one later. Once we hit 100K, I can get a girlfriend and a new DeWalt drill. So first we focused on modules, which are the key raw ingredient, and then we focused on workflows. And next we decided for the past couple sprints, for a total of about 14 to 17 days, to focus on these micro apps. So we're able to make both of these in that short amount of time that I'm about to get into. So we decided to network with content creators in the Bitcoin space. We have a great network there. Been able to work with companies like Thriller Bitcoin, Freedom Tech Wrap, Green Candle Investments, shout out to Brandon back there, PlebLab, and Austin at Bitcoin Pleb Dev. We found some key pain points that these users encounter in their constant hustle to create content, high quality content, and stay relevant and grow their following. So we created 2 micro apps that serve this purpose. The first we made was called the YouTube Agent. So we make it so you just take any YouTube video, you type in, you punch in its URL, and you click go, and for a few sats, it'll generate a summary, a too long didn't read of the entire video. It could be multiple hours long, and it's pretty excellent at condensing that information and figuring out, what are the top points. So it's a great note taker for you if you're creating the content, or if you're just curating your informational diet. Do you really want to invest the time in this video? Likewise, users can create articles just by clicking the article button. They can flip between the two. Next up is the chatbot. So this is another service we made that kind of takes the YouTube agent to the next level. We said to ourselves, how can we make this even better and even more efficient? So with the chatbot, you can subscribe to any YouTube channel that you want, and it'll automatically send DMs to your Noster DMs. So if if someone has a channel, they can just subscribe to that channel, and they'll automatically get their show notes effectively sent to their DMs, and maybe even like a skeleton blog post that they can use to put out content much faster. So the focus was on helping creators more efficiently put out high quality content. One interesting side effect was that we found a lot of people, a couple dozen people were really interested in this as consumers to curate their informational diet. They're able to take these long videos that they may or may not be interested in, evaluate, is this worth putting investing my scarce time into. So that was a fun kind of unexpected discovery, and proof that we're kind of on the right track with creating value for not just one use case, but many different use cases. One of the big pieces of feedback we got during this process was that people don't want to just pay with Bitcoin. They want to be able to buy in lump sum with fiat. It's the bull run. You don't want to spend your Bitcoin. Some people don't even have Lightning or don't know how to use it yet. So we decided to open it up. We're launching Cascader Amber. This is our Square checkout experience. Users can get an exceptionally high volume to be announced, a limit that's pretty high, unlikely to be hit. They can pay in fiat and monthly. It's friendly to non-Bitcoiners. As we said, we can bring in more people into our product and hopefully orange pill them, but it's also friendly to hodlers who don't want to spend their Bitcoin. So here's just a screenshot of the checkout experience here. It's powered by Square. Thankful for Jack Dorsey for giving us an on-ramp we can trust. Other highlight we want to go over is the work we've done on the StartOS platform. We created a StartOS package that allows people to input their OpenAI API keys and press a button, and it will automatically broadcast over Noster where the Tor endpoint where users can consume their API keys. We think this is a huge win for privacy. It's private for the seller, it's private for the buyer, and it's a value for value exchange that circumvents the surveillance that OpenAI is inevitably going to be doing. So this is just an image of it. You press start, and it starts stacking sats for you and accepting requests. So I want to cut into some key results, some KPIs. Since inception, we've stacked 100,000 sats, give or take. That's about 350 to 450 runs, somewhere in that ballpark. And in the past week, we were able to stack 17,903 sats. That's about 2,500 sats per day, 115 runs. We're pleased with the fact that people are willing to part with the hardest money ever created in order to use our services, and we expect this to intensify as our project evolves and our value proposition continues to get better and better. We've also gotten some great feedback from the community. We got Ryan Gentry, legend from Lightning Labs. He said Cascader demonstrates how services integrated into a workflow and combined into a whole application are greater than the parts. Likewise, Car, been very helpful back there, setting this up and being instrumental in helping us shape our vision and mentor us. And Car said that Cascader is at the forefront of implementing AI with Bitcoin, paving the way for a future where technology serves genuine market needs without compromise. All right, next up, I want to go over the roadmap. Where are we taking Cascader? First, we want to continue our work for content creators. We want to make it even easier for them to get consistent, high-quality content out there. Next, we want to market to non-Bitcoiners. So we're gonna just keep creating general-purpose micro apps that have use for all kinds of people. And we're gonna do traditional digital marketing and fiat payments for premium services to grow our customer base. Next, we're gonna keep building on our open source tooling and partnerships. So we're gonna continue expanding the StartOS the StartOS capabilities. We're going to add more services. We're going to hook it up to the free GPT that actually runs inside the StartOS. So keep an eye out for that. And we're going to continue working with open source devs. Hopefully we'll start a bounties program so that we can create even more value for the network there. And last but not least, this is the long-term vision. We're going to build the machine payable web. We're building out these workflows, and we think these are the bridge between where we are now and creating AI agents that can reason about how things ought to be connected and really just be like a business person in cyberspace that's stacking sats and creating value for people. All right, so this one's for the judges, why you should pick Top Builder. Pick Cascader for Top Builder. The first is our mission. We want to ensure that the AI revolution serves liberty and not tyranny. And we know the AI wave is coming. It's going to transform everything. Whether that transformation is positive really hinges on whether projects like ours are going to succeed. And we think that creating free market incentives for AI is a critical part of that process, and that we have to win this battle as a group in order for us to get to that future on the left that we want to see. The second reason is that it will be tremendously impactful for our ability to continue this project. Winning will help get our brand out there, get more open source devs working with us, and we plan to take the money that you give us and put most of it into open source bounties. And last, perhaps the most important reason why you should pick us is to keep my alter ego code monster Billy Rampage in check. I have him under control, but with the recent price action, I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. If he finds out that we don't have the Top Builder championship belt, I think he might lose it. So please help me, guys. Vote for Cascader. If you're interested in our project, scan the QR code up here. Go to cascader.xyz. Thank you for your time, judges. I know how busy you all are. I really appreciate it. Thank you to PlebLab. Thank you to Wolf. And thank you for all the other competitors in the audience for making this a great experience. We really appreciate it. Fiat delenda est.
Okay, there's one in the back. Okay, maybe. Okay. Onboarding is a gigantic task. And sometimes when we hang out with each other, we forget this. So again, we're Team Yopaki. We're simplifying Bitcoin and finance. Our focus is the Mexican market. And this is a problem we've noticed over the last year since we got together. The Bitcoin user experience in Mexico is confusing, frustrating, and time-consuming. And how do we know this? Because our parents and our uncles are having this exact problem, where they know about it and they want to buy it, but they just don't find the right tools to do it. Sure, there's an exchange that's gigantic, Bitso. But when they open their Bitso account, the biggest hurdle they come across is there's 20 meme coins, and they just go away and they keep hearing about Bitcoin going up. Investors in Mexico don't typically download Bitcoin apps for that purpose. And those who do invest in Bitcoin have expressed an additional problem, which is they feel stuck. Mexican investors or high net worth individuals typically like to have other assets. So Yopaki is solving this problem by empowering users to invest in Bitcoin and do more with their money. But what does that mean exactly? So judges, imagine there is a guy, his name is Diego, and January of this year, Diego noticed that Bitcoin started going up. So Diego wanted to buy Bitcoin. Diego also happened to attend a conference in Mexico back in September, and he made contact with a couple of crazy Bitcoiners. He calls the Bitcoiners and says, hey, I have $75,000 to deploy. I want to buy Bitcoin, but I don't want to open a Bitso account. However, I also want to keep buying my CETES. CETES is a treasury bill, for those that know what those are. We don't buy those, but in Mexico, people have been buying them for decades. And if someone's saying, I want to keep buying this as long as you give me that, we can marry the two. So by the way, Diego is a real person that's working with us. So that's he's a beta tester, but that's someone that's working with us. And that conference I spoke of was a real conference we put out last year. So at its core, our offering is the following: buy and sell Bitcoin, CETES or T-bills, and financial instruments. In essence, Yopaki is a neobank. Customers in Mexico will also be able to convert USD to Mexican pesos and vice versa, send and receive Bitcoin, and earn Bitcoin, which is where the onboarding part comes. This is the team building Yopaki. I'm the CEO. I was born and raised in Mexico, hence the purpose of building this. I have developed go-to-market strategies for 3 companies from the US opening market in LATAM, and I got sick of doing that for others. It's our turn. So there's bigger purpose in doing that. I have family and I have people that I know that could benefit from this. Carlos, who is the CTO, he has experience working with Bitcoin exchanges, former Bull Bitcoin, Zaprite at 1.2, and speaks 7 languages. So if you ever want to practice any of the romantic languages, he's the guy. And Darren, who is turning into a rock star, he is an Austinite, he's an engineer, former PlebLab alumni. So this is our core team. Now, how big is this idea? Personally, I don't love the TAM slide because it's just a bunch of look at the big numbers, but I'm gonna show you the TAM slide. The total addressable market, and I don't need to read the whole thing, but there's $72 trillion at stake because of the partnerships we have developed for our customers in Mexico. They can access Bitcoin, they can access T-bills. BMV stands for the Mexican stock market. They can also access stocks. And if we narrow down all these beautiful numbers into what we can address, we're thinking if we can even represent 1% of this market share, we're in good company. Here's what makes us different. We have a unique onboarding approach, which we'll get to. And for a lot of you, I know it's not a secret. We have a Bitcoin and finance neobank strategy, which hasn't been done. In Mexico, no one's doing this. We have a social political marketing environment advantage because of connections we have. It's unfortunate to say, but who you know does matter. And leadership and events. Last year, we threw the first non-technical Bitcoin conference, because I know Nifty did a technical conference. And at this point, the main reason for the conference was to build reputation. We don't have tons of money to just go out and spend on ads. Having said that, with no money, we did have 3.2 million impressions in social. We had 11 countries represented. We projected 1 central bank. Which some of you might have seen. And we had 130 plus attendees, which for the first time, Bitcoin-only conference, that's a big deal. Now, who's gonna build this with us? So decisions are difficult because we cannot do it alone. We've narrowed down the partners to 3. We've been using their technology. They're really excited about our mission. We've gone back and forth. We're connecting APIs. We're doing the test, and really comes down to the following 3. I'm not gonna read all points of 3. You can maybe take a quick glance. We're leaning towards one way, but we have to decide in the next 2 months on who is going to be the partner that's going to be providing this partnership for Yopaki. Now, the Global South, I don't know if you know this, but this term comes up a lot. And apparently it's the new term for third world countries or developing countries. This is true. But anyways, so one of the reasons we noticed that Bitcoin companies' expansion into the Global South, specifically LATAM, hasn't really worked, it's not because of technology. The apps exist, the Bitsos exist, the education too. El Salvador has an incredible program called Mi Primer Bitcoin. And over the last year and a half, they merged together and they're doing a fantastic job. But there's one piece that we feel is missing, and that piece is culture. Culture is something that transcends through generations. So I could spend an entire hour of a podcast, Marty, on this, but there is a game that has been played for centuries. I definitely dug into the gaming and cultural aspects of what connects humans. And there's a game that you all know. This game is called Bingo, right? Now, Bingo has another side in different parts of the world, and we call it Loteria. Loteria dates back all the way to the 15th century. So just, again, scroll through those images real quick, but it has evolved over time. At one point, the Catholic Church used it to teach concepts for the people that couldn't read. Military used it to keep the soldiers entertained. And then, of course, retail has used it. When those soldiers came back to their houses, they brought the game, and in the 19th century, 100% of the population in Mexico and Latin America, but 100% in Mexico, knows exactly what Loteria is. And that's today the case as well. Kids and grandparents play it during the holidays, birthdays, and so on. So I could spend a lot of time talking about this. What we thought is, if this is a proven method that brings people together as that missing cultural piece, we need to give it that same treatment. So, although we're a neobank, we thought we have to nail the onboarding aspect. And we actually have gotten help on getting these types of ideas from people like Brian and Kelly from Wolf. He was fundamental into, guys, you have something, but you got to keep at it. So that's how it was born. We call it the Bitcoin Loteria, which we're using shirts to represent some of the characters. At this point, and of course, the thing about onboarding is not just about the game, but now that Bitcoin is going up, everybody wants to hear about it. Everybody. So if you tell someone, hey, let me tell you about privacy and decentralization and sovereignty, that's great for us. For this room, this is great, but not for the holidays and your neighbors and your friends. So who likes free sats? We all do. Muzz wants sats, and I have a timestamp on that. Spinning the Fold app daily and opening Lolly Treasurer's box is the modern day Bitcoin faucet. I wish more companies sprinkle sats like this. We're gonna help you with that. Gonna do a quick demo. I was advised against doing a live demo, but let's. Yeah.
We're not everyone.
Okay, great. And I don't know if we can dim the lights, but obviously on my screen it's appreciated much better. But if we can, that's okay. Thank you very much, Parker. I appreciate you. All right. So first time I open Loteria, I don't know what's going on, so I'm gonna go to how to play it. Loteria is just like bingo. There's 54 cards. And every player that logs in has their own unique board. Now, the game is played for an entire week, and 2 cards get drawn twice a day for stickiness. 1 in the morning, 1 at night. So yes, you can open it twice a day. If you get a matching card, as the instruction will tell you, you will claim 100 sats, and you will earn additional sats if you claim a row or a column, and drum roll, if you fill an entire Loteria board, you get Loteria. And in Mexico, typically when you win a whole board, you yell, Loteria, right? So now I'm gonna go play. As of right now, I have a matching card, which is the flashing card at the top. These are my past cards. I have until 9 o'clock tonight to claim this card. So I will open up my card and I have a description of the card. I can also save this card. So this is the ordinals without the bullshit. We don't do that, right? So yeah, every player of Loteria will basically own the card if you want it. You can screenshot it, we don't care. We're playing games and claiming sats. So I'm gonna claim my 100 sats. Hey, confetti comes up and my wallet has updated. Now I have 3,800 sats. And I have my history of everything I've claimed so far. I can always go to past cards. Last night I forgot to claim Los Tacos, but it shows red to remind me you missed out on 100 sats. So I come in, you missed 100 sats. And a lot of the cards are still using some of the original topics of Loteria. We'll be able to send using Zebedee's API. And of course, I'll be able to stack more sats as I refer people. So the network effect of, hey, if you tell your friend, and if I get 10 people or 20 people or 50 people, I'll be stacking on top of everyone that is downloading the app. This quick feature, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on this because we're still testing it for public, but it does work. We have on-chain Lightning. If you feel like donating some sats, you can take a quick picture on that. We can buy and sell. For the purpose of Top Builder, we focused on the Loteria to make sure it was working. And Adapt and Learn is just something I'll spend just a quick moment of our time, because we spent an entire week and a half to 2 weeks developing a Learn feature within the application, because we thought people are gonna download it and now they wanna know more, so let's do it. It was really painful that at the end of the build, the feedback we were getting was, it's just not good enough. It doesn't fit with everything else you're doing. At the same time, there was another company at Top Builder who was building exactly a Learn and education Bitcoin for basic. And this person and this company made it all the way to the semifinals. I'm gonna shout out to Oliver over there from Jippy. So after some conversations, we decided that it'd be best to join efforts, and we're gonna provide Learn, provided by Jippy. There's an explanation. So at this point, I can take a quick lesson on Bitcoin, and if I wanna learn more, it'll redirect me to Jippy. So this is our first official collaboration from a Top Builder competition. Thanks, Oliver. Give it a second. There we go. Okay. Thanks again, Oliver. Now I'll step aside and yeah, you can talk about the tech.
Yeah, so we wanted to keep everything as simple as possible with the app itself. So we shot for statelessness. And by that, I mean that in terms of the cards, you know, whether the card state was claimable, missed, all of that is handled on the back end. So the app itself is not having to make these calculations to, you know, keep track of the user's interactions within the app. And basically, the reason why we did this was because we wanted to speed up the development and minimize potential bugs that would have came up. And to give an example of that, basically, as you saw, Francisco had a single claim. He had a single card to claim. And the reward for that is 100 sats right now. But in the future, that could change. But if that card was, let's say, the last card in a column or a row, he would not only get the 100 sats for that single claim, but he'd also get an additional 500, I believe, for the column or the row. And basically, he proposed that we have 2 separate screens, one for the single claim and one for the row or the column claim. And we kind of pushed back on that because that would have required us to manage user interactions within the app and could have just caused, you know, bugs to happen. So we kept the app completely stateless. And yeah, as you can see through this complicated chart, on one end is, or in the middle rather, is the Yopaki app. And this just demonstrating the interaction between the backend and the database and some of our providers.
Thank you, Darren. Don't be fooled by the little time that he has spent here. His participation in this project has been huge. So, as a CTO, I'm expected to get you all to sleep with the boring tech stack, which actually, thank you, Francisco, you eliminated these ones. I didn't even finish the slide. I'm not gonna bore you to death with this. On the other hand, what I'm gonna do is talk about accounting. Isn't that exciting? Sorry, John from Clams. No, but to be honest, there is something really cool happening here. I just discovered a technology that enables 800,000 transactions per second. It's a centralized database. You may say it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. 800,000 transactions per second is huge. And I studied that thing, and I am not using it yet. I'm not going to lie to you. But the system is ready to be migrated onto it. It's called Tiger Beetle. They have a really cool presentation, better than mine. And why is that important? Well, the most difficult part of getting a fintech license, which you would call money transmitter license here, in Mexico, the most difficult part is the accounting part, because you need to keep track of absolutely everything that the users do on your platform, even those orders that are canceled or are not fulfilled. But we can do it. We can do it. We are ready to migrate the system onto that. That will allow us to hold customer balances in BTC, in Bitcoin, and in Mexican pesos, have easier access to the simplified payment system in Mexico, which is like FedWire, but just better because it works. Offer alongside a SWIFT-enabled bank account. And in the future, probably also issue debit cards. But there is one more thing. Given the technology and this license, it enables us to offer the second only Bitcoin to Mexican peso order book. Second only, there's only one. Mexico is 3 hours away from here. 130 million people, 14th largest currency in the world. And there's only one order book that is being eaten up and spread out because there are no transactions that go directly. Most of the BTC Mexican peso transactions that you see go through the dollar or through USDT. That just shouldn't be the case. Are we on time? Yeah, the rest is not important.
Thank you. Okay, and I'll speed it up. But so top builder traction. I'm extremely proud of what we're building, and I'm really proud of the team that we have working on something so monumental that hasn't been achieved. So having said that, the last 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks since the finals were announced, everything accelerated so bad that I think on average we've had maybe 3 to 4 hours sleep, and maybe you even more. I'm just putting slides together and doing research and calling. But one of the traction points I do want to mention, maybe the judges are asking themselves, that's cool that you're giving away sats. Where are they coming from? So we have donations, but eventually donations run out. We have been calling companies that are friends, but also have seen the app. We gave them access, and they said, wow, this is really cool. Okay, well, I'm glad you think so. We would do a collaboration of some sort. We can create a custom card still with our design. So let's make it fit with the culture, but it'll be your custom card. And you'll come and pay different fees that we can talk about because we're still testing this out. So upcoming cards in our Loteria deck will be, some of these are finalized and some are in the works. So as you can see, the PlebLab was actually the first one to say, yeah, I'll definitely have a Loteria card. And the rest, pretty excited to have different iterations of that. This is something that we've talked about as of right now. This could change, as we know, but we found a way to bootstrap and still have a SAT flow while we keep building this vision of what's going to happen in Mexico. Over the last 2 weeks, because of the traction we had, we were invited to be in a panel and participants for a talk in one of LATAM's largest conferences. This is a fintech conference, and it's important because we are the only Bitcoin-only presence in this conference. So we're gonna make sure that we kill it. This is gonna happen in April. Second, we were also invited because of those news and the traction to be a contributor to in a quarterly manner to a radio, television, and digital show that is mostly watched by millennials in Mexico called Reporte Indigo. And well, from popular demand and people have been asking for it, we have to do another conference. So we'll be doing a conference again in Mexico in September. Currently, we have an app that is available on test flight. It's on the hands of a little over 100 test flight users. We just surpassed 3,000 waitlist, and we've been talking about this for weeks, but we finally narrowed down what is the one thing that's gonna stop getting it rejected for public. We're hoping, I don't wanna say a day, but it should be very, 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 very soon. But we have 3,000 people on the wait list, which is super exciting. Conclusion and next steps is that we're definitely building something different, very unique for the market. We know how to do it. We have the connections. We have the strategy. Our next steps are onboarding game Q1. As we move into that, we'll deploy the exchange and the T-bills, improvements on our conference, and by Q4, get the full fintech license and neobank features. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Worked. All right, Coracle. Let's see. To start with, a little bit about me. My name is John, also known as Hodlbod. I have 11 to 14 years of experience in software, depending on if you count PHP. And I've been working for about 1.5 years on Coracle. It's yet another Noster client, and but slowly I am differentiating from the pack. Let's see, in the past, I have done 2 different startups. The most recent one was slowly dying when I was hired, and when everyone left, I was finally free to bring it to profitability, and now we've got 3 employees. So there's my bona fides there. I also do the Thank God for Noster podcast, so listen to that if you want to learn about Noster. All right, so as far as Coracle goes, the mission or vision statement, I always get those mixed up, is to build sovereign social media that supports real-life relationships and communities. So this kind of comes from trying to rethink a lot of the perverse incentives that exist in social media. The big E on the eye chart is obviously censorship. Everyone knows that. The other related, I don't know what's next, like A, on the eye chart is advertising and all the perverse incentives that creates for personal privacy. These are things that have been boiling for a long time. They came to a fever pitch a couple years ago, which got me into Noster. And actually, I started by trying to build my own protocol, but it's kind of a lonely project. So I hopped on board with Noster. But it's kind of come down in the recent past. So the privacy stuff is still relevant, but we have to find ways to onboard people that aren't the government is coming for you. So that's kind of the effort. You know, if I had to encapsulate it, I would say I want to get people off of Facebook. Okay, so if you want to think about it that way, it's not a Twitter clone; it is a Facebook clone. But of course, what do people use Facebook for? Not scrolling. Most people I know have a browser extension installed that deletes their newsfeed because Facebook's newsfeed is cancer. What people use it for are marketplaces, calendars, groups. And groups and calendars to a lesser extent over time, because
Facebook's network effect is weakening as people leave. But marketplaces is still a big thing, and that's, you know, my wife is my main pilot customer. If I can get her on board, then I've won. I know. She stays on Facebook because of marketplaces and the church ladies group. So that's kind of the lay of the land. That's what I'm shooting for. And so getting into Coracle a little bit, here is a picture of Noster on a normal day. You've got a user, they've got a key pair. The triangles there are clients, they're connected to a client, and through that client, they connect to a bunch of relays. Okay, that is pretty straightforward and recognizable. The difference with Coracle is that you get to draw a nice blue box around part of that network infrastructure. And, you know, this is also kind of, I want to differentiate this from Coracle, the client. The client that I have running at Coracle.social is just this. What I'm building now with Coracle.tools, and don't go there because the website isn't directed there, but info.coracle.social is basically a platform for communities to create their own instance of Coracle. And the idea is I'm trying to get at users who have users to build up kind of the Noster network effect, but also to just serve these communities. You know, kind of the end goal that I have in mind that I hope never happens is the nuclear option of my church is running like a Raspberry Pi or a server in their church on the local internet. When you go to church, you download all the events, you go home, you sort through. The next week you go to church or during the week or something, you show up and you know, exchange your raw milk with other people who go to church. So it's basically a way to keep communities intact in the case of absolute tyrannical meltdown. I hope that won't happen. I don't expect it to happen, but that's kind of the background. But in the meantime, it's useful, right? There are 2.38 billion Christians in the world. Most of them go to church. Churches have long been hubs for community activity. And while not all churches are going to have appetite for this kind of thing, I've already been talking to one church in Australia who's been debanked 4 times, and they are getting onto a Bitcoin standard. They're getting onto a Noster standard. They're my first pilot customer. So there are, and you know, churches are sized between 50 to 1,000 people, right? So that's a pretty big addressable market. So what makes Coracle work for this? This is something I've been working on for about a year in particular, is white labeling. So this is a common technique for like calendar apps so that you can send a link that has your logo on it instead of the calendar apps link. Pretty straightforward. So with Coracle, you can change the fave icon, the logo, the color scheme, and turn a bunch of toggles on and off. So, you know, disable marketplaces or point it at your own relays. So, and that's what this picture is basically showing is you've got a couple different relays. Let's say that the one that's not connected, that's totally private and completely gated, authenticated. There's one that's semi-public, and then you can also attach your client to some external relay that's on the network. So you get this like semi-permeable configurable barrier. And the neat thing about that is that it allows you to sort of have these synergies between public and private. Right, and again, this is something that Facebook has done sort of well. Their barrier between public and private is a lot harder, and I think that's probably due to user interface or user experience kind of concerns where you don't want to have anyone accidentally publish something private, right? So that's going to be a big challenge for actually designing the software. But in principle, it's cool because you can basically pull content in from outside and then talk about it in a private context. So I want to explore that permeable you know, kind of liminal space between public and private. Another thing that's nice about white labeling is it's easier to monetize, even as FOSS. Coracle is completely FOSS, and thanks to OpenSats, I've been sustained on that for the last year. Let's see. So as far as, you know, pilot customers, there's that church in Australia, and then there's also Phantom Power Music, which some of you might recognize. Ainsley Costello, she's been doing a lot of value for value stuff in the music industry, which is super exciting. So there's multiple ways to monetize this project, either as a software as a service for hosting kind of arbitrage, or by getting in with the Zaps and taking a cut of that. So some people are going to want one model or other, so I'm set up for both. All right, let me go ahead and show you a quick demo here. Live demos. Scary, but necessary. All right, so this is not the real instance. I went ahead and created a local one so I didn't muck up my customers' data. But what you can basically do to get people started is create a invite link that points to your relay. And there's some rough edges here, but this is something I've been working on over the course of Top Builders. So this one, you basically give it to someone, they click on it, they go to your domain, your instance with the onboarding stuff all primed and ready to go. So we'll go, I'll sign up with my name, continue. These onboarding lists are also customizable. So this is actually super nerdy and cool. It doesn't matter at all, but it comes from a Noster list of people, of pub keys. So the client can actually curate their list in real time and change their onboarding experience. So if I click into here, I'll follow all these people. The profiles are empty because currently, well, they're only stored on the private relay, which I don't have access to yet. So chicken and egg problem that I'm gonna solve at some point. So we'll continue, we'll say hello, and then it'll go straight to the invite link. So that was the stock onboarding process, and now we've got an extra step. Again, some friction that needs to be worked out, but all you need to do is basically just click join. And in the background, that's gonna send a invite code to the relay. I've built a custom relay based on some of Fiat Jaff's work on Kotru that will intercept those codes and grant you access using an ACL. There's also, you can do static pub key whitelists, you can farm it out to a backend, or you can base your relay membership on the membership in a private group by handing a key to the relay so it can decrypt messages and introspect them. So a lot of different ways to put this together, but we'll go ahead and say we're done. And now you can see we've got some all caps people in here. And so I didn't have access to this before I clicked on join button, but now I do. Let's see if I can get these profiles to load. Yeah, here we go. So just got to force through the cache here, something to resolve. But these are all members of the relay, but then there's kind of a two-tier system here. So if I go to groups, we've got someone who created a favorite socks group, and I'm going to ask to join it. And I can, put in an invite code and request access. Let's see, I don't have that account open right now, so I'll skip showing you how the access admission works. But there are some posts in this encrypted group that the host can't even see. So you can have this kind of multi-tier administration system if that's something that you want. Search though is global. So if I look for my good friend Pablo, F7Z, and open this up, I can look at his global posts. These are not on the relays that are configured, hard-coded in the software. And I will go ahead and quote this and just say cool. And this, because I'm on the white labeled instance, is gonna go just to the specific feed. So if I go to the global, that'll show up. And now people can comment on that, and it's only gonna go to the relay instance. Same thing for the encrypted groups. So you've got this multi-tier system going. So let's see, the cool thing with Noster, because why do this on Noster? Why not just fork Mastodon or Pleroma or make a regular Web 2 sort of thing like BuddyPress or whatever? Users remain sovereign. So the data is still on these relays, but the users can download it at any time, create a backup. They can add their own relay that is a backup relay. And so they get to keep their social graph if they want to move away. They get to keep their content if they want to move away. So again, like the synergy of public and private on Noster, just because of the cryptographic signatures primitive, creates some really interesting possible configurations for putting a product like this together. I have not explored the design space by any stretch. There's all kinds of unknowns and interesting ideas that are still waiting to be found, but that's kind of where I'm at. And just to give you an idea of the timeline, I released the first version of these groups in January, and I've been refining that ever since. Right now, marketplace is disabled because I was showing off the env variable, which in retrospect is maybe a mistake. But there's a calendar and there's a marketplace, which is interoperable with what Shopster is going to present here in a few minutes. So that's cool too. And that is pretty much what I've got. So thank you.
Let's give it up for Coracle.
All right, testing, testing. Oh, how does the mic sound? Good, good. All right. Hello, fellow plebs. We're happy to be here, excited to be presenting Shopster. We're gonna go into introducing the team first. So a little bit about us. So this picture was taken back in September, back in San Francisco, when we first launched Shopster. So this was like a get together and we launched it. So we decided to commemorate it with a photo. So I'll pass it over to Christian to introduce himself.
Yeah, so I'm Christian. I'm a software engineer up in Seattle. I have a previous early stage startup experience working at a startup called Commenda in India, as well as some big tech experience having worked for Amazon and Salesforce.
Hey, I'm Eric. Also, I live in Seattle, code for a living. The past 7 years, just been working at different tech companies, and before discovering Bitcoin, I was writing mobile apps for myself and just releasing them to the App Store, and they've garnered like a million downloads.
Yep. So my name is Thomas. I'm a ex-Amazon engineer. I interned at Salesforce and Amazon. And during my time at college in the past, I also started like a little side project startup thing that helped students make friends on campus and was able to grow that to over 500 users. So I've always been like a builder and a tinkerer, finding problems and solving solutions, and I'm happy to be building for Bitcoin. So moving on, Shopster. So what is the problem that we're trying to solve with Shopster? Currently, we've noticed that there's no streamlined platform that allows you to easily buy and sell anything directly with Bitcoin. So just a show of hands, who has heard something along the lines of Bitcoin has no utility? Or something like you can't buy anything with Bitcoin, like what's the use of it? I hear so often from like my parents or people that don't know like the Bitcoin and the power of it to fight inflation, etc. And I think this is just due to the fact that there's no platform out there that allows you to buy and sell things, goods and services with Bitcoin. For example, where would you sell this banana for Bitcoin? All right, maybe not a banana. Where would you sell this Pixel phone for Bitcoin? Like let's just say you upgraded to a new phone and you want to get rid of your old phone and you want Bitcoin for your old phone. Where would you go to sell it? Maybe Craigslist. Maybe you could list it on Facebook Marketplace. These classified marketplaces already exist. However, they don't support Bitcoin in a streamlined manner. You would have to list your product and then coordinate with your buyer or if you're a seller to see if they are willing to buy for Bitcoin or if they accept Bitcoin if you're trying to buy things with Bitcoin. So what are some of the other options in the market? There's maybe eBay and Amazon, which provide great experiences for the buyer, a lot of protections for the buyer, etc. But if you're a seller trying to sell things online for Bitcoin, these platforms don't accept Bitcoin as a payment. And also, by joining as a seller, you have to give them all of this information: bank accounts, email addresses, your normal address. These are all things that are now owned by these corporations, and that's not what we want. Let's just say you're in the Bitcoin space and you've heard of something like Bitcoin Pay. Maybe you could try and set up your own server, your Lightning node, and accept payment for your things. However, Bitcoin Pay does not allow you to have discoverability on your products. Like you would have to sort of direct people to come onto your Bitcoin Pay server and pay you, and then send them the product or something. So we want to be sort of in that top right quadrant, easy to use and also decentralized. So what if instead there was like a platform where you could instantly accept Bitcoin for your items simply by listing it? That's all you had to do. And then as a buyer, what if you could easily discover and securely buy goods and services and with your Bitcoin? Well, that's us. That's Shopster. We make it easy to buy and sell anything, anywhere, anytime.
Yeah, and if you remember that old Pixel phone, if you remember that old Pixel phone that we were showing off earlier, it was actually one of the first economic transactions that we facilitated over Shopster. Vitor, who's one of the most prominent Noster developers in the space, he actually was able to list his item on Shopster, and he found Shopster organically. And within 2 hours, he was able to sell it and receive payment for it, receiving a Cashew token. And I'll get a little bit into what Cashew is. But also the creator of Cashew, Callie, he also has said to date it is still the largest economic transaction conducted over Cashew. So we're in the moment of like pushing the forefront of these eCash technologies, as well as growing Bitcoin and Noster adoption. And just as a little side, John from Coracle and Vitor have both, after seeing this, they've implemented the classifieds onto their platforms as well. So at Shopster, we're on the mission of building the future of self-sovereign commerce, and we believe Shopster's on a path to become the easiest way to transact with Bitcoin on the internet seamlessly and without hassle. Shopster sets you free by allowing for one-click setups. You literally just need to create a Noster account, and you're able to receive payments immediately without having to set up a Bitcoin wallet, no accounts, and you receive payments. And buyers, as long as you have a Noster account, you can purchase with Bitcoin. It's Bitcoin only, at the moment, it's Bitcoin only in order to ensure that you're going to the platform, receiving the Bitcoin you want, and the buyer knows that they can buy what they want with Bitcoin. And in the future, we'll be integrating like Strike API to allow for more fiat rails to be able to purchase things with fiat. And with Noster, you have sovereign control over your listings and products. So Noster, if you haven't heard, is a decentralized protocol to basically build interoperable applications, and it allows for a lot of global discovery and organic growth on being able to take on discoverability of your products, and also if you're at no risk of getting rugged by us at Shopster, you can take your account and content and over to any platform and can even run your own instance of Shopster, as we are free and open source. And we also have anonymized payments, which are facilitated by Cashew. So Cashew is essentially a form of digital cash that is completely anonymous. It's interoperable with Lightning, so you can redeem it and claim it with Bitcoin. And there's no traceability between the buyer and the seller. There's no trace of what you bought, how much you bought it for, and things of that nature. So why now? We've all seen that the Bitcoin price has been going up, and that's a really nice thing, and it's driving a lot of adoption. But even during the bear market, we were seeing that Lightning transactions were increasing at a steady rate. This is coming from River Financial, who's a Bitcoin technology and financial services company, and they noticed that Lightning transactions have been increasing, and now with the current bull market, we're seeing a lot more adoption, and like we're minting new Bitcoiners daily. So we feel like we can ride the wave of increasing this use of Bitcoin and Lightning as a payment mechanism. Also, we're seeing more interest in social protocols, decentralized protocols like Noster. With more global censorship and global centralization over any platform on the internet, really, more and more people are realizing the value of things like Noster, and like we only anticipate that more and more people are going to be coming here to free themselves.
Yeah. So in the early days of Shopster, when we launched back in September, we had like 50 users a month, but since then we've grown. We've grown organically through very little marketing, outside of being on Top Builder and some Stacker news posts. Today we have 1 million sats in total sales that have been facilitated through Shopster, 500 listings that have been made directly, and There's more than 500 customers to date that have signed up or have gone on Shopster and then decided they wanted to sign up with their Noster account, to browse listings and make a post. So just to point out what Christian said earlier about the growth of Lightning, we're also seeing that a little bit with on a much smaller scale with the trends that are going with Shopster, and the activity we're seeing just helps us validate that this is a product that people have an appetite for. So to keep this momentum growing, we set some goals for ourselves. So we were targeting 10 times total sales by next year, trying to increase those transactions by building the right features for our users, but also doing other things such as bringing a highly experienced UX researcher to our team to better understand our customers and build the things that they need. In the meantime, we're also releasing some more products, such as a native wallet next week, so that sellers don't have to go out the app to get their payment. We're thinking of building an escrow system to increase that trust between buyers and sellers, and just increase that web of trust with Shopster, and just many more features too, with metrics and all these kind of things. So lastly, we also want to basically orange pill new Bitcoin users, convert new Bitcoin users by helping them earn a few sats by listing a product. And this is, I think, a great way for getting people on board into Bitcoin without having to ever touch, like fiat payment rails.
Yeah, so why we think we're the ones to do it? Well, we do have experience at, the two of us have experience at a large e-commerce platform called Amazon. You might have heard of it. And at there, one of the leadership principles that they really emphasize is customer obsession. And that's like one thing we've taken to heart, while building Shopster. We've constantly been getting feedback from the Noster community on like what they want to see, and like instead of just like taking that at face value, we're digging deep and like trying to find out what is the actual root cause of their issue and like how we can build it to actually solve what their problem is. I also have like previous early stage startup experience, so I've like seen the ins and outs of like what it takes to actually build a product and to go from absolutely no revenue, no users, and take it to the next level. And Tommy and Eric over here have also have self-starter experience, having built their own mobile applications and knowing how to reach like a large user base. We're also highly data-driven. As Eric mentioned, we're bringing on a UX researcher to help us analyze the market and see exactly what is happening and like where users are finding benefits while using Shopster and like the trends that are there. And we also have been gaining a lot of more traction recently. So like we were invited, earlier we were invited to speak at Noster Phoenix, giving a presentation at Culture Shock on Shopster. We also got invited to BTC Prague to give a talk, and as well as, obviously participating in Top Builder. And we also have a booth that we're gonna be presenting at during the Nashville Bitcoin Conference. So that should be very exciting. And now we can get into a little bit of a demo of Shopster. All right. So if I'm a new Shopster user, but I'm a seasoned Bitcoiner and seasoned Noster user, and I've just found out about Shopster and I want to make a listing, I can just come to the page here and I can sign in. Since I have an extension, so I can easily just sign in with my extension. You can see here now that I'm signed in with my Noster profile. And if I want to make a new listing, I can just simply, obviously, add a new listing. Maybe I want to sell a Raspberry Pi. I can upload an image. Oh, 1 second. Refresh the page. All right, here we go. Yeah, so I can add a Raspberry Pi, upload an image, add a description, new, or use like new. Oh, there we go. For 1,000 sats, what a steal for a Raspberry Pi. We're gonna have it here in Texas, and you can pick it up here at the PlebLab. And then it's a physical electronic. So then you list the product, it gets displayed here, and from there it's just shows up on every Noster relay and anyone who's like pinging in, viewing any of these classified listings on Noster.
Yeah, so now that product is completely listed on Noster. If you go on Shopster now, you'll see that product. Hopefully no one goes and buys it because we're not giving away a Raspberry Pi for only 1,000 sats. So so now I'm gonna demonstrate logging in as a new user. All right, so I'm a new user, completely new to Noster too. So let's just click sign in. All I would have to do on Shopster is click sign up, and that will give me a npub key and nsec key pair, which will basically be the username and password for Noster. And then Shopster prompts you for an encryption passphrase. So this will just encrypt your private key before storing it locally in the browser, ensuring the security of our users. So after clicking sign in, I'll be logged in via the NSEC. And just to call out, this is not the preferred way. We definitely recommend our users to use extension sign-in because that's safer and your NSEC is only stored in the extension. So now as a new user that signed in, I could click into the listing and I could send Christian a encrypted message through Noster. So every time you do something that requires your NSEC, the website will prompt you for your passphrase. Hello, I want pie. Alrighty. So now.
Yes, so now going back, if I'm a seller and I want to check if I've had any inquiries for my items, I can go to messages and I can then see any new messages that have been coming in. So I see here that, hello, I want pie. So the messages update in real time. So like as someone's sending you something, you'll be able to get it. And I can just say, cool, pay and meet me at the Commons. Sweet, and then yeah, now we can go back and we can initiate the transaction.
Yep, so as a new user, I would just go back. Someone that wants to buy it, you could just click on the listing and go to review and purchase, which will generate a invoice. So this invoice, I could just scan it. There we go. So the payment went through. A cashew token will be sent to Christian. And yeah, I could maybe just message him and on his side, he'll see it.
Yeah, so if he were to message me, I'd like get it back. I'll get the message back, and I'll be able to say like, oh, I received a cashew token payment, and then you'll be able to check your DMs. And oh, nice, someone in the audience wants the pie too. But yeah, so now you can check your token DMs, and you'll see a cashew token here. So one way you can claim it is by either going to like copying and pasting the string, going to Nutstash or eNuts and redeeming it that way. Or if you have a Lightning address set up, you can just click redeem, and it'll just be redeemed to like whatever Lightning address you have. Currently, I'm set up with Albi. So the payment will process, says redeemed, and then we have an option of either donating any of the fees that were overpaid to us, or you can keep them yourself. If you donate it, it just gets sent to our Shopster Noster account, but I'll be greedy today and just keep it. Yeah, and I can check here in my Albi wallet that I received the payment. Yeah, here, like $9.78. So that's like the total purchase minus the fees and the donation. So yeah, once that's done, if you don't have a Lightning address set up on Noster, we actually generate one for you with npub.cash. So you're instantly able to redeem it, and you should be able to spend actually that cashew token without having to go to npub.cash as well. So you can just spend it from there and redeem it. And then here you see the overpaid fee. So yeah, now once that's done, I just like hand them the item, and I can just go here, delete my listing, and we should be good to go.
Awesome. So that was Shopster. Feel free to head over to Shopster and give us a try. Start buying and selling with Bitcoin today. Thank you.